Jean decided to convey his thoughts to Zippel and Kinselo. What you need to do now is not to concentrate your troops at Grosh Castle in order to gain prestige, but to disperse your troops to each territory. If you don't do that, you will definitely suffer great damage from Jito's transition crack. Of course, that wasn't a decision for Zippel and Kingelo's leaders. It was a consideration for the powerless people living on their land. It is against Jin's beliefs to stand by and watch the lives of ordinary people being destroyed just because it is an enemy country. Now Sister Luna, please go to the Zippel side fleet, and Lord Hito go to the Kinselo side fleet and meet the commanders. It is very likely that there will be more rift invasions soon, so please tell Grosh that troops should be deployed to each territory rather than to the castle. Okay, Jean. What if they don't listen? Please scare me strongly. Can I understand this as saying that it is okay to lose in moderation? You're the youngest. Still, the situation is the situation, so don't lose, just create a sense of intimidation. Please also add that it would be a good idea to finish preparing for territorial defense until the 3-day loss completely disappears. It's best to prepare now. If you just say that much, if you have an idea, you will understand. Luna and Hito left the conference room. However, at that time Baradin was already receiving reports from Draka about the situation Jean had predicted. House owner, the tower's calculations were wrong. It is reported that metastatic cracks are currently occurring simultaneously throughout the entire federal region, Satron Ziffel said with an urgent look on her face. Calculation of the tower. Jeep has been around since the moment the Jinma War began. Before that, from the moment he secured Alona Jeep, he had been calculating the future using the Tower of Story and the Demon Stone. In particular, the most resources were consumed in the calculations for this true demon war, but now Satron was telling the tower that it was completely wrong. Simultaneously in the entire region? That's right. The number of confirmed regions is 15 and continues to increase in real time. My investigators and I are currently determining that more than 50 cracks have already opened. Soon even Draka and neighboring districts may begin to crack. Baradin's eyes narrowed. This is not the first crack invasion. However, since it started to get angry at Grosh Jinma world, has clearly shown signs of being overwhelmed. They even evacuated all existing cracks and supported the Grosh castle. Plus more than 50 cracks at once. This was an unprecedented number even when the crack invasion was at its peak, and it was a number that could only be reached by combining all the cracks not only in the Federation at the time but also in the entire INS. Has the situation of other forces been confirmed? Not yet. It's probably not that different from us. There is no reason for the Jinma world to single out our jeeps and attack them right now. Baradin tapped his fingers on the desk for a few seconds. The tower's calculations imitate the power of Asmil. However, currently Zippel has not been able to secure Asmil's contractor Uria. The future calculated by the tower was bound to be incomplete. There is a reason why Aswheat was not included as a sacrifice, but the reason the calculations were so far off was probably because of Jito's eyes. The status of an immortal called Jito was too high for the current demon god stone to handle. Moreover, the power of Jean Runkendel's existence must have put a great burden on the demon stone. The sound of urgent footsteps continued in the hallway. House owner, the kingdom of Phelan is falling. As a result, a crack formed in the castle and the kingdom's army was instantly annihilated. The federal wizards stationed there are holding out, but they can't hold out for long. A new rift has appeared in Barkel Burrow. This is the largest crack ever seen. Demons were even spotted attacking the city shield from the outside. It is believed that cracks have also appeared in the nearby plains. Baradin stood up. Consul, please speak, matriarch. The fleet sent to Groshi Castle will be maintained as is. The same goes for the fleet currently waiting there. Then Alona? If the true demon world attacks the Tower of Story, Alona will have to step in as well, but I don't think that will happen. What the Jinma realm is targeting now is not us but Songguk's own eyes. Therefore, Alona, it is right for you to stay in place in case of further emergencies. Invasion of the Jiakmyong tribe into the mainland and an attack on the Holy Kingdom by the Jinma world. Baradin was confident that these two problems would arise further in the future. From the perspective of the Red Myongs, who had been falling behind recently, this would have been the best time to put pressure on Jeep. The suppression of the rift will be carried out only by the Mariangdi and the fleet waiting in the Holy Land. I already didn't get the most credit in the battle to conquer Grosh Castle, so my prestige shouldn't be diminished any further. It's inevitable that the bottom line becomes more visible. Satrin nodded heavily. All right. Baradin came out. Purple cracks were also spreading across the sky of Draka. One large crack and dozens of small and medium-sized cracks were casting a shadow in the middle of Draka. And for some reason, Baradin felt a faint energy coming from the cracks. Trader Kiliak Zippel. House owner. Consul. Can't you feel it? Although it is weak, the fire of Kiliak Jiffel seeps into the magic energy. It looks like he really ran away to hell according to the demon godstone's calculations. Also, if the head of the family can feel the heat, it means that she has regained her strength. I guess Zito is using him in return for treating him. Well, we'll have to wait and see who gets taken advantage of. Grumble dash. Flames engulfed Hradier. At the same time, a protective shield of fire was formed across the entire sky above Draka. Baradin's magic encompassed the entire city. And above the shield a fireball that looked like the sun appeared. Destruction flame jade. Baradin's great magic instantly melted the small cracks and turned the purple sky into red. Then, before the demon's screams could be heard, Baradin's eyes filled with blue flame. Blue flame's magic eye. Blue flames were being drawn across the sky wherever his gaze reached. You'll see me again soon, Kiliak Ziffel. At the same time, Kingelo's new headquarters. Pirhops woke up and walked to the conference room. He had just received orders from Orgel through a dream. Cracks were appearing throughout the land of the Beastmen, but unlike the Lutero Federation, Kinzelo was not in a very urgent mood. This was because Orgel had already moved all residents who were not capable of combat to the underground city when the battle to conquer Grosh Castle was in full swing. However, the residents, namely the small beastmen and a few ordinary humans and non-combat demons, were not even aware that they had been moved to the underground city. The evacuation took place after Pirhop put them all to sleep with his dream abilities. Orgel had no intention of opening Kingelo's underground cities to the public. After using that much power, Pirhops looked very tired. Daughter, if you had started to open your dream abilities a little earlier, your father wouldn't have been so exhausted. Humph, Dad, just because you're a little tired doesn't mean your lifespan is shortened. That's right. That's a very kind answer. What more can I say? I have the ability to dream and I can quit everything. Ah, don't do that. Pirhops touched his forehead and looked at the demons sitting in the conference room. The highest-ranking demons in the hippopotamus world, including Chagall, were gathered. We will only deploy troops to defend key bases, avoiding direct combat with the Jinma realm as much as possible. Place waiting masters at each major base. Bianca and I will personally protect the new headquarters. All right. Again, we do not need to elaborately defend areas that are not major bases. Small and medium-sized cities can simply give up completely if the crack invasion is too strong. All you have to do is rebuild a destroyed city. They don't have any defense forces anyway, so they won't go on a rampage. There is no reason to attack other areas while escaping the influence of the rift. The demons nodded. It's okay to lose some masters, but make sure to minimize casualties among demons and beastmen. Just like rebuilding a destroyed city, you can create as many weapons as you want, but the dead cannot be brought back. Until our cause is accomplished. Yes. After a short meeting, the demons left the conference room to carry out orders. Anas stared at Pirhops without leaving his seat. It seems like you have something to say to your daughter. Are you trying to apologize for verbally abusing me just now? Extraordinarily. What kind of verbal abuse did I say? That's not it, I just wanted to ask you something. I see. What is it? Once our great work is completed, can all those who sacrifice themselves for the cause really come back? The resurrection of the great sun god Kinzelo. Pirhops made eye contact with his daughter. Not everyone, but probably a lot of people will come back. The same goes for your real mother. So my daughter will have to work harder on her dream skills in the future. So much depends on you. Anas shrugged without answering. Grosh Castle in ruins again. An hour has passed since Hito and Luna returned. Insa's troops gathered at Grosh Castle had no sign of returning to their respective lands. However, Jean had already received communications from spies hidden in the land of the Beastmen and the Federation. According to spies, Kingelo and the Federation have revealed more of their remaining assets. I think both of them think that alone is enough to prevent this rift. In the territory of the Bamul Alliance, many of the superhumans who had been deployed to the battlefield in Grosh had returned. Just like Jeep, a fierce battle is taking place in the Union territory due to the Metastasis rift. The overall situation was going well. From the beginning, among the major powers, the Bamul Alliance was the most prepared for the rift. Now the Bamul Alliance's job is to protect the Holy Kingdom. Jean was waiting for Songguk to contact him. The moment Ronnie requested support via communication, he planned to go directly to Songguk. Confucius Jean. Suddenly the communicator vibrated. It was a call from Casimir. Lord Casimir? What's going on? It is said that the true demon realm began attacking the Holy Kingdom 30 minutes ago. Did you say 30 minutes ago? Jin's eyes widened. The attack had already begun 30 minutes ago, but there had been no communication from Songguk so far. There was a way to block communication. The reason I was able to confirm even late that Songguk was attacked was thanks to the Seven Colors informant who was waiting nearby. It is said that communication was possible only after a long time away from the Holy Kingdom. You should hurry and go to Songguk. Has there been any confirmation as to who attacked the Holy Kingdom? It is said that even the spy could not see the attackers in person. However, it is said that the shock was so great that it shook the castle's protective shield. And it is estimated that their number is not that large. The moment Casimir answered, Jean instantly felt a chill on the back of his neck. It was as if a powerful enemy was revealing its murderous intent to him right in front of him. It wasn't just a feeling. It was a real sensation that pierced my skin and rushed into me sharply. Even if Murakan flew at full speed, it would take more than half a day to travel from Grosu Castle to the Castle Kingdom. Other than Changxiang, there is no way to show off one's presence to the opponent this far away. He is the greatest swordsman of the true demon realm. Paolito Belgasium. Jean was confident that he was the person who was currently looking at him with a murderous intent that transcended space. Jean also knew that Paolito loved Sakiel. He must have been burning with revenge because his favorite subordinate died so cruelly. All right, I'll get back to you. Confucius Jean, be careful. Yeah. Don't worry too much. It's just that the enemy I had to fight with came a little faster than expected. Jean put down the communicator. Me and Lord Murakan, Dante, Hito. The four of us will immediately go to Songguk to provide support. The remaining troops and superhumans will remain on standby, protecting the Federation's territory as they do now. Wouldn't it be better for Jinna and Runtia to go together? You guys need to go to the Empire on Dante's behalf. The Empire possesses the largest territory among the Bamul Alliance. It would have been more efficient to defend the invasion if Luna and Runtia went than Dante alone to protect the Empire. Currently, Hupister and Tychon Big Palace are holding off the invasion relatively well, but the Empire appears to be struggling somewhat. Maybe we need to send more knights from Runkendal, not just the sisters. That's true, but youngest child, you probably felt it the most. It's definitely Changxiang. And that murderous intent is directed at you. Yes, this will be my first time fighting Changxiang. I have faced beings with similar divinity to the Spear Star, such as Gleek and the Evil God. However, this is the first time that a mortal fights for his or her life against a person who has risen to prominence. Indeed, for the first time in a long time, my mouth felt dry. My whole body was trembling, and my fighting spirit was pouring out. Because I want to defeat Paolito. Jean took the sword. I will sort out Runtia and the Empire as quickly as possible and go to the Holy Kingdom. By the time you come, Hangtan, he will have already gone to his beloved subordinate, so please protect our lands well. Well, it was time to worry about Mr. Murakan, not the youngest. If the youngest person thinks it's dangerous, he'll take care of it, but Murakanim doesn't have that. What? Please take good care of the youngest, Murakan. I don't want you to overdo it and get hurt because of your pride. I understand, sister. I'm so sad. I need to quickly find all my remaining strength. The group headed to the Red Owl's sortie room. Dr. Qual's face darkened as he set the coordinates for the Holy Kingdom. The CEO also makes mistakes. Error. The Red Owl is unable to track Songguk's wavelength. As soon as I heard that communication had been blocked, I expected it. Because space leap and communication are both technologies that run on the principle of wavelength tracking. There are no coordinates at all. They blocked all communication and space jumps, just like that guy named Tilia's biceps did in the past. According to Tilia's, the power of blocking was a power granted only to high-ranking demons from the biceps family, that is, from the immortal zone of the true demon realm. Even in the list of Jito's subordinates he gave, there were no demons using the power of blocking. Jean immediately contacted the tent and looked for Tilia's, but he was not present. At this point, there is no reason for Visips or Tilia's to attack us. Perhaps spatial jumps and communications were blocked through some method unknown to Tilia's. The more he touched the Red Owl, the darker his face became. Damn. I'm trying to set the coordinates to a place closer to Songguk, but even that doesn't work. I'm severely overloaded. Is it too much to move to Red Owl? Okay. Even if you grab nearby coordinates and jump in space, problems will immediately arise with the Red Owl. I think it's best to get as close as possible via moat and then fly in. Immediately Cirrus summoned Mort. Boom! Mott also failed to open the portal leading directly to the Holy Kingdom. However, unlike the Red Owl, there was no sign of fatigue just from opening the portal. Let's go, Jean. I'll tell Mott to narrow the distance between him and Songguk little by little. The group climbed onto Mott's back. Soon Mort opened the door to the new snowfield and started running. Jean noticed that Cirrus' back was trembling slightly as it touched his chest. He is worried about Talaris. Although her body is said to have recovered greatly, Talaris has been enduring Jito's eyes in the castle all this time. It is a state in which one cannot fight with complete inaction. Moreover, Zito's eyes could have been running wild due to this attack. I will definitely save Talaris, even if it means sacrificing your life. Cirrus flinches. Thank you for your story, but your life has now become too heavy to sacrifice for anyone. It's not so much that I can't use it for Talaris. I have been so blessed that no matter how much I repay, it is never enough. Mother Begungju is strong. Even if it is Lord Soren who is attacking the Holy Kingdom now, he is not someone who can be easily defeated. Moreover, there is a protective shield put up by Ayula. I am truly grateful. Cirrus truly thought that Jean should not die because of Talaris. This was because it was the more right thing to do to protect the Big Palace's mission to protect the world. Of course, since our opponent is Changxiang, we will have no choice but to risk our lives and fight. But I believe in you. You can defeat no matter how strong your enemy is. So the current situation is not extremely unstable. You are the only one who can give me this much trust in a situation like this, Jean. The door to the otherworldly snowfield had already opened and closed several times. The closer we got to the castle, the more the dark demon energy pressured the party. It was the magical energy emitted by the attackers. Everyone in the party was thinking back to the time when Gleek and the evil spirit were spreading their spirit throughout the world. If Paiolato continued to emit demonic energy like this, it seemed like the entire world would one day be covered. Every time the portal was opened, Magi seeped into the otherworldly snowfield and chased after Mort the entire time. Due to the special state of space jumping, it was impossible to completely block the demonic energy with a shield. Book! Mort's breathing was becoming heavy. If they continued to enter like this, Mort was bound to get hurt. Let's stop here as we move to Jean Moat. At this point, even if I take the Murakan, I will arrive at Songguk within an hour. Cirrus spoke after exiting the otherworldly snowfield 2 more times. Now even the Ice Princess looks at me funny. Hour? It will take you 30 minutes. No amount of magic can slow down this body. But wouldn't it be better for Mr. Mott to suffer a little more? Then it will arrive within 5 minutes. If we go any further, Mort will be injured to the point where he will need to recover for a while. Then, since we will have to move the superhumans only with red owls, there is a high possibility that we will not be able to respond as well to enemy invasions as we do now. Cirrus, listen to me. Honestly, I would like to go further and support my mother as quickly as possible, but you have to make a choice for the sake of the whole. Normally, you are more cool-headed than anyone I know, but at times like this you tend to rush at me like a ball of fire. That's why everyone trusts and likes you as a colleague. Cirrus lightly tapped Jin's shoulder with his fist. Go and protect the castle. As always, make it impossible for your enemies to achieve what they want. We're leaving now. And Murakan, please drop the name Ice Princess. It gives me goosebumps every time I hear it. Please take care of my mother and save her somehow. In the end, Cirrus disappeared through the turning gate of the otherworldly snowfield without saying those words. Jin and his colleagues all looked into what Cirrus was thinking. The Ice Princess has grown up a lot. The kid looks more like an adult than you. Murakan transformed and said as he put his comrades on his back. I respect you, Lord Xiaogong. If my grandfather who passed away now was in the Holy Kingdom, I don't think I would have been as bold as Lord Xiaogong. If I were Miss Sandra, I wouldn't have been able to do that either. In some ways, Sagongju is the strongest among those gathered here. So we must never do anything that will make our Ice Princess sad. Let's go. We'll break through in 30 minutes without a shield. So everyone take care of the demons. Flapdash. Murakan spread 2 pairs of wings. The flight continued at an incredibly fast speed for such a large body. No matter how great Paolito's magic power was, it alone was not enough to threaten the 4 people. The swarming demon energy itself was just annoying. The real problem is the intent to kill. A sharp killing force was pouring down on Jin so persistently that it felt like it would cut his entire body if he let go of the tension even for a moment. It was as if the fight between Jin and Paolito had already started earlier. Jin calmly concentrated his mind and removed the invisible killers one by one. In just 30 minutes, Murakan reached the sea where Ayula's protective shield surrounding the castle was visible. Because of the thick sea fog, only the outline is barely visible. However, even though the shield was blurred, it was clearly visible. Fortunately, the protective shield placed by Lady Ayula has not completely lost its function. Well, the gentleman used his true spirit to spread it out. No matter how great you are, it's hard to break through. What the hell is that hole? There was a huge crack on one side of the shield. As I hurriedly approached, I saw the back of Paolito, who was just about to enter the sky above the castle. When he sensed that the group had reached the castle, he deliberately stopped in place and waited. And below Paolito, another confrontational system was seen that Talaris had deployed to stop him. You're here, Jean Runkendall. Paolito's dark voice was heard. I could feel it just by facing Paolito's back. He was a swordsman who could cut down anything without a sword. He was a person who reached the pinnacle of martial arts called swordsmanship, and without a doubt he was Changxiong. Sword Demon. An entity that looks down on all billions of demons in the true demon world except for the one-person Jito. The sword energy that filled the air could suddenly pour out at any time. The group braced themselves for this, their swords drawn and their senses sharpened. Even Murakan was silently strengthening his spiritual energy shield. However, as if such a low-level surprise attack was unnecessary, Paolito slowly waited for Jean to open his mouth, still without looking back. Sword Demon Paolito Belgasium. You recognize me right away. It has to be that way. As soon as I got up to royalty, the first thing I realized was not the bright light of the real sun that I had been waiting for so long underground, but the fact that there was no longer Sakiel Grosh in this world. It seems like you cared for him a lot. He was an indispensable person for the Jinma world. A heavy voice filled with suppressed sadness. For a moment, Paolito couldn't help but think about what Kiliak had said to him. In my opinion, Sir has not completely calmed down yet. How can I fight while erasing all the sadness? There was a sense of loss that even he who had ascended to Changxiang could not bear. Paolito acknowledged that fact and looked at his reflection in Talaris' confrontation world with calm eyes. What was Sakiel's last days like? I wasn't servile. I didn't ask such an obvious question. Jean Runkendall. What did she seem to want in her final moments? Pailato, to me Sakiel is just an invader. He is nothing more than a terrible monster who can sacrifice hundreds of millions of dollars worth of subordinates and even sacrifice himself for Jito's sake. So I killed him. Are you asking me how such a madman felt? How would I know such a thing? Even if I knew, I have no intention of speaking up for the enemy. Oh yeah, I forgot about it for a moment. You are a people who have not yet been purified by pain. Damn! Suddenly a crack appeared in the middle of the Talaris confrontation system that Pailato was looking at. Pailato's energy began to tear apart the confrontation world. Let's postpone honoring Sakiel for a while. Songguk here today. It will disappear without even a trace. Then the moment Pailato pulled out his sword, Jean was the first to rush in and thrust his sword into his back. Almost at the same time, Murakan let out a breath, and Dante and Hito also spread their sword energy to the left and right. Chukung dash. However, Pailato was faster in breaking the confrontation system. The party's attack passed through the air, and Pailato was already descending past Aura's shield and Talaris confrontation plane. I can't believe I destroyed the Great Princess's confrontation system so easily. It's faster than Jean. I can't read your movements. Although it was said that the density had to be lowered to cover the entire castle, Talaris was clearly unleashing the power of the full ice to its maximum. Such a confrontational system is torn apart like Hanji by a single blow without any preparation. Below them are the priests, paladins, and subjects of the Holy Kingdom. And Pailato did not come to the Holy Kingdom to distinguish between soldiers and ordinary people and kill them. If things continue like this, tens of thousands of people will die mercilessly in the near future. The knights of the Holy Kingdom, even the best among them, cannot last even 1 minute against Pailato. If Pailato does not fight against the party and instead just commits massacre and destruction against his subjects, it is impossible for anyone to completely stop it. Even if Soren and the expedition team were here, not Jean and his party. But fortunately, Ayula left her WER to the Holy Kingdom in preparation for times like this. The protective shield that Ayula deployed did not stop at just preventing external intrusion. Swa'aea. As soon as Pailato broke through Ayula's shield and entered, golden spears suddenly formed in the air near him. Ayula's spear. 20 golden spears that the manifested Ayula used as weapons when fighting Jito. The divine weapon was emitting a sharp light to pierce the intruder. That spear had the power to make even Jito tremble in pain. Tisk dash. Pailato struck away the spear that flew in front of him. At one point he seemed shocked and pushed away. However, even though it looked dangerous, it was hitting all the spears that were flying in the blind spot. The bounced spears whipped around in the air for a while and then aimed at Pailato again. Pailato's speed was slowing down because of the spear. The group rushed at Pailato and attacked him during that gap. 20 spears of God and the spirit of Murakan, the 3 swords in front of the spear. All of that came together perfectly to put pressure on Pailato, but he showed no signs of being cornered at all. Jean was on the verge of getting goosebumps. If it weren't for Ayula's spear, at least one city in the Holy Kingdom would have already disappeared. The mountain ranges in the group's field of vision were already collapsing just from the shock wave exploding in the sky. Tsunami continued to surge from the sea. Clouds dispersed without shape, and roads and small villages disappeared. Fortunately, no one has yet been caught and died. During the battle, Jean kept extending his senses toward the ground to confirm that fact. The altitude of the battlefield was rapidly decreasing. What Ayula's spear wanted was clear. Chong is driving so that Pailato doesn't fall into civilian areas. And that probably means that Ayula judged that Pailato could never be killed with just the weapon left on the shield. If this is the route, the battlefield will soon become the Great Plains of Belium. At least in the Great Plains of Belium, the subjects of the Holy Kingdom would not be swept away to death by the shock waves during the battle. Pailato also had a vague idea of Jean and Ayula's intentions. Is this really the will of an immortal to be able to fight Jito head-on? It's annoying. It will be difficult to attack the Holy Kingdom in earnest until all the spears are removed. So, remove the window. Pailato, who judged thus, obediently accepted the direction in which Chong guided him. Now he focused on Jin's group's attack rather than the spear. Jin Runkendal. You asked me if I cared about Sakiel. I'll ask this time. Are the bugs that live here in the Holy Kingdom precious to you? You keep worrying about them. It's surprising that you can be so relaxed about me. Paolito was watching as Jin continued to check the civilian area. When I said I was surprised, I meant it. Paolito was surprised that Jin could endure his own life and even care about other things. It was my first time seeing such a strong human in person. It was also a moment to remind myself once again why the world needs order in suffering. There is just no reason for them to be sacrificed in a war between those with power. I can't understand you guys who use even your subordinates as sacrifices without hesitation. You said you cared for Sakiel, but in the end, if it were Jito's order, you would have used Sakiel like an expendable item. Kwarong. The fall is over. The moment Jin and his party fell into the middle of the Great Plains of Bellium, 20 spears rained down on Paolito's head at once. However, Paolito struck down all the spears at once. Paolito's eyes flashed through the thick dust that arose as Ayula's spears bounced and stuck here and there. Sword horse type nether sword. The group felt the sensation of their vision becoming blurred for a moment. It was a phenomenon that occurred when Paolito's magical energy bound the bodies of the group. Hundreds of streams of magical energy rose up from somewhere and continuously pierced the group's eyes. Big! Hito was the first to be attacked immediately after spreading out to avoid the demonic energy. Hito clearly recognized the moment when the purple sword energy attacked him. Even though Polito's sword is as fast as light, it is not so much that a superhuman of his age cannot even perceive it. But just when I thought I had stopped it, Hito's blurred eyes turned upside down, like when my head hit the ground. What? I couldn't understand. It was because I obviously didn't feel anything touching my body at all. It was not some power or invisible force that knocked him over, nor did he lose consciousness from shock and then wake up. Literally, my vision suddenly turned upside down. First, Hito reflexively tried to get up. If you prepare your posture as quickly as possible and prepare for follow-up attacks, you will still be alive after a while. But Hito did not fall. It wasn't even thrown to the ground. Therefore, the act of trying to straighten his posture actually ended up destroying his normal posture. What is disturbing Hito's senses is the nature of Paolito's nether sword. The pole of the sword that Paolito touches is an area where he can twist the opponent's senses with just his will. It was a power that was closer to reality manipulation and was different from mental magic, including illusions. Hito's vision continued to have problems. It repeats being turned upside down and divided like broken glass. It all lasted less than a second. Hito closed his eyes and prepared to awaken his mind. Even that was a possible response because he was Hito. Paolito passed like the wind through the sword shield of his colleagues, trying to protect Hito, and plunged his sword into his chest. Deep. Even Luna and Runtia acknowledged that the rigid body was being pierced like a child's skin. Fresh blood and flesh splattered. If the comrades had not slightly distorted the trajectory of Paolito's attack, the nether sword would have perfectly pierced Hito's chest. The sword pierced Hito's shoulder as he barely stepped on his feet. Just as Paolito was about to retrieve his sword, Hito thrust the force of his long sword into Paolito's side and grabbed his neck with his left hand. Don't let Paolito avoid the rushing aura spear. However, Hito's left hand grasped the air. Paolito took exactly one step away from him, turned around, raised Ayula's spear, and slashed. No one here can replicate what Paolito has done now. Swak! Perfectly bisected spears were scattered on both sides of Paolito. Paolito even threatened Jin and his party who were running at them by striking down spears that flew in succession. Paolito then leisurely pulled out and glared at Jin and his group and the remaining 19 spears. His life was still aimed at Jin, not Hito. It was only aimed at Jin-man. Just now Paolito did not exert his full power on Lord Hito. I attacked Lord Hito with all my deadly energy focused on me. Despite this, Hito almost suffered fatal injuries, where he could die. If Paolito had been focusing all his resentment on Hito, he would have been mortally wounded or killed. Naturally, Paolito is stronger than anyone else on the battlefield. However, the reason the gap felt so large was because the party did not know Paolito at all. We barely know what kind of swordsmanship he uses or how he uses his power. There was information I heard from Viceps and Orgel, but it was not detailed. The sword that almost killed Lord Hito had the ability to disrupt the senses. Lord Hito recognized that his attitude was broken and tried to force it to be corrected, which showed a weakness. Jean looked into the nature of the nether sword before Hito explained it. So did all 4 people opposing him now. Ayula's spear, which had just been cut, completely disintegrated into particles and disappeared somewhere. The remaining spears circled around Paolito as if they might shoot out at any time, and Hito widened the distance to check his wounds. Fortunately, no toxicity was felt in the affected area. The battle could continue without problems. Kududuk. Every time Paolito unleashed his demonic energy, the earth shook. The rock bounced and broke like dust, and the group felt their entire bodies becoming heavy. As soon as Paolito's sword moved again, Ayula's spears appeared to react. The spears coming down at a speed that distorted space were mixing with the sword energy emitted by Paolito's will. Strong. If it weren't for Zito's dog, I would want to show him respect and praise. Jean was at a point where he couldn't understand why someone so strong couldn't overcome Jito's brainwashing. For Jito-sama, not only Sakiel but I too can sacrifice as much as we want. Because that is the most righteous fate for our true demon realm demons. At the moment when 2 more spears disappeared, Jean dug into Paolito's side and launched a thrust at the speed of light. A blue flash of light passed Paolito's ears. The error was less than a finger's width, but it was not the result of a narrow miss. It was a huge error that made me question whether it could really be narrowed down. Not only Jin's attack but all of Muraken Hito Dante's attacks were missed like that. Felt like I was hitting an illusion. The party was overwhelmed by Paolito in all aspects of strength, speed, and destructive power. This was even more so because of the nether sword, which constantly disturbed the senses. Those who faced the nether sword had to doubt themselves at every moment. Even the 4 people who were called superhumans of superhumans were not sure if their vision was in a normal state right now. So there were people like Hito who lost their attitude every time. Each time other colleagues and Ayula's spears protected him, but if the battle continued like this, Paolito would ultimately win. I heard from Orgel that you were once the leader of the true demon resistance army against Jito. That damn fatalism is nothing more than a means of rationalizing one's fallen self. Squeak dash. Jean knocked away Ayula's spear that flew towards him. As I barely managed to block Paolito's blow that immediately came rushing in, I could see his eyes shining darkly with anger and resentment. Mon! It is not known exactly what effect the magical eye has. The signals of crisis sent by the body were clear. Jean widened the distance by avoiding eye contact, and his colleagues threw themselves to fill the gap. TSK. However, it was not completely avoided. Suddenly purple spears made of demonic energy were forming in the air. Those spears were aimed solely at Jean-Man. Replication. It was the power of the Belgasium family's unique abyss. What Paolito has now copied is Ayula's spear. Was it copied using the power of the demon eye? The power of the real Ayula's spear is not completely the same. You can fight by striking enough. But the problem is that other powers can continue to be replicated through the magic eye in the future. The moment Jean thought that Paolito was already replicating the spiritual energy curtain that Muraken had spread. The black aura curtain and the purple curtain overlapped, and the 2 powers were distorted. The duplicated curtain even radiated black chains in the same way. Although it was also less powerful than the original, it was by no means negligible. Although it is only inferior to the original, it is powerful enough to be described as a season that risks the life of a considerable Superman. It's not that it's fallen, it's that it's found its rightful place. If the world wasn't in disorder in the first place, Sakiel would never have died. Even more so to humans. Only 1 spear of Ayula remained. Even that couldn't have had much meaning. While 19 sacks have already been broken, Paolito has not allowed a single effective hit on that spear. The duplicate spear was also unable to injure Jean, but if Paolito attacked Jean in earnest, injury was inevitable. We need more people. Such thoughts were passing through Jin's mind. I thought that the 4 people who had come to the Holy Kingdom for support right now would not be able to put an end to Paolito. Looking back, creation was that kind of area. an area where you can't imagine being outnumbered under any circumstances. Soren was like that and Ban was like that. Even if all the superhumans in the Alliance ended up fighting one of the two, Jean couldn't imagine them being on the defensive. If you actually fight, the results may be different, but expectations and perceptions alone do not depict such a situation at all. An inestimably strong being, that was the area called Changxiang. I too am on the verge of greatness, so I thought I might be able to defeat it with this many colleagues. After all, it can't be helped that the world is different. The world is different. No matter how close he was to that level, no matter how similar the power he possessed, Changxiang and below were worlds apart. The same thing looks different and the same phenomenon appears differently. There was such a big gap between Paolotto's sense of fighting and Jean and his group's sense of fighting. At least Jean was able to trace Paolotto's gaze to some extent because he experienced the sense of a class that was clearly the strongest of all time. The gaze and sense with which he engages in battle. Jean was also confident. The magic eye that replicates power and the sword that disrupts the senses are certainly dangerous, but I can't shake the feeling that they are crude compared to my father or my fighting spirit brothers. Brainwashing is what lowered his status. If you keep digging into that fact, you will begin to see the answer little by little. First, hold on while avoiding fatal wounds until the sisters and other superhumans of the Alliance clear the territory and provide support. Dante's skylight was blocking Paolotto's attack on Jean. Dante blocked his counterattack with his dragon sword armor and swung at Rashid again. Everyone in the group was thinking the same thing as Jean. Dante was thinking about his grandfather and Murikin was thinking about Timar and evaluating Paolotto. He was relieved to know that he was weaker than them. If so, you will be able to defeat it somehow. Either wait for support, stimulate his brainwashed mind, or give it your all and create an opportunity to crush him head-on. Unity of investment and trust. That was the first number that came to the group's mind. If it were the unity of the two gods that overwhelmed even the evil spirits, they would be able to turn the tide of the war in an instant. However, Paolotto visited Songguk with that fact in mind from the beginning. Blocking communication and space jumps means that all wavelength tracking has been blocked. Since the fusion of two gods is based on the principle of wavelength tracking, it could not even be attempted until the block was lifted. I heard you borrowed enormous power that humans should not have even when dealing with the evil spirit born in the world. The power of a descendant of the royal family called Ban. I can admit that the Ming dynasty has a lot of power, because they were born with that fate. But you humans dare to cross me to the extreme. Paolotto's blow crushed Jean. Jean, whose posture was fixed for a moment while trying to block the attack, felt two duplicate spears grazing his sides and thighs. If my colleagues had not corrected my trajectory, it would have resulted in serious injury. The energies of Paolotto and Jean were intertwined. As the explosion continued obliterating the surrounding terrain, his colleagues rushed in to get Paolotto off. How long do you think it took for me to reach the extreme level? More than 10,000 years. We have been building up our strength even before your race of humans came into the world, and we have been constantly fighting even while humanity has repeated destruction and rebirth. In such a long and distant history, there are only two people, including me, who have reached the extreme. Quad Duk. The ground Jean landed on fell. But it is said that more than 4 extreme demons have already appeared in human history. From those who are born with such a weak body and a lifespan of less than 100 years, this is disorder. It might be unfair to you. You are just living a normal life, but suddenly those who talk about order appear and are trying to persecute you. You know me well, Paolotto. But you also will kill the ants if they settle in your city, and if the slaves revolt you will trample them. You deny fate and order, but you narrowly accept it only when it benefits you. That is why absolute order is necessary. Kwang Kijijik. Finally, the comrades penetrated Paolotto's sword energy and reached Jean. Jean took advantage of that opportunity to push Paolotto, and at that moment Paolotto extended his sword towards Jin's face. The blade grazed my cheek and red blood sprayed out. As soon as Paolotto walked away, Jean amplified the brain energy of the light heart. It was to unfold the Myingwang rain sword. First, it was decided that the spears duplicated with the king's rain sword should be eliminated and the battlefield should be further limited to prevent Paolotto from running wild. However, after a while Jean was shocked and had no choice but to grab his light heart. The brain energy is not formed. This is a person named Pialito Belgagium. In the demon world he is called the Sword Demon, and the sword he uses Vascula has the ability to block powers. I was beaten without even being able to use my hands properly. Suddenly what Orgel said came to mind. I went into battle with this fact in mind throughout the progress, but I never thought that Vascula would be able to block the power of the light heart. Jean recognized that it was clearly not power but his own strength. In fact, I was able to use it without any problems during the battle just now. Pialito just said this with an expressionless face. Didn't I tell you just a moment ago, Jean Runkendel? Humans are not qualified to have or use that kind of power. Even if I raised the brain energy of the light heart again, the result was the same. For the first time since receiving recognition from the Ming Dynasty, Jean was experiencing a state where his brain energy had completely disappeared. After a while the light heart lost all its light and turned black. When Pialito's sword Vascula grazed my cheek, was my brain energy blocked? Jean straightened his posture with a calm face but was actually speechless. He was shocked by the fact that Noiki, which he believed was completely his own power, was actually a power given to him by the Ming Dynasty. Pialito even blocked that power quite simply. Colleagues also noticed the problem Jean was having. Losing the brain chi means that Jean will no longer be able to use his strongest sword. The creation of variables through the Miangwang Rain Sword was completely blocked. You intentionally blocked the brain energy right now. After you catch me off guard. How does it feel to be a normal human being for the first time in a long time? Just because my brain energy disappears for a moment doesn't mean I become a different person. Pialito sneered. We'll see if that happens. Teeth. Dante's blow passed right in front of Pialito's nose. At the same time Hito's might stabbed Pialito in the back, but he had already turned around and kicked Hito away. Murakin was unable to find time to unleash the dark arrival. Cue the black chains and purple spears extending from the duplicate curtain, as well as the sword energy fired directly by Pialito, were constantly keeping Murakin in check. Damn it! I can't properly support this little guy like this. If that demon monster's brainwashing is this bad, what was it like before? On the outside it seemed like 4 people were putting pressure on one person, but in reality the colleagues felt the opposite. It is Pialito who continues the pressure throughout. There are no blind spots. His teammates were coming to realize that Pialito had no blind spots at all. Even when attacking the gap that had been created, the attack was never successful, and Pialito fiercely dug into Jin's arms every time. Jean felt as if he was competing one-on-one. Every time I changed my view to follow Pialito's movements, I couldn't see my colleagues there. Like when you fight someone in a dream. My body was getting heavier. Every time I encountered Pialito's murderous ways, it felt like dozens of snakes were wriggling inside my body. It seemed like it would bite off the organ at any moment and escape through the skin. Could it be that Vascula also has the ability to steal stamina? The speed at which I am out of breath is so fast. Whoosh whoosh. My throat was rough every time I took a breath. It felt like my throat was blocked, I couldn't breathe properly, and the unpleasant smell of metal was scratching my nerves. A strong body that could fight for days on end, performing decisive battles and secret battles one after another, was quickly getting tired. I felt like a disease I had never experienced in my life was tormenting my body. Pialito's sword, piercing his vision, was moving much faster than before. In reality, it is not that the sword has become faster, but that Jin's reaction speed has slowed down. Ugh! Hood! Soon Jean spit out a handful of blood and bent his back. Reflux. The aura inside my body was shaking unsteadily. Even for Jean, it was not easy to hide his embarrassment. My body, which has overcome its limitations so many times before, is crumbling in this short battle. Soon Jean realized the reason. It's because of the light heart. The optical heart is not just a repository of brain energy. It was clearly in gone that made up Jin's body. One of the 2 hearts that normally supported the body completely lost its function, so a severe decline in physical strength was inevitable. I was fortunate that it only ended with a decline in physical strength. If the optical heart had been transplanted to include more of the parts involved in sustaining Jin's life, the fight would have already ended. Do you still think that way? Even without the light heart, Jean Runkendal is Jean Runkendal. Feel it, it is your reality. Once your overwhelming power disappears, you are just a swordsman. Ciao. Due to Paolato's stab, Jean was thrown far out into the plane. Before I even reached the floor, magical energy shot out like an awl from my back and the floor. Magi swept over Jin's clothes and skin. There were no deep injuries, but blood splattered all over my body, and I had no choice but to be conscious of that amount of bleeding due to my reduced stamina. In addition, the sense disturbance of the nether sword appears once again. One swordsman. Jean spit out blood and switched swords. Bradamanti, a sword mainly used when wielding a spiritual sword. However, just like Sigmund, Bradamanti could not contain his spirit. The spirit just wrapped around the sword body for a moment, then crumbled like a piece of paper and scattered into the air. As expected, the spiritual energy is blocked. Because I had already expected it, I wasn't as embarrassed as I was during Guangzhang. Moreover, since the spiritual energy did not directly affect Jin's body, like the light heart, physical problems were not amplified. But the backlash has already begun. Colleagues didn't know that Jean needed time to calm down. I couldn't let Paolato keep targeting Jean like this. Therefore his colleagues had to take riskier moves at the risk of injury, but Jean excluded Murakan from them. Murakan, don't do it. If you get cut directly by Paolato's sword, your spiritual energy will be limited. Murakan, unlike usual, immediately followed Jin's opinion. Now was not the time to yell and say that as a guardian dragon I couldn't do that. If you lose your spiritual energy, the battle will inevitably become more difficult. Moreover, not only Iula's partially destroyed shield and Talaris's shattered confrontation system were visible in the sky now. Another crack. A new fissure was forming next to the fissure through which Paolato escaped. A crack bigger than any crack that has ever been revealed in royalties. It is the demons who will come out of the crack. Soon more demons would pour out from new cracks, trying to tear apart the subjects of the Holy Kingdom, kill those who tried to protect them, and take away what humanity was trying to protect from land. I guess it's because of Jito's eyes. Yes, Mr. Quicantle. According to the information given by Biceps, the current strongest person in the true demon world is Paolato, who is presumed to be Changxiang, even though he is completely brainwashed. And those who follow him include Riddleos and Vidlos. Zito will definitely order them to retrieve his eyes. Initially, the coalition did not judge that Zito would only send Paolato to the Holy Kingdom. It was expected that the two demons known to be on par with Paolato and their troops would also invade. To prepare for that time, Murakan's spirit had to remain intact. Among the coalition members, there was no one who could prevent the indiscriminate mass murder of their enemies more effectively than Murakan. Shit! Dante's physical beauty. Please. Ka! In an instant, Dante raised his energy to the limit and fired 10 beams into the sky. 9 of them were blocked and cancelled out by demonic energy and the cloned spear of Iula. A spear even grazed Dante's side. Dante created an intangible sword wind once more to protect Jean even as his flesh fell. Even Paolato cannot read the intangible sword perfectly. The last of the intangible swords caught in the sky finally stabbed Paolato in the back. Ha ha ha! Feeling dizzy, Dante dodged the spear that flew again and confirmed that the bullet hit him squarely. However, the bullet in the sky failed to pierce Paolato's back. For a moment, Paolato's posture collapsed and his back burst and blood splattered, but the wound was not that deep. Meanwhile, Hito was rushing towards Paolato. He struck Paolato in front of him with a massive sword like a tidal wave. First, Kendo whipped Paolato like a storm. The debris and the blood splashing from Paolato's body mixed together and blocked his vision for an instant, and Hito struck with his might, targeting the exact moment when his vision was completely blocked. Paolato stayed in place for a while to recover his eyes and ears. However, Jean and his party were unable to take advantage of the gap and attempt an attack. The group also had to readjust their posture. Dante vomited blood in the aftermath of having just unreasonably unleashed the Emperor's sword, and Hito tried to control his senses that had been distorted by the nether sword and flash cannon. It's a real tooth, so you probably weren't there just because of the power you were lucky enough to obtain. Tukak dash. Paolato resumed his attack first. The vision damaged by the flash cannon had already recovered. Every time Paolato fired his sword, afterimages were left everywhere. Don't worry about me. Focus only on your area. Hito was unable to properly block the sword energy that was scratching his entire body. Nevertheless, the reason I requested this was because I knew that Jean, who had lost the power of his light heart, was not as strong as before. There was no time to answer. Jean swatted away Paolito's sword energy that flew in front of his eyes. A half-moon-like sword energy poured down to the left and shattered, but the impact went all the way through Bradamanti's sword body and hit Jean. But that's no reason why you can beat me. You can't even run away from me with your body so weakened. Jean Runkendal. The sensation of bones and flesh bursting from the inside. It didn't actually explode. Even though the light heart lost its function, Runkendal's blessed body, which he had been training every day, was Jin's from the beginning. And also the will to move the body. Don't underestimate me, Paolito. There are people like you here who will not fade forever, even if they do not live for 10,000 years. That sounds really reasonable. But words have no power. If I want to overcome reality, I just have to have a power stronger than myself. Paolito crouched down and let Vascola hang down. Jean and his colleagues, who gathered all their strength and raised their swords to strike, naturally thought that Paolito was trying to spread his sword energy more violently in all directions. So he quickly deployed a protective shield and widened his eyes. But the sword that Paolito had just opened was not aimed at the group. Sword horse type. 1 meal of annihilation. Kadash. Paolito burst out in excitement and slashed at the sky. It was a confrontation between Ayula's shield and Talaris, which still covered most of the skies above the Holy Kingdom. The moment the annihilation attack unfolded, Jean and his colleagues had no choice but to raise their heads and check it out. A gigantic beast that has never been seen before and has never been recorded in history. The cross sword was dividing the sky into 4. The Annihilation Cham cast a sharp shadow not just on the great plains of Bellium but all the way to the Holy Kingdom's territorial waters. Kaaf! Murakan was screaming in shock. Even though the spiritual energy barrier that had been spread out in advance blocked the impact, it felt like the scales on my entire body were going to fall off. The Annihilation Strike did not even reach Murakan directly. What made Murakan scream now was the shock wave from the Annihilation Strike. Jean and his group instantly felt whiteness filling up before their eyes and reflexively put their swords into the ground. It was to withstand the force of the enormous storm that formed along with the destruction. However, the ground was collapsing under the force of Paolito's annihilation attack. It turned over like a sea struggling in a turbulent wave and flowed down like soft dough. My senses faded as if I had been thrown into a vacuum. The group called and searched for each other, but all they could see was a space that had turned completely white or black. Jean, Murakan, Hito, Dante. If it weren't for those with this much power, they would all have already disintegrated without a trace and scattered somewhere in the distorted space at this point. Ha! How much time has passed? Jean was finally able to hear his own voice. When I exhaled the breath I had been holding, it felt like blood was spraying out of my body like a thunderbolt. The hair on my head stood up, and my body became stiff. For example, Jean was defenseless for a moment. If Paolito had rushed in at that moment, he could never have been stopped, and he would have definitely lost his life. It was the same with my colleagues. Everyone lost consciousness for a moment. The good news was that Paolito couldn't find them in the meantime. Since he split the sky with just 2 sword strikes, he didn't have time to do anything else for a while. Whoa! Paolito took a breath and looked up at the sky where the destruction had passed. Ayula's protective shield, which had begun to completely collapse, was coming into his eyes darkened by madness. The shield was divided crosswise, and golden debris fell. Until just now, that power protected the Holy Kingdom through Ayula's will. Now the debris pouring down across the Holy Kingdom like heavy snow has become a disaster in itself. Thud dash! Thud dash! The fallen fragments struck the ground of the Holy Kingdom like a meteor that fell without being worn down, digging deep and destroying it. The building built by the citizens collapsed when the debris hit, and the people inside disappeared without a trace due to the heat and shock. Most of them were not even aware of the moment they died. In some ways, it would have been better to have ended that way. That's because there is no time to feel pain or sadness. Those who were lucky enough to escape the wreckage or were under the protective shield spread by the priests will have to experience the sight of people being randomly killed by golden debris everywhere. And as soon as Ayula's shield collapsed, the demons that had escaped through the crack began to descend on a large scale to the ground. It's time to return Jito's body. Kill all the humans you see. Pain will lead you to order. Today we will have the ground. Countless demons were rushing to the ground on the remains of the shield. They slaughtered ordinary humans easier than trampling on bugs. He grabbed the back of the neck of the person running away and tore off the head and stepped on the waist of the person who was sitting down and crushed it. Hell has opened in the Holy Kingdom. Ah! Since Jean was on the plains of Bellium, he could not see the scene with his own eyes. But I could tell even without looking. The sight of innocent people crying out for Ayula's name and then dying cruelly brings out the despair and pain that has descended on the Holy Kingdom and the horror of those who are being ravaged. It was coming. It was rushing in, tearing Jin's insides apart. It was clawing at Jean sharper and more fiercely than Paelito's sword, which had threatened his life the entire time. No torture can be more terrible than this. The trembling eyes felt like they were about to melt. Tears were welling up. But no matter how many tears you shed or how much you suffer, this despair will not be wet and hidden. And Paelito was seeing right through Jean. What the Bamul Alliance has always tried to protect first and foremost are ordinary people, and the Jinma world knows that very well. Jean Runkendal, I can clearly feel your trembling. But no matter how much I think about it, I can't understand it. Why is it not that precious? Are you so distressed by the death of bugs that have nothing to do with you? How dare you suffer as much as I did over losing Sakiel? Paelito's face was stained with bloody tears as he shouted. Then he spit out a handful of blood and covered his mouth. The poison of anger and loss was rising. Sakiel's death was a poison that could not be shaken off no matter how much one spit it out. Kiliak penetrated the inner self more accurately than Paelito himself. Paelito let out an empty laugh as he looked at the fresh blood in his palm and shook off his hand. I cannot admit that sadness. You shouldn't suffer because of something like this. The price you pay for killing Sakiel should be even more severe. Jean was listening to Paelito's voice through the cracks in the ground. Unlike Paelito, he did not cry. The only time I cried was after the fight was over. It had to be when no one could see him. The first thing Jean looked at was the communication device in his arms. Even though it was in a shell made of ancient iron, it showed signs of dents and damage here and there. It was in a state where it could not operate even after leaving the blocking area formed by Paelito. Murakan! Jean climbed over the gap and shouted. Immediately, Paelito's sword energy flew out, and Jean ducked down to check the locations of his colleagues. Dante and Hito were more than 1,000 steps away. They also started to move, but due to Paelito's magic and sword power, they could not easily approach the center of the battlefield. Murakan escaped the torn Reiki curtain, descended to Jean, and transformed into a human. You go to Songwangseong to apply. What? If Songwangseong falls now, they will have Jito's eyes. Talaris won't be okay either, so you have to go. Even if it's a situation where my combat influence is low because I can't engage in close combat due to aura blocking. I'll be there when you need to retreat. People are dying, but we can't fight while thinking about the future. Anyway, it's the same whether I'm pushed to Songwangseong and Jito's eyes are taken away or I'm killed by Paelito here. Damn it! If Ridalos and Vidlos are summoned together in that great rift or only Ridalos appears, then you can come back here. However, if only Vidlos is summoned, you will have to protect the castle at all costs. Ridalos, Trinak, Vidlos and the strongest demon kings in the Jinma world following Paelito. Among them, Lidalis was a member of Biceps. I think the summoning just finished, kid? Jean and Murakan looked up at the sky. Unfortunately, the only demon that escaped the Great Rift was Vidlos. As soon as the summoning was completed, Vidlos looked down at the great plains of Bellium and smiled. Oh my Paelito, are you hanging out with fun kids? Ah, you're the bastard who killed Sakiel. Even though it was a playful tone, the voice contained a power that resonated throughout the battlefield. Go and retrieve Jito's body, Vidlos. Aang, I want to bite too. But I can't touch your prey. Take your time and enjoy it. I will take good care of Jito's eyes. Padash. Vidlus spread his wings and flew across the dark sky. Hurry after him. Murakan gritted his teeth and transformed back into his true form and chased after Vidlus. At this speed, Vidlus would have reached the holy capital in an instant and killed Talaris and Rani. Don't die, kid. Jean didn't answer but held his sword tighter. Paolito was approaching. Grumbling. Sarah's runes engraved on Jin's body glowed and red flames soared. Although the power of heavy pressure could not be increased, the fierce flames instantly burned the demon energy that flocked to Jin. Even if the power is blocked, Jin is Jin and fire is fire. In fact, the fire of the Flame Emperor that Jin had inherited was shining brighter than ever. With a flash of fire, Jin rushed towards the approaching Paolito with a flash cannon hidden in his left hand. Even if I ended up getting pushed back, I had to rush in first. You could only create variables if you had at least a little bit of initiative. Only then could survival time be increased. I had to resume the battle, trusting my body's memories and reactions. The blade wrapped in flames split the veil of purple demonic energy. Paolito threw Bradamanti down and Jin continued his attack by rotating his body before the sword stuck in the ground. The two swords, one vertical and one horizontal, crossed each other and a roar erupted. For a split second, Jin didn't miss the smell of blood coming from Paolito. The smell of blood. Did he also suffer internal injuries when he unleashed that huge sword that shattered Ayula's shield? It was probably a weak regurgitation. It was not a human but a strong smell unique to demons, and it was clearly fresh blood that had just been spilled. The only demon fighting in the Great Plains of Bellium was Paolito, so it was his blood. The internal injuries did not dull Paolito's sword. It was just a small scratch on Keelongseong Fortress. But to Jin that fact came as hope. There may be several reasons why reflux occurs. He was brainwashed and used an excessive amount of power while his abilities were reduced, and due to Sakiel's death his inner self was engulfed in hatred and he became demonic. Demon Seonghwa. This is the fate suffered by those who rise to the top. It was highly likely that Paolito's regurgitation and internal injuries were the aftereffects of demonic fire. What accelerates demonization is emotion. Hatred, fear, attachment, obsession. All those emotions could turn a person who rose to prominence into a monster at any time. Paolito is falling into a state of despair. As soon as that confidence came to mind, Jin thought, the only way for Paolito to die now is if he gets drunk on Sima and destroys himself. It means that he and his colleagues will endure until Paolito commits suicide. Jin, Dante and Hito finally broke through Paolito's magic and reached the center of the battlefield again. The four swords were constantly mixing together, creating flashes of light. However, all the blood drops splashing and oxidizing in the air were red. While the three men's swords could not graze Paolito, Vascula often grazed them. Be persistent. Those who killed Sakiel continue to swing their swords persistently. That fact was disturbing Paolito's inner self. How many people have saved you from danger so far? I can't count. I'm hoping it will happen this time too. Wow! Jin fired a flash cannon and stabbed Paolito in the waist. Ift! I thought they had definitely set off a flash cannon. However, Paolito was already clenching Jin's left fist the moment he stretched out his arm. Pagagak dash. Q. The left hand holding the flash cannon was completely crushed. If Jin had panicked even a little at that moment and tried to pull away, his arm would have been torn off. Instead of falling back, Jin pressed closer to Paolito and stabbed Bradamanti with his neck. Paolito gave up on Jin's arm and stepped forward. Bradamanti brushed Paolito's cheek. At the same time, Dante and Hito also left cuts on his thigh and side respectively, but the wounds were too light to be the result of Jin's broken left hand. The magic power that formed a flash cannon flowed between the curled fingers. Jin created a new magical power in his left hand without even seeing it with his eyes. Anyway, when I had to hold the sword with both hands, I just had to use ice magic to forcibly fix it to the handle, and when I had to use magic like now, I didn't need grip strength. Of course, there was no blow at all, but it was fortunate that Paolito's best choice at that moment was with his left hand. If it was just one span closer, it would be the heart. But not like today. You will surely die to me. Just like before, it will slowly ravage each body one by one, and finally pierce the heart. Sword Horse Type 2 Meals of Destruction Cham. The group's pupils widened. Just like before, Paolito crouched down and exploded with energy. It seemed like he was defenseless for a moment, but the magical energy spread out like blades everywhere, and the group had no choice but to retreat. However, this time, the direction that Kianiolchim is heading towards is not the sky. The party expected that Paolito would launch an annihilation attack towards where the front camp was standing. The posture was like that. When a force so great as to destroy an annihilation is unleashed at once, even a Changxiang cannot easily change the predetermined path. This was especially true if the condition was in progress like Paolito's. Jean, Dante and Hito hurriedly fired sword energy. The intention was to somehow cause shock and make the trajectory of the destruction go astray even a little. But the next moment Jean realized. You weren't targeting me. No. Paolito just used a little trick. He took a stance toward Jean, but he did not aim at Jean from the beginning. The annihilation attack was heading towards Hito. Sa! Beep! Paolito's energy exploded and Jean and his group's bodies rose into the air. A head-splitting tinnitus struck and the group was instantly scattered in the multiple shock waves. Lord Hito! Lord Hito! Even if I screamed, I couldn't hear anything at all. My throat felt like it was filled with water and my vision became dark. Felt like my body was flowing like a swamp. Just like that, Jean and his colleagues lost consciousness for a moment again. When Jean and Dante came to their senses, the first sight they encountered was the trajectory of the destruction crash extending as endlessly as the horizon. If the first type of destruction strike tore the sky with 2 sword strikes, the second type cut the Great Plains of Bellium in 2 with a single sword. It cut in half not only the Great Plains but also all objects, terrain and life lying in a straight line behind it. The ugly wide open land could no longer be called the Great Plains. It had turned into a valley that was torn sharply and endlessly diagonally. In the meantime, the magic energy and lava contained within the heavenly destruction cham were mixed and erupting. They soared up to the sky and were scattered in all directions, but the land weakened by the destruction could not even withstand its weight and collapsed helplessly. And Hito was nowhere to be seen in that terrible landscape. There wasn't even a trace. I couldn't hear his voice and I couldn't feel his unique, powerful energy at all. I couldn't help but think that the heavenly destruction cham had swallowed him up. It looks like everyone didn't listen to me properly. You clearly said that your heart will be lost in the end. It's too convenient to be scattered like dust like this. I had to get my mind together. The 2 people aimed their swords at Paolito, erasing the anxiety rising in their hearts. Oh, since you haven't seen the body in person, do you think he's not dead? If so, keep denying it. That's not a bad thing for me either, Paolito said with a smile. He did not show any regurgitation reaction, unlike right after he first used the destruction cham. Jean and Dante couldn't tell whether it was forcibly hidden or not really there. I feel much more at ease now that I have decided how to kill you, Jean Runkendel. Jean was on fire again. It was judged that it was impossible to continue fighting properly without strengthening the body through fire. However, the accumulated shock so far was the problem. Jean is not immortal. He is neither invincible nor stronger than Paolito. Since all the powers of spiritual energy and brain energy were blocked, the gap was bound to widen. Maintaining one's power to the limit against an obviously stronger person naturally had side effects. Magic power also began to show symptoms of reflux. Blood was welling up from my mouth and nose. The power of the fire remains the same as before, but if it continues like this, it would not be surprising if the release of magic power suddenly breaks down. Dante stood next to Jean. Now it was meaningless for Dante to disturb Paolito's flanks and rear. I had to somehow stick with Jean and endure the battle. Jean, I will buy time somehow, so I can't tell you to leave. You see, that's because it's impossible anymore. We're both already pretty hurt. And I don't want that either. If I wanted to prepare for death that much, I wouldn't have sent Mirakan in the first place. Fighting spirit and tenacity. Even when compared to Paolito, he was the only one who did not lose out. And Dante suddenly had a strange feeling, as if some transcendent energy was pouring from the side of Jin's sweaty face. Just like the day my grandfather arrived at Changxiang. Actually, Jin didn't have that kind of energy right now. However, in the past, giants of the era such as Soren and Ron Talaris-Kiliak confirmed the same potential from Luna and from Jean, who began to make a name for himself in earnest. Luna Runkendal. Jean Runkendal is a person who has the potential to win against anyone in the world, no matter how strong the opponent is. That was exactly what Dante vaguely felt right now, although I didn't perceive it as accurately as they did. Dante is to the left. Lord Hito is not dead. Jean thought Dante had lost focus for a moment because of Lord Hito. Dante nodded and caught Paolato's sword energy flying to his right. I believe so too, but it was on the right. I checked to see if you were awake. You suddenly became dazed, which is unusual for you. No matter where I looked, there was only demon energy and lava. The two people stood with their backs to each other and gauged the direction in which Paolato would rush. I couldn't fight off all the demon energy that came rushing in like poison. If you swing your sword to push away demon energy, Paolito will attack directly at that moment, so you have to block it with a shield. Suddenly the flow of demonic energy began to change, as if forming a magic circle. Jean recognized that fact immediately. Get out of the shield! As soon as Jean shouted, Magi instantly covered the two people's protective shield with a magic circle. At first glance, the form of the magic circle was a dark world. Among them, the runes meaning curse were emitting a deep purple color. The two escaped the shield before the curse was fully formed, but at the last moment their left shoulder and right ankle respectively were caught in the curse wave. The name of the curse is Bizarro's Mockery. The effect was forced aging of the subject. For the first time since returning, Jean felt the curse penetrating his body. Vascula even ignored the Soderet's power curse immunity. Jean shuddered at the sensation of sudden loss of strength in his left arm. Even so, the fist is already broken and weakened. Due to aging, I felt like I couldn't use my left arm at all. Forced aging was a curse that could only be realized when Ulta, the god of time, appeared in person. This means that Paolato has at least the same level of power as the manifested Ulta, and that includes the power over time. Even if Paolato is a Changxiang, he cannot be equal to Ulta in terms of the power of time. Perhaps this curse is the ability of the sword he uses. The sword he uses, Vascula, has the ability to block powers. That's how Orgel explained Vascula to Jean right after being defeated by Paolato. But in reality, Vascula was not a sword that only had the ability to seal power. He also has the ability to use powers that have been completely sealed with Vascula at least once. There was a demon god named Vizarro. He was a being who made demons who wanted death grow old. But he too dared to stand against Jito and was sealed with this sword. Paolato made eye contact with Jean. You and your godly power will also be sealed in Vascula today, so you had better get used to the feeling of aging. It seems like Bizarro's resentment contained in the sword is very kind to you. For example, Paolato was a warrior who reached the level of creativity and was able to freely manipulate the power of numerous gods and transcendence that he cut with Vascula in the process. Jinma world is the best. This was the reason why there was no disagreement about its majesty. Kahak! Dante blocked Paolato's blow and took a step back. Originally, I had no choice but to block it because the attack came at a speed that I could have narrowly avoided and because my right leg was aging. The reaction was noticeably slower. Thanks to the magic he received from Ron, Dante became the strongest of all strong bodies, but aging was inevitable. It felt like I was shackled, and it was difficult to move, and my ankle bones rattled every time I hit the ground. If it were an ordinary curse, it would be reversible, but in general, a curse can be extinguished by killing the caster or using a lifting ceremony. Alternatively, there was a way to hit the object that manifested the curse. But since the physical manifestation has already progressed this far, I probably have no choice but to give up the arm. Even if you lose an arm or a leg, you just have to be able to fight. It doesn't matter as long as I can fight without falling down until my whole body crumbles and disappears. Jean and Dante made their determination like that. Paolato was deliberately continuing his offensive at a speed that Dante could not avoid but could only block. To make Jean suffer. To make you feel helpless that you cannot stop yourself even though your friend is dying next to you, and to feel a sense of self-destruction as your barely extended sword flutters through the air. But Dante didn't want Jean to save him. As I went into battle today, I never thought about that even for a single moment. It was always like that. From the day Jean saved me from Jiam Wangxiang. No, from the time we first met and became friends at the Cosmos competition hall. Dante always had the determination that one day he might die fighting alongside Jean. Because he and Jean were always walking down a path that required them to overcome dangerous battles. You're doing such a petty thing, Paolito. If I did this, did you think Jean would make a fuss and say he would save me? Did you think he was going to run wild and scream my name? You're welcome. We were prepared to die. Even if we die together here, there is no way only one will survive. Swadash. Dante's dragon sword armor gave off an even stronger light. Paolito widened the distance and fired his sword energy. I'm not afraid of dying together. So if you really want to see Jean suffer, you will have to kill me, the Emperor of the Empire, first. No matter how strong you are, if you keep toying with us like this, you won't be able to avoid disaster. You probably know best. Dante's words are not just words of fighting spirit and spirit. Jean continued to calmly aim for Paolito's rear while Dante was being pressured. Paolito was unable to fully respond to the checks due to controlling his strength. And Bradamanti sometimes dug into some part of his body. Of course, all of them were just minor wounds that could not affect the general trend. However, in a fight between those who reach this level, each wound becomes fatal with a difference of just a piece of paper. No unmanned person in the world can fight two people in a moderately enjoyable manner. Even the swords of those who had reached the limit were becoming sharper, which meant that Paolito himself was giving up his life. The area that Jean and Dante have reached is also one that cannot be ignored even if it is Changxiang. Or is he so consumed with anger that he can't even tell? Maybe it's because of your brainwashing, but you're definitely different from the Changxiangs we've seen so far. They certainly would not have let down their guard or wavered even for a moment against us. Sus dash. Once again, the demon energy was forming a curse. In addition to Bizarro's taunts that aged the two, it was another demon's curse called Tsuzak. Jean and Dante completely avoided Bizarro's taunts, but the same areas were exposed to Tsuzak's curse as before. Tsuzak was known as the most powerful demon god before Jito, and the demons of the true demon world called him the plague god. Bubbling. In an instant, the flesh of the two people touched by Tsuzak's curse continued to boil. Literally, the flesh was crushed in an instant and was bubbling like lava. The blisters swelled to the size of fists and burst, and each time the two had no choice but to grit their teeth. Plague, like aging, did not only affect the area it directly touched. It is trying to encroach upon the entire body like water seeping in. Of course, the strong bodies of the two people did not easily allow the plague to build up. Auras were exploding like crazy inside his body, blocking the encroachment of the plague. However, his physical strength would inevitably drop that much faster, and the plague would engulf his entire body. You should threaten me at least once before saying such things, King of Ints. Yes, I admit that you guys are strong enough. But that's it. Do you know how many times I have defeated beings as strong as you during my long life? Even they were afraid of me and did not dare to reach out to Sakiel. It seemed as if the malice in Paolito's eyes would materialize at any moment and attack the two of them. In reality, Jean and Dante were seeing the illusion. A huge dark shadow of malice was staring down at them. You took so much from me? Paolito said, closing his eyes. Meanwhile, Jean took a moment to judge what he could do right away. The first thing he did was reduce the magic power consumed by fire. It did not completely cancel the fire, but only the minimum maintenance power was left. Then he placed the ice seal learned from Valeria on Dante's aging and rotting right ankle. As the transparent cold enveloped Dante's ankles, the progress of the plague was clearly slowed down. It almost seemed like it had stopped. If you do this, you will be able to move more naturally than before. If I'm lucky, I might be able to get treatment after killing that guy. Suddenly, soon Jean cut his left arm with Bradamanti. The left arm, which had turned as black as charcoal, fell to the floor and broke apart. Jean? I'm not in a state where I can maintain two seals. It would be better for me to lose my arm than for you to lose your leg. If you're stranded, there really is no answer. The plague that had clung to Jin's left arm could no longer penetrate Jin's body. Jean froze the affected area and held the sword with one hand. The hard eyes were shining. Dante swallowed the words welling up in his throat and gathered his strength. Because you cannot fight the enemy if you are shaken by your emotions. You look better than before, Jean Runkendall. Is that so? Well, in its own way, you could say it's the next best solution. Even though you will end up losing all your limbs that way. If I lose my arm and become weak, I cannot be called the king of fighting, and if I cannot overcome a desperate crisis, I am not worthy of becoming the head of Runkendall. Also, if you are afraid of losing your legs in a fight, you cannot be called the Emperor of Swords. Jean smiled at Paolito. So this is a better view, Paolito Belgasium. You saw it correctly. The fire, which had subsided further, glowed quietly. Paolito actually felt that Jean and Dante had become more solid. The crisis is bringing out something buried within their bodies and insides. That wasn't surprising. Monsters that are cornered tend to shed their skin once again. This was something I often experienced in the past when dealing with strong enemies. And Paolito has never lost a match like this. I've never lost a chance to win, and I've never let my guard down and shaken someone's hand. I will do the same this time, Sakiel. Paolito stretched Vascula forward. At the same time, the nether sword unfolded, and the two rushed at him before their senses faded. Bradamanti and Rashid's sword skills were spread diagonally. The sword energy was aimed at Paolito's heart, and he screamed his spirit, grabbing the sword energy with his bare hands. Then he scattered the sword energy in his grasp in all directions, distorting the trajectory of the two people, and then stabbed the sword into Dante's neck. Dante will be struck out. Paolito expected so. Since it hit the square exactly, there would be no way to avoid it. As expected, Dante could not avoid Paolito's stab. However, Dante did not just block Bascula, but the moment Rashid and Bascula collided, he dropped his sword and grabbed Bascula with his palms as if clapping his hands. Paolito didn't panic and tried to cut Dante in half, but Jin's sword was too close. In the end, Paolito was unable to cut Dante down. As soon as he gave up on himself, Dante let go of Vascula and exploded his dragon sword armor. A piece of sharp ore fragment splattered from the dragon sword armor grazed Paolito's face. Paolito turned around and swung his sword down, blocking Jin's single sword strike. Jin, whose posture was so low that his face almost fell to the ground, was smiling. I am grateful to you for one thing, Paolito. Thanks to you, I feel stronger for the first time in a long time. Whoa! Baradin took a breath and looked down. He stood in the middle of the protective shield he had created over all of Draca. Ash blew around the shield like a thick sand wind. These were the corpses of demons who had died from Baradin's magic. Although all the wizards of the Ziffel family took part in the defensive battle, he practically single-handedly annihilated the demons that invaded Draca. Hugh Zippel's leaders and highest-ranking wizards, including Satrin, only dealt with demons that occasionally broke through the shield. Thanks to this, even though a metastatic rift of that size was open, none of the citizens of Draca were harmed. Among the general public there were no injuries or even deaths. However, Baradin did not seem satisfied at all. Rather, his narrowed eyebrows were trembling, as if he was having trouble controlling his anger. Thank you for your hard work, ma'am. Satrin climbed above the shield and stood next to Baradin. She watched Baradin for a while. Are you okay, matriarch? What happened to Barkel Burrow and other areas that were invaded? We are still checking, but there is no area as completely defended as Draca. As first reported, the kingdom of Feline suffered damage that was virtually annihilated, and it is estimated that in Barkel Burrow there were over 100,000 casualties along with about 100,000 federal wizards. And the rest. Satrin continued reporting for a while. Each time Baradin's expression grew darker. Keliak's anger is indescribably unpleasant. Yes. I thought I had completely erased his shadow. I erased the shadow. As he said, Baradin had been thinking that his jeep was becoming much more powerful than Keliak's jeep. He said that he clearly possesses greater magic and ruling power than Keliak. However, my confidence was weakening after reading the fire left behind by the demons who had escaped through the crack and must have become Keliak's minions. Keliak Ziffel has become stronger. He may have become the first magician to create since Rial Ziffel. What would have happened if it had been Kiliak who had put up the protective shield, not him? It was that assumption that disturbed Baradin. No matter how much I thought about it, it seemed like the current Kiliak would have blocked not only Draka but also the most important nearby districts without any damage. Of course, if Alona had been sent into battle, Baradin could have achieved better results than that. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I couldn't overcome Kiliak yet without her power. I never thought that disgusting god would not give up on Kiliak until the end. It is clear that there has been a complete fusion. Anger welled up in my chest like a fireball. Now Baradin was going through a mental breakdown. I regretted not being able to completely suffocate Kiliak at the Tower of Stories that day. Ugh! Suddenly Baradin grabbed his head. This was a phenomenon that sometimes occurred when the side effects of mental manipulation were at their peak. Magic flow back. It's a sign of a runaway. Just as the embarrassed Satron was trying to think of a solution, a Zippel small ship was seen descending. It was a small ship that hurriedly flew from the tower in the story of Jeep's first magic tower. House owner! Alona shouted as she descended into the shield. Baradin didn't even understand her voice and reflexively stretched out his hand. It had eyes full of madness. However, Alona dissipated the magic in Hrothai with one hand and carefully wrapped his shoulder around him. Ha ha ha! After a while, Baradin, engulfed by Alona's magic, let out a rough breath and came to his senses. My whole body was wet with sweat. It's okay, ma'am. Didn't I say I would protect the head of the family? Alona, you look ugly. No. It's probably because of the magic power of the Kiliak Zippel. I suddenly felt a terrible magical energy coming from Draka, so I ran. Alona was sitting quietly at the Tower of Stories and accurately read the magic of Kiliak that had spread to the distant Draka. Satron was once again amazed at that ability and thought about what it meant to reach the top. Alona then gathered Kiliak's firearm that was attached to Baradin's body into the air. It was a lump of fire so red that it seemed foreign. Only after it left Baradin's body was he able to exhale lightly. This is an old curse used by those who control fire. Curse? The curse fire is a curse that the avatar Shenu once tried to teach me. It has the effect of amplifying the psychic energy and turning the target into a beast full of murderous intent. Alona clenched her fist and extinguished the curse fire. It is also an especially effective curse against Changxiang or those equivalent to him. I have not experienced it, but everyone who goes through that period is exposed to the mind, so no matter how good their senses are, they will not be able to distinguish it from a curse. Therefore, the fire of curse is the most dangerous curse for those who go through the stage of Sima. However, there were many restrictions on its use and a limit on the number of times it could be used. Then I almost got cursed. Thank you, Alona. I'm just glad I wasn't late. However, the head of the family must rest with me for a few days from now. You are not safe until I find and destroy every remnant of the curse. How many days? No, then I can't go directly to the Holy Kingdom right now. Hood! Baradin spat out a handful of black blood. Kiliak, I got a good punch from that old monster. I felt an insane sense of discomfort as if I was standing on top of Kiliak's giant palm. By now Kiliak must have been smiling somewhere in the true demon realm. If you go to the Holy Kingdom alone, now the head of the family will definitely die. Even the family's old friends who would be fighting against Paelito in full force will not be able to withstand it. Phew! To what extent are you aware of the battlefield situation in the Holy Kingdom? It's serious. The map is changing in real time and Paelito's magic power is gradually amplifying. If things continue like this, it's going so fast that it could soon engulf the entire Holy Kingdom. Then the forces of royalty that are currently fighting in the Holy Kingdom. The tower calculated that they would be defeated. However, the tower's calculations are still unstable, and perhaps that's why most of the recent calculations related to the Jinma realm are wrong. The tower made wrong calculations in both the Grosh Castle strategy and this invasion of Draka. Alona made eye contact with Baradin. His eyes, which had just almost fallen into a state of despair, were not as cold as usual. There was suppressed anger and madness. And it seemed like he was vaguely worried and anxious about something. No, it was clearly visible. although Baradin himself did not know he could recognize Alona. There was a time in the past when I was struggling through the world with the same eyes as him. Felt like I was looking at myself back then in the mirror. What are you worried about, matriarch? The mind that is confused by the Sema is bringing out something buried inside the head of the family. Maybe it's fear of Kiliak Ziffel? Or worry about Jin Runkendal and Dante Hiron? Fear of my friend's death? It was unclear what exactly was contained in Baradin's shaking eyes. The only thing that is clear is that Baradin is very afraid right now. Whatever it is, someday I will find what the matriarch forgot. Just as the matriarch came back into the world and gave new meaning to the lonely me, just as she cherished me even though I was a monster. The moment she made that determination, a vague memory flashed through Alona's mind. It felt like someone had hugged him who was like Baradin now. What do you think, Alona? Do you agree with the tower's calculations? Honestly, when Paolito woke up, it was me and Runkendal's matriarch, and two other beings whose identities I still don't know clearly. Except for them, no one thought they could stop the demon. Has that changed your mind? I'm sorry, matriarch. I'm not sure. No, don't say that. But let me tell you, I have a feeling that something huge is about to awaken in the Holy Kingdom. Just like when the energy of Soren Runkendal was transmitted from the Black Sea just before Moby Dick returned to Runkendal. Baradin and Satran's eyes widened. If that's what you said, Jean Runkendal could rise to the top during the battle like the previous Sword Emperor? That will be a future that not even AZ Mill can know. Creativity is unpredictable and is a force that can twist any fate. However, the energy I felt was very dark. It's dark. For a moment, Baradin imagined Jean climbing the castle. I didn't think that moment could possibly be dark. That was a far cry from the actions shown by the person named Jean Runkendal. In that case, it is possible that Jito's body, which is kept by Songuk, may appear not Jin's. If that's the case, it's sure to be dark, just as Alona said. Baradin answered in a somewhat weak voice. Paolito Belgasium may unlock another power. What is clear is that whatever is waking up in the Holy Kingdom right now, I and the Headlord cannot see it directly. Either the Bamul Alliance will be destroyed or they will be able to protect the Holy Kingdom. We can deal with anything only after the fight is over. Baradin nodded heavily. Alona said this, but there was no need to go to the Holy Kingdom with a cursed body. From the beginning, the best outcome from Zippel's point of view was for the best forces of the Bamul Alliance and Jinma world to face mutual destruction together in the Holy Kingdom. The result was somehow not very pleasant. Maybe it's because of the curse that I've become sentimental, but strangely I feel like it would be nice if Jean Runkendal and Dante Hiron didn't die. Baradin quickly erased that thought and grabbed Alona's hand. Let's go down to your home first, Alona. I was careless and kept Alona in this chaotic battlefield for too long. The former capital of the Empire, Hylon Second Province. The Great Rift was opening not only in Draka but also in all the major bases of the royal powers. Currently, Luna and Runtia were filling Dante's vacancy. Fortunately, we were able to put an end to it before the civilian casualties increased. Runtia looked up at the sky and said, "Just a few minutes ago, cracks in the Jinma realm were filling the sky. The two people had completely destroyed all the cracks before the demons were summoned in earnest. Wherever the crack opened, a huge trace of red sword and brotherhood remained. In particular, the red sword energy was still glowing as thickly as at first, devouring the corpses of demons, and demons spread throughout the area. Sister, aren't you overdoing it? You used to get tired if you used a lot of red sword techniques because of the limit on the number of times," Runtia said, looking at Luna's expression. In fact, there was no sign of fatigue at all, but the atmosphere of the water was somehow dark. "No, I'm not tired." "Then, I'm feeling tight in my chest." Luna's pupils narrowed. She was overcome by an ominous intuition throughout the battle. "Are you worried about the youngest?" "Yes. I think this time it will be a strong enemy that the youngest cannot overcome." In fact, Luna was vaguely feeling Paolito's power, just as Alona read his power. That power is infinitely dark and enormous, just like the kings of the Black Sea who experienced it during the expedition. "If you say that, you must have felt something." "Okay. Leave this to me and you go to Songuk," Runtia said. pointing to the new great rifts that had begun to open in the distant sky. But Luna shook her head. No, I will continue to take charge of this place. It's up to you to apply. A firm voice. Of course, Luna was worried about Jean more than anyone else. I wanted to run to help my youngest child right away. However, so Jaju gave orders to protect the Empire. Therefore, even if support was provided, it was right for the person who could better carry out the order alone to remain in the Empire, and that was clearly Luna. Runtia did not complain. There was no way the riders did not know the laws of Runkendal. Okay, then I will return to the main station immediately and link up with Lord Sogung. Choose someone to take my place and send them here. Luna held Krantil high. The red sword energy that colored the sky began to swirl and gather towards Krantil's sword body. Yes, Runtia, please. I'll move on as soon as this is sorted out. Song Wangsong. A golden protective shield surrounded the castle. It was a protective shield formed by Rani and the priests by collecting the energy of Ayula, which Paolito destroyed. Ha ha ha! The Holy King Rani was kneeling in front of the iron door of the Bangkila Eternal Storehouse, the lowest level underground in the Holy City, and was raising her divine power. The bright yellow sacred power and the chill of the deep ice created by Talaris were filling the lowest level. This was to prevent Jito's energy from trying to break through the iron door and come out. Purple demonic energy was creeping through the gap in the iron door, which originally could not fit even a piece of paper. The one that emits magical energy is Jito's eyes sealed in the deepest part of the eternal warehouse. There is a limit to what I can endure alone. The monster's eyes were waiting for the moment when the queen fell. Talaris had gone outside as soon as Paolito began the invasion. At first, we tried to block Paolito's advance by striking a confrontation, but now we had to stop Vidlus. Quang! Cracked. Suddenly, a heavy explosion and vibration came from outside the castle. Rani gritted her teeth, meaning that the enemies had already breached the castle's protective shield. A drop of blood flowed from between the lips. Already? No, too fast. The vibrations were rapidly getting stronger. Due to the shaking axis, a gap in the iron gate suddenly widened, and the demonic energy stirred through it. Outside, the situation was even worse than Rani felt right now. Oh my, look at them. Did you think that you could stop this Vidlus by collecting the remnants of Ayula's shield? Dream big. Dream big. Teeth. A thick purple ray of light was shooting out from Vidlus' grasp. Every time she lightly stretched out her hand, a huge crack appeared in the castle's protective shield. Vidlus of destruction. In the Jinma world, she was a being that symbolized destruction itself. Vidlus fired a beam of light, paying no heed to his subordinates rushing towards the broken part of the shield. Even after seeing their allies die at the hands of Vidlus, the demon army continued to penetrate the protective shield without hesitation. There were no sightings of the subjects on the streets. Everyone had already evacuated to an underground bomb shelter or inside the castle. The holy knights themselves became a barrier and surrounded the holy castle. In the middle, Talaris glared at Vidlus. Talaris' face showed no composure at all. He had already used up too much of his strength in fighting against Jito's energy. You must be the queen there, right? It worked. I was only trying to get Jito's body back, but I think I can take Manbing as well. You are full of confidence. By the way, demons, the Bamul Union has never been unable to withstand a moment like this. You'd better come in relaxed. Ahaha. Really? It looks like they trust the guys fighting Paolito, but they'll soon be behind us. The match is actually already over. Let's see. Okay, that would be better. Vidlus licked his lips and looked down at the land far to the left of Talaris. Below it was one of the bomb shelters. Then the moment a purple ray of light fell into the shelter, Talaris threw herself and fired white sword energy. The moment the sword energy cut the beam of light, Vidlus was already standing right in front of Talaris. Tisk! Vidlus' fist collided with Manbing. Ha! It's a bit disappointing, huh? If you hadn't gotten tired beforehand, you could have had a pretty fun fight. It tastes so bad now. Can the souls who fell into hell or the underground bastards who live on food discuss taste? Just stop talking nonsense and wipe the blood flowing down your cheek. Vidalus was shocked and touched her right cheek. Blood chilled by the cold was flowing. Oh! When on Earth? I had no feeling at all. I heard he was one of the strongest men on Earth a generation ago, so it wasn't just an illusion. As soon as I wiped away the blood, the wound healed. At that moment, the ground in the direction of the bomb shelter that Vidalus had initially targeted exploded. But you didn't protect the humans hiding over there either. Do you think a little less than 1,000 people died in the explosion just now? Talaris' eyes twitched. Vidalus had already figured out the locations of all the bomb shelters under the ground. Talaris made a quick decision. All holy knights go into the castle and protect the Holy King. It is impossible to fight while protecting your subjects. Also, the holy knights could not be a threat to Vidalus at all. Rather, it will be a hindrance. Ayula will be with you, Queen. Even if you see your subjects being massacred before your eyes, be sure to follow the commands of the Queen Mother. There is no one among us who can look at the situation more objectively than he can. The holy knights entered the castle, remembering Rani's orders. The situation of having to ignore the deaths of his subjects was indescribably terrible, but it could not be helped. All they could do was watch over Rani and pray. Even during that brief conversation, Vidalus blew up 2 more bomb shelters. He was leisurely massacring his subjects and putting pressure on Talaris. Honestly, killing humans isn't that fun, but watching your face fight as if nothing happened is quite a pleasure. So please act harder. It's exciting. Every time I blocked Vidalus' fist, it felt like my internal injuries were going to burst. Talaris, exhausted, was inevitably inferior in almost every way, until Murakan arrived. TCH, have you followed me already? Vidalus suddenly felt darkness everywhere and wrapped himself in a protective shield. Darkness has arrived. The spiritual energy that rose like a tidal wave in the darkness was covering Vidalus. Are you okay, Talaris? Not yet. I was a little late because I had to deal with those demon subordinates. What about Jean and Jiamwang? Murakan did not answer. Talaris knew how heavy it was for the guardian dragon to leave a contractor in danger and come to save others. That was the most terrible resolution a guardian dragon could have. You were feeling it too, right? More demons are coming from all directions. I'll protect you, so just focus on attacking. Dig in somehow and put an end to it. Talaris nodded. Even if Murakan came, it was her responsibility to put an end to Vidalus' breathing. Vidalus narrowly escaped the darkness of the coming of darkness and formed a beam of light again. And the moment the purple ray left the palm, Murakan had to roar and unleash his spiritual energy to its maximum. The coming of darkness expanded rapidly, blocking the energy rushing into the holy city. 2 gigantic forces, spiritual energy and demonic energy that could be called islands, were pushing each other and making a roaring sound. The power that now struck the coming of darkness was not Vidalus' ray. Paolito's sword skills end here. The 3rd annihilation attack was Paolito's sword technique. After Murakan began chasing Vidalus, Paolito also pushed Jean and Dante out of the plains of Bellium, getting closer to the castle. Of course, even if they got close, it was never within the range that anyone but Changxiang could shoot sword energy at. After a while, the shock from the 2 forces subsided. Murakan and Talaris looked into the distance beyond the crack of darkness in front of them. There was a hemisphere similar to the wall of death that Sakiel had spread during the battle to conquer Grosh Castle. Jean and Dante are standing against Paolito there. Where are you looking, guys? No matter how shocking the destruction of heaven is, you can't ignore me like this. Vidalus clenched his fists, showing a very unpleasant expression. As far as destructive power goes, I'm not that far behind the sword demon type. I'm hurt, so let's just end it quickly. Soon, Vidalus' strike penetrated the layered spiritual energy curtain and struck directly at the holy city. With that blow, all the buildings of the holy capital that appeared on the ground became particles. If Rani had not been in the eternal warehouse on the lowest level, she would have definitely met death. Every one of the holy knights who entered the castle to protect her died. Murakan and Talaris looked back. It was not because of the shock of the castle collapsing and the annihilation of the holy knights. Turning your back on a strong person like Vidlus is suicidal. However, the reason they looked back was because of the energy of Jito, which had begun to rise rapidly from underneath the collapsed castle. It was the moment when the eyes that Jito had been searching for so long were finally released from their seal. The land where Songwangsong was located instantly turned into crushed bones. Sharp purple magical energy that looked like a belt surged out from between the ugly gaps. There were hundreds of stems. They moved like fingers and roughly tore the open ground. Kigigigigigigigigi. A creepy sound was heard as if misaligned bones were being forcibly put together. At first glance, it looked like a purple sea was spreading beneath the ground. The sea of pain that could gnaw away the spirit of the target just by encountering it was wide open. Religious guy. It was clear that even the space where the Yangwon warehouse was had already been encroached upon by demonic energy. That meant Ronnie's chances of survival were extremely slim. The Holy Kingdom was falling into ruin. More than 70% of the territory is being attacked indiscriminately, and the capital city has just disappeared without a trace. Now, even if this war ends with the victory of the Baemul Alliance, the damage is irreversible. Black Dragon Murakan, you too live up to your name, don't you? I never thought it would block my power this much. Even so, the castle has been reduced to dust, and the body of Mr. Jito, whom you dared to capture, has awakened. Now is not the time to be distressed by Ronnie's death. Murakan's eyes were shining colder and harder than ever. There were many people still alive in Songguk. At least one more person had to be protected. Murakan's mission was still that. That was the only reason he left Jean behind and flew to Songwangsong. Talaris read Murakan's will as he unfolded his curtain in the sky again. She took a deep breath and gently held the sword. I decided not to use any techniques that would put too much strain on my tired body. We also decided not to directly block such attacks from the enemy, because he said that Murakan would protect him. Murakan was not even letting out a breath to Vidlus. It didn't attack with darkness or black chains either. He was only focused on protecting his colleagues and people. Oh, Bigungju's mood has changed a bit? Is this some sort of trump card? If it is a pure close combat, not a fight influenced by size of strength or power, there is only one person in this world who can beat me. What? So you should have inflicted fatal wounds on me before Murakan came, Vidlus. Ha ha ha. All of the purple rays that flew towards Talaris were blocked by the aura curtain. Talaris began to rush in without even being aware of Vidlus' long-distance check. How can Murakan protect the queen so perfectly? It was something completely unexpected for Vidlus. He was convinced that, at best, providing some level of cover was the limit. While Talaris narrowed the distance to over 100 steps, Vidlus' rays and aura never once threatened Talaris. Vidlus is not Changxiang. Therefore, in order to pierce Murakan's spiritual energy after completing his determination, he also had to do something. Murakan's will could never be undermined by his arrogant attitude and gaze. Talaris' sword, which had already closed the distance, pierced Vidlus' chest. Vidlus reacted immediately, throwing out his fist and exploding magical energy in all directions. The goal is to shake off Talaris again. However, Talaris did not even need to dodge the demon energy that exploded right in front of her. The spiritual energy imbued with Talaris' shadow was protecting her. Vidlus sighed. They should have kept their distance, but Talaris was actually closer and swinging his sword. Man Bing only felt an incredibly faint chill. Therefore, although it could not cause any damage by itself, it was the sword itself that made Vidlus cold. The queen's sword keeps going deeper than I expected. If you think you've dodged it, you're in it, and if you're sure you've hit it, it's an illusion. Infinitely sharp. That's how Vidlus felt about Talaris' sword. Even though the power contained in the sword was clearly not enough to tear through his own flesh, he was unable to willingly give up his body and fight. Therefore, it was Vidlus who was trying to keep increasing the distance. If you stick to it, it feels like you'll be cut deep somewhere, and Murakan blocks all long-distance attacks, making the battle frustrating. But anyway, a tired body is bound to break down further over time. Besides, Murakan won't be able to care about the queen forever. However, time was clearly on the Jinma realm's side. Jito's newly awakened eye has not yet attacked them as it is taking shape. But the moment it is completed, it will tear apart Muraken's veil. Besides, Piloto will soon kill them and join us. So there is no need to make any awkward moves. 5 minutes at most. In Vidlus's view, there was only so much time that Muraken and Talaris could gain a slight advantage. There was absolutely no chance of him being fatally injured or dying in it. I have a good feeling. I thought you were just an arrogant fool. Yeah, you're angry, right? I thought something would happen if I just fought back. But they won't do that. By the way, your black dragon is very patient. Talaris looked around. The energy of Jito, who was released at the site of Songwangsarong Fortress, was becoming stronger. Purple bands appeared to be scattered throughout the vast expanse of Muraken's spiritual banner. Muraken didn't even moan, but Vidlus knew how terrible the pain was. Jito's true energy is able to withstand the pain that penetrates my entire body. I think Jito will be able to enjoy that for quite some time in the future. Muraken did not respond but continued to concentrate. It was possible to avoid Jito's energy. However, if you do not handle it yourself, the places where the purple bands will go are the people who need to be protected. In the end, fighting and protecting something against those who only want to destroy, steal, and trample on, it had to be like this. If you are not overwhelmingly stronger than your enemy, you must continue to be at a disadvantage. Muraken's scales were shaking and falling off one by one. All the fallen scales turned purple and flowed into the source of the band. Jito's eyes were taking away Muraken's power. If this continues, permanent damage will begin within 10 minutes. It wasn't scary. Also, even if I lost my strength like before, I just had to recover it step by step. Anyway, Jin is no longer weak enough to not be without his protection. However, what was putting Muraken under pressure now was Zito's eyes taking shape. Even though I didn't know the exact power and ability of Zito's eyes, my instincts were speaking. That's definitely dangerous. You only get one chance. We must completely liberate the spiritual energy and unfold the true darkness. Even if I succeed, I will have to recuperate for about 500 years. Muraken made a decision. Maybe we should go beyond recuperation and fall into a long sleep like 1,000 years ago. But it was better than losing everything Jin tried to protect. Muraken thought so. It must be difficult to say goodbye, strawberry pie. The moment Muraken thought that far, suddenly, the bands rising into the sky were seen breaking and falling. The thing that cut off the bands was Charles, a rapier. Sorry for being late, Muraken. Runtia had just overcome Piloto's demonic power and arrived in the Holy Kingdom. As soon as she entered the skies of the Holy Kingdom, she cut down the bands on all sides of the spiritual energy tent and threw them away. Are you okay? What about the youngest? Runtia didn't ask anything. Even though Jin and Muraken were separated anyway, there was only one reason why Muraken did not shout to save Jin first. It seems that Lord Soga has ordered us to protect the Holy Kingdom. I will execute it. Luna's request to please take care of Jin did not take precedence over Sagaju's absolute command. It was already a car that I didn't have enough hands on. Did you come alone? Yes, but many superhumans, including the first rider, are scheduled to join as soon as the defense of the base is completed. I guess that's what I need to cut down. Runtia aimed at the ground where Charlo Zito's energy was surging. Hey, is that your friend? I know, how dare you talk about cutting something. Ugh. Manbing brushed Vidlus's neck. Then you seem to have forgotten who you are dealing with. I will imprint it again, and it will be your last memory. Runtia did not even look towards Vidlus and Talaris. It wasn't because I was ignoring him, it was because I trusted Talaris. If it was that type of close combat, there was no way she would lose to Vidlus. Also, I didn't have time to look at them. From the moment she looked directly into Jito's eyes, Runtia also began to be overcome by pain similar to Muraken. I'll just collect myself for a moment and focus on the queen, so don't overdo it until then. I understand, Muraken. Did you say earlier that you felt stronger for the first time in a long time? Piloto said as he approached the fallen Jin. Jin hurriedly got up, but Piloto had no intention of killing Jin right away. Anyway, There were already several opportunities to finish off Jean and Dante, but Paolito kept them alive. To make the end more painful. You probably still don't feel that way. This is the gap in destiny, Jean Runkendall. Paolito turned his head and looked far to the left for a moment. Due to the shock of the third annihilation, Dante flew to a forest further away and fainted. It looks like your friend is running out of strength. You don't have much left. Paolito flew his sword towards the forest where Dante fell. Jean had no power to stop it. The black energy swept through the entire forest like a typhoon, then disappeared into dots. Neither Dante nor Lord Hito can die like that. Think what you like. But contrary to what you say, you have a pretty nice face. I feel sad. And you know that they are actually dead. In fact, Dante's energy, which was slightly felt after the sword energy had just passed, had disappeared. All of the subjects hiding in the forest also lost their lives. Jean could feel everything as vividly as if it had happened right in front of his eyes. Jean himself was not aware of it, but he was shedding tears. I haven't found one answer for you yet. Why are you so sad? I don't know about Dante Hiron and the fragments of the old order, but the other humans I killed today are not very important to you. You were shuddering at their deaths earlier. Because I have responsibilities. Responsibility? I heard the answer earlier, that there is no reason for unrelated bugs to be sacrificed in the fight between those with power. That's not enough. There must be another reason for you. Paolito saw clearly. The heavy feeling that tormented Jean was the guilt of being a returner. So now tell the truth. Then I won't kill any more helpless bugs today. If I tell the truth, I will no longer kill helpless people. Jean didn't believe Paolito's words. It's the truth. Jean took a deep breath while aiming his sword at Paolito. Because I had lost almost all my strength, it felt like my sword would tremble if I lost concentration even just a little. Good night. But before I answer, I'd like to ask you one question. Wow. Paolito once again flew his sword towards the outside of the battlefield. Just as it had destroyed the forest where Dante was just now, that sword energy would have also decimated the innocent people who were barely able to hide. I'm the only one asking questions. Because of your nonsense, just now more than 1,000 bugs have died. The tears flowing down Jin's cheeks were drying. Blood, sweat, ashes, and tears mixed together, leaving a dark mark. It was a pain that I could never forget and should not forget. Be heavy. I couldn't breathe because my exhausted body was heavy, and the guilt of not being able to prevent people's deaths was heavy. Jean was not staring at Paolito in front of him, but at its weight. I am losing to you now, Paolito, so no matter what you do, I can't stop it. On the other hand, you can't cover my mouth either. Unless you kill me or cut out my tongue. But you can't do that. Then it becomes vain. His obsession with Sakiel was preventing him from cutting down Jean. Paolito couldn't deny it. He has not yet come to terms with Sakiel's death. I had to hear something from Jean that I could understand. I wanted to hear it. We both received hurt that could not be washed away. You lost Sakiel and I failed to protect the people I was supposed to protect. Maybe just like you said, even your friends may have died. Now no matter how this fight ends, we can't live like before. What awaits you and me is not the joy of victory, but only eternal pain that we will never forget even after death. The pain that both can experience has already passed its limit. There was clearly a limit to the sadness a person could feel. So from now on it was meaningless who would lose more or who would suffer more. Paolito lost the most important meaning of life when he lost Sakiel, and Jean will be just as despairing as he is now, even if everyone else dies. So you won't react so sensitively if I ask you a few words. Just as Sakiel will not return even if you kill me, the dead will not return if I kill you. I'm crying. Paolito spat out the black blood that had filled his mouth. The purple energy surrounding him was gradually turning black. Sima continued to bring out his inherent demonic nature. In fact, Paolito himself knew better than anyone else. There was no going back. Even if Jean heard more about Sakiel's death, the outcome was certain. He will eventually be consumed by the emptiness of revenge and the amplified feeling of loss. Jin's future was clearly visible in his eyes. That's why Jean wasn't afraid of the future. Even if he dies, someone will cut down Paolito, who has been consumed by demonic powers. Even if Jean is killed, there are still Soren and Luna in Runkendal brothers and knights, and there are friends in Tychon. Someone among them was sure to succeed him, just as Jin has inherited Runkendal's will from 1,000 years ago. But behind Paiolato there is only the monster of the abyss who wants only terrible pain. It is just full of unfortunate beings who have been brainwashed by that monster. Tens of billions of people who have forgotten what they were. What are you talking about all of a sudden? You are one of them, Paiolato. Even you who have reached Changxiang don't know who you are. You don't know what you're fighting for. It's clear what I want, Jean Runkendal. Establishing a new order of suffering or Sakiel's revenge. The latter is probably correct. But is the former really your will? That's Zito's meaning, not yours. Jito's will is the will of the Jinma realm. Unlike you, I met demons who escaped the brainwashing, even though they were clearly weaker than you. It looks like Biceps is obsessed with you. They had conviction. The belief to protect one's family, one's comrades, and one's life from Jito's evil spirit. And they say you once led them. You, the leader of the resistance army, became corrupted and became Zito's butcher knife. It is a higher world that is difficult for you lowly people to understand. A world where the order of pain is established will not be as chaotic as it is now. Everything has its place and each person has their own destiny. Did Sakiel think that too? Whoops! Paiolato struck down his sword. Jean stumbled after being thrown back by the impact of blocking his sword. Paiolato raised his sword with the intention of throwing him to the ground, but for some reason Jean regained his balance without falling. Paiolato didn't know what was making Jean hard. The time when one could survive with determination or will to die was already long past. If what Sakiel really wanted was not Zito's order, then what are you going to do, Paiolato? Don't say bullshit like I'm insulting Sakiel or that it can't be possible. Have you ever looked directly at Sakiel and those who fought alongside you? Have you ever faced your own compatriots being driven to the battlefield and killed just by a single command from Jito? I always watched it all exactly. No, what you have seen so far is just the truth clouded by brainwashing. Dilas Clopino, you know him well, right? At the last moment he was stabbed by my sword and shed tears. As if I realized something only then. What was Sakiel like? What do you think she felt at the end? There was silence for a moment. Unlike Dilas, I wasn't able to properly see Sakiel's final moments. Because of the field of loss. However, our record wizard is checking the battlefield right now. We'll probably find out what Sakiel was like in the end soon. What were they thinking when they died, and who were they cursing when they died? I think it's Jito for some reason. What Zito wants is not just the pain of royalties. After the war with the Jinma realm began, Jean had been feeling that way for some time. That monster would want all of the demons under its control to be buried in pain. Otherwise there would be no reason to use his subordinates like expendable items, and there would be no reason to proceed with the war this way. If only Paiolato had been sent to Grosh with royalties before the castle collapsed, if more cracks had been solved in various parts of the royalties, if Zito himself had stepped forward faster. Ince would never have won. Jean thought that the moves Zito had made on the battlefield were not the best for victory. It just seemed like a good way for everyone to fall into pain. I also heard from the Biceps that most of them had family members or someone dear to them held hostage by Zito. But are only Biceps people captured? If I were Jito, I would have captured your entire family and used them as well. Phew! Paiolato burst out laughing. You have a knack for elixirs. Yes, I say everything you said is correct. But even so nothing changes. You killed Sakiel. You, a human, dared to kill Sakiel Grosh, who was especially superior among the demons. This is why I cannot forgive a world without order. In the end, it comes down to that crazy fatalism again. Because you stopped thinking, you became Zito's butcher knife. Unable to escape brainwashing, they are struggling in the bondage of hatred. I have heard everything you have to say. Jean Runkendal, now it's your turn to answer me. Tell me why you are so distressed by the deaths of other humans, and why you feel such a huge sense of responsibility. Paiolato began to perk up again. Now I really felt like I had to end Jean. I felt like I could kill him and fall into the piece of Sima's swamp. Paiolato hoped that Zito would not pull him out of the swamp at that time. Wow! Slowly the fiery flames began to surround Jean again. This is the first time I've said something like this since I killed Kiddard Hall when I was a reserve jockey. Piloto, the reason I feel responsible for people is simple. I am someone who died once and came back in time. What? Piloto's eyes widened. Regression, I've never heard of such a thing being possible. But Piloto could tell that Jean was telling the truth. I met death in the kingdom of Akin 24 years ago. I was a very different person back then than I am now. There weren't as many things in my hands that I had to take responsibility for as there are now. I was just living my life for my own personal success. Thanks to being chosen by Soderette at the last minute. Jean made eye contact with Piloto. In my previous life I died in 1808. And now it is 1804. It is a completely different world from the 1804 I remember. At that time Gleek Hungshin and Jito did not appear in the royalties. How could that? Piloto couldn't even suspect. Right now it seemed like a huge light that had never been seen before from any immortal was arising in Jean. I couldn't possibly dismiss Jin's story as a lie. I don't know why I regressed either. Why was it possible? Why was it me? Why were so many lives decided because of me? If I hadn't regressed, more people would probably enjoy life than they do now. I think the world was less chaotic back then than it is now, but that's all I can think about. Piloto's heart was pounding like it was going to burst. But if you follow the fatalism you advocate, Piloto, my return is superior to any fate. If I hadn't returned, not Yusekil Jito or anyone else in the true demon realm, there was no need to set foot on the land of royalties. Piloto rushed towards Jean with wide eyes. This time he swung the bascula with the intention of killing Jean, but Jean struck his sword away with his eyes wide open again. I will definitely transcend this fate. So overcome your brainwashing and remember the fate that was originally given to you, Piloto Belgasium. Wow! Piloto screamed and pushed Jean away. Jean took a step back, his arms almost broken. A lump of flame splattered from the recoil, blocking Piloto's sight for an instant. Just as he was about to clear the flames and rush forward, Bradamanti fell, splitting the flames in half. Bradamanti crashed straight into the top of Piloto's head. However, the power was not enough to pierce the magic shield, so it could not cut Piloto and was thrown away. It was just a scratch on the magic shield. I didn't realize it? However, for Piloto it was bound to be shocking. Although it was an unexpected counterattack, the sword was neither very fast nor sharp. Jin's sword, which had lost an arm and was completely injured, was so dull. Even compared to the ordinary strike of a warrior who had only just begun to understand the object of a sword, it could not be said to be any better. However, he did not recognize the moment the sword came in. Without the shield, if Jean had his usual strength, his entire body would have been cut in half. A chill ran down my spine. Even if it's because of the demon, an ordinary sword like this, something incomprehensible, anger at him, things like that were constantly driving Piloto crazy. Sakiel's death, the absurd counterattack that Jean showed right now, and the fact that Jean was actually a regressor. I couldn't accept it. Only by cutting down that monster burning at Jean Runkendal will this nightmare come to an end. The nether sword vascula became blurred. However, for Jean, the forced sensory disruption could not have much of an effect. My vision was already half dark from before, and my broken body was not precisely controlled. Even if the characteristics of the nether sword were added to it, the hazy feeling only increased. I opened or closed my eyes anyway, but it was dark in front of me, and no matter where I walked, Polito was there. There was a sword demon drunk with anger, hatred, and madness. Die, die, Kigajidjit. The two swords intertwined, and a sharp metal sound pierced the eardrums. The two people leaned towards each other so hard that the pulse of their swords touched. It is impossible for Jean to win in such a power struggle. Piloto pushed his sword to the side as if throwing it away and punched Jin's defenseless face. There was a dull, heavy hitting sound as if a rock had exploded from within. The sensation of his forehead bone being broken clearly resonated with Piloto's fist, and Jean was thrown far away and fell to the ground. Wow! It felt like something full of blood had exploded inside my head. Blood burst out of my eyes, ears, and mouth, and all my senses were blocked for a moment. Paolito didn't even hide his urgency and rushed at Jean like an animal. Now that he has lost consciousness for a moment, he will never let go. Die, Runkendel, die! However, as soon as Paolito closed the distance from Jean, he had to close his eyes tightly. Before I knew it, the flash cannon that Jean had placed in his palm was burning. The moment he was thrown to the ground by Paolito's fist, Jean let go of his sword for a moment and fired a flash cannon with his free hand. It was just an act of instinct. For Changxiang, it was also a shallow number that could never have been reached by chance. However, Paolito was feeling a burning sensation in his eyes, which were directly exposed to the flash cannon. It seemed like something invisible kept distorting the situation. Things that should not have happened were repeating themselves. Jean barely regained consciousness while Paolito hesitated. The once dark vision was now a red-hot scene soaked in blood. It was difficult to breathe because of the blood clots in my nose and throat. Still, he held his sword again and took his stance, creating a flame. I was determined to transcend fate. I decided to deal with all the countless historical changes and deaths that occurred due to the return. I made the decision to bear all the grief of those whose loved ones were lost in this fight and those who would be left behind. So even if your body is broken, you cannot stop fighting. Even when inevitable death comes, we have no choice but to fight. Just like Ron Hiron, whom he respected in the past, Jean was now beyond death. The guy's heart is slowly fading. Paolito opened his eyes and walked towards Jean. Every time I took a step closer, I could hear his heartbeat as if I was pressing my ear to his chest. I wanted to take out my heart that was barely gasping for air and grab it with both hands. I could have done that as much as I wanted. If only the strange phenomenon that I couldn't understand now, as if I had the sun god's protection, would stop. Just the sun god's protection. Could it be that light that was revealed just now when it was revealed that he was a returner? I had a strange thought. Can't be that way, but the sun god has already died, and Jito will soon take over and become the new order of the world. The shadow of the heartless creator who drove the demons underground seemed to surround Jean. The vision was so vivid that it gave Paolito goosebumps, making him want to take a step back. I wanted to run away. It's not a fear I've ever felt since I became a sword demon. An inexplicable primal fear was freezing him. The hand holding the vascula trembled, and the two legs that stepped on the ground were unsteady. The sun god? The sun god? Stop talking bullshit, I am a sword. It is the only sword that has received the grace of pain. Just as young boys ignore fear, Paolito consoled himself and walked into the light. I moved forward through scary visions. The person standing behind this illusion will soon be a human being who will turn into dust and disappear. That thought was not wrong. After a while, Paolito was able to face Jean, who was barely standing, holding his sword briefly as if hugging it. The fire was only left sparsely like the fur of a diseased animal. Ha ha ha. Jean Runkendel, could you say the same now? Say again that you will overcome fate. The sound eroded by the demonic nature and the original voice were mixing together. His expression also changed from distorted to calm, and just as Jean was overcoming death, Paolito was also fighting against the devil. There was no answer from Jean. This is because both the vocal cords and lungs have almost lost their function. Jean didn't even realize that Paolito was getting close, so he randomly swung his sword in the air. Paolito looked at that and burst out laughing for a while. He rested his forehead, bent his back, and let out a vain laugh. Yes, that is what suits you as a human. He died and came back in time? That return trumps all fate? You're just intoxicated by luck you shouldn't have had. Paolito fired his sword. It was not an annihilating attack but rather a flat sword technique of the sword demon type that was used without stopping throughout the battle. Even Jean can't handle it now. Sio Siasuk. The body touched by the black energy fell to the floor like a pile of loose dirt, breaking apart. The first thing to fall were the two fingers holding the sword. There was no flesh, blood, or bones to be seen. The inside revealed in the cross-section of the affected area was just empty darkness. Bradamanti continued to shake unsteadily as the 3 remaining fingers were clenched as if they had lost strength. If you go and give it a little push, all your fingers will disintegrate, and the sword will fall to the floor. Only then was Paolito able to calm down. I was able to escape the fear of unknown origin and face reality. All he could see were the words of an arrogant person who were nothing more than a corpse. Upon facing Jean, Paolito seems to have been left alone on the island, surviving alone and facing the fact that extinction is imminent. I was caught up in such loneliness. There was no joy in that feeling of finally winning. As Jean said, the only thing waiting for the winner was an unforgettable wound even after death. You cannot transcend anything. No one like you will ever appear in this world again. No one will be able to continue your will, and no one will be able to escape the life you have been destined for. Bascula turned black. But it wasn't easy to stab Jean. Paolito hesitated and just glared at Jean for a while. It is not because of the fear created by the illusion of the sun god. It's not like I'm so exhausted that I don't even have the strength left to swing my sword. Paolito was still confident that he could kill all the remaining bugs in the Holy Kingdom by himself. What stops Paolito now is the thought that death might actually make him feel more comfortable. It seemed unlikely that Jin's soul would come to hell. Even if it were swallowed by Vascula, it seemed unlikely that beings like Bizarro, sealed within, could be defeated. Rather, Jean might be resurrected within him and break through Vascula. Because the order of pain has not yet been established in the world. It seemed that Jean would not be able to be sealed in any way until order was completely established. It wasn't a feeling. It was a conviction. However, Paolito decided not to destroy Jean. Even if an unfortunate event occurred in the future where Jean broke through Vascula's seal, his soul had to be held on for now. So I had to show him the world in which order was established, the bugs struggling under the ceiling of fate. The world he loved had to show how everything he tried to take responsibility for eventually came to an end. Cry out when you wake up again. Deep. Vascula pierced Jin's chest. Sticky black blood flowed from the heart, which had already cooled down and stopped. Now that Vascula is open, all that remains is to devour Jean. Vascula will seal Jin's will to overcome death and postpone its extinction. The sealing is completed in just a few seconds. However, the magic energy that spread out like roots from Vascula's blade was blocked by something, unable to bind Jean. After a while, Paolito realized the reason. He identified a human being leaning down with his forehead against Jin's back. Jean, I'm here. I have people here. Holy King Rani. She was praying behind Jean. A golden energy enveloped Jin's body. The light was so bright that it seemed like it would blind one's eyes. Paolito covered his front with one hand and gritted his teeth. The demonic energy was solidifying due to the sacred energy. Songwang. Paolito pushed the sword further and attempted to stab Rani. However, the sword was firmly fixed on Jin's heart and did not move at all. Jean was holding the blade with his right hand. What kind of power does this guy who should already be dead have? Phaelitigan, who had overwhelmed even Hito with his physical strength, was unable to shake off Jin's grip on the blade. Even though he increased his strength to the point where his expression became distorted, Vascula did not move. Jin's right arm, where the stone-like calluses had just fallen off his fingers, was engulfed in golden energy and was regaining its original form. Even the amputated left arm and other affected parts were being regenerated in the same way. The eyes that had been closed once again contained a solid light, and the body that was cold as ashes was filled with hot vitality. The black blood flowing through his heart was quickly subsiding. Jean seemed to be coming back to life. Paolito shuddered at that terrible fact and continued to try his best to pull Vascula away. He grabbed the handle with both hands and pulled, punched Jean in the face and chest, and bit his neck. Ka! However, there was no damage to Jean at all. Rather, it was Paolito who felt the pain of his fists and teeth being crushed. Grumpy. Soon Jean pulled out the Vascula stuck in his body. In the process, Paolito exploded his magic energy several times, but only he was thrown back along with his sword. Paolito, who was pinned to the ground, looked up with a devastated face. Jean was seen standing about a foot off the floor, looking down at himself expressionlessly. He appeared to have recovered completely, as if all his wounds had never existed in the first place. The entire sky was dyed with golden energy radiating from it. No matter where he looked, all he saw was a dazzling and frightening sight. Paolito hastily adjusted his posture in preparation for the attack. However, Jean had no intention of extending his sword at him right away. The positions changed in an instant. "I'm sorry, Jean. All I and Songa can do is delay your extinction," Ronnie said as she collapsed to the ground. Jean turned around and looked at her. Ronnie's body, breathing heavily, was becoming increasingly soft. It seemed like it would soon become completely transparent and disappear. Jean cannot be completely resurrected. Ronnie was so sorry and angry about that fact that she shed tears. Ayula sent all the remaining true energy. But even though the entire Holy Kingdom prayed so earnestly, the true spirit could not be revived. Ronnie too was about to face extinction. "That's enough. So wait until the fight is over." Ronnie tried to reply that she couldn't do that and that this was goodbye. But she soon disappeared. Instead, a lump of light that could not have existed remained in the place where she was. That was something that even Ayula, who had sent Ronnie here, had never expected. Jean couldn't take his eyes off the light for a while, and Paolito thought that Jean was suffering. He must also be frustrated by the pain of losing his close friend right in front of his eyes. "Puhu! Ayula, it seems that the terrible immortal has abandoned himself to delay your death, and yet you failed to protect it again. Because of you, an immortal and his alter ego, a bug whom even Jito was reluctant to meet, met their end together. Are you saying it's worth it? So much so that Ayula gave up all her powers." Jean couldn't hear Paolito's voice, which was filled with malice. He was concentrating. What is the identity of the remaining light on behalf of Ronnie? And when did he encounter it again? It didn't take that long. Jiamwangxiang, the subspace where Gleek swallowed himself and Ron during the Sword Emperor Crusade. Jean had encountered this light there too. The moment Ron Hiron, who was in a demonic state, cut him down. The moment he overcame the chaos and reached the realm of Changxiang. At that time, Jean only faced the light. But because he was not Changxiang, he could not see it with his own eyes. He was only aware that Ron had shared some of the light to save himself. Clear. Unlike then, Jean was now able to look at Changxiang's light clearly with his own two eyes. The wall blocking the light had disappeared. The light of creation. I have imagined it countless times since my past life. Every day Jean thought about the moment he reached Changxiang and used that power to stand tall at the top of the world like his father. However, it did not bring as much emotion as I had imagined. This is because even if a company is created, not all problems will be solved. From some point on, for Jean, Changxiang was not the final point of achievement as a military man but a necessary means to achieve his dream. His life is about putting an end to all the crazy people who threaten people and the world and entering peaceful days. Thus, as a returner, he shakes off all the debt he has in the world and puts an end to the long struggle that has continued since his previous life. Creativity is a process that must be completed for that purpose. It's been a while since I climbed a big mountain. Jean turned around again, leaving the remaining light where Ronnie was. It was only then that Paolito recognized him. "Ah, you, in the same area as me. Are you saying it's not just temporary power gained from Ayula's energy? It is true that Ayula postponed my extinction through Ronnie. But I don't think Ayula knew that I woke up right after death. Fate." Paolito couldn't help but think of those words. Is the fate of being a returner really superior to all other fates? How dare a mortal or even a human possess that? In that case, Paolito could never defeat Jean, because the fate given to Paolito will definitely be of a lower level. It was unfair. Throughout the entire time, he was able to overwhelm Jean and his party and save his life several times without once being in danger. The gap in fate seemed to force defeat. It seemed like fate was telling you that no matter how strong you were, no matter what you did, you could never defeat Jean Runkendall. Even if Jean admitted defeat and kneeled down, fate would not allow it. Jean was seeing through that thought. "I guess so." "What?" If the sun god had continued to exist in this world, or if the order of suffering you have always insisted on was applied to the world, there would have been no way for you to defeat me, because that is against the order. Jean slowly approaches Paolito. But the land you are walking on now is not that terrible world, Paolito. Nothing is set in stone. Something unexpected can happen anywhere, and the outcome can change at any time. That is the world we know and the order we know. Shut up. Quang dash. Paolito rushed in and struck Vascula. Jean threw away his sword and easily broke his stance. Tisk. You probably don't understand what I just said. You guys are now using evil to bind yourself. That is why Zito is obsessed with order. He probably wants to enjoy the pain safely without fighting. Shut up. Ha. Paolito sighed. While blocking Jin's sword, my body was vibrating from the unexpected shock. The sword flew again and grazed my forehead, cutting my upper arm before I could blink. Paolito was unable to respond at all to the sudden counterattack, as if the majesty of the sword demon who tore the sky and split the earth with a single sword was all a lie. That's not the only reason why Jean became Changxiang. This was because Sima had swallowed Paolito. If Paolito had been in this state from the beginning, Jean and his party would have easily subdued him. Paolito Belgasium. How did it get to this point? Paolito didn't even have time to answer. While extending his sword, Jean was looking at Paolito's shadow. Thanks to Changxiang's insight, I could vaguely see Paolito's past contained within. Paolito, who led the resistance group before being brainwashed by Zito. You were clearly a person who struggled. Unlike me, he was someone who fought for the world without feeling the debt of a returner. At that time, you probably had the brightest will in the Jinma world. The number of people who followed that light would have been countless. Jean felt respect for Paolito at that time. I felt a sense of kinship, wanted to fight together, and even though we only knew each other for a short time, I felt like I could trust each other for as long as I wanted. But the monster who is using evil now is not him. Ka! I felt you then, but I cannot forgive you. Swak dash. Bradamanti passed Paolito's left arm. Paolito's left arm fell to the ground, disintegrating into particles and scattering. It was thanks to him that he still had a faint sense of creativity. If it weren't for that, my neck would have fallen off, not my left arm. Paolito was continuously thrown somewhere and spewed out blood just like Jean had done to him earlier. Sometimes the power of the demons residing in Vascula blocked Jin's path. But no plague or curse could threaten Jean. The spiritual energy that had been blocked in Vascula has returned. After becoming a spear, the darkness of spiritual energy was spreading among the auras that turned golden. Paolito wanted to move wherever he could to avoid the light and darkness, but everywhere was a blind spot. You killed too many people. Brainwashing cannot be an indulgence. No matter how brilliant you were, no matter how many billions of your people you saved from the land, in the end, if you become a monster, you will meet someone like me and get cut. Paolito suddenly felt the wall behind him. The spiritual energy curtain was blocking his steps like a huge coffin. From today onwards, royalty will never forget the massacre and destruction committed by Paolito. The day will never come when his great past will glorify his sins. However, if Zito died, perhaps there would be people in the underworld who would honor Paolito. Jean thought about that and looked down at Paolito. He was holding a black bead with his bascula stuck on the floor. Marriageable H? Jean immediately recognized the elements that formed the bead. That was the bead that Kiliak gave Paolito. Chaos. I didn't expect you to suddenly bring out something like that. Jean does not know the identity of the beads. However, he knew better than anyone else how Hongi had ruined people and the world. The moment you use the beads, the situation will definitely take a turn for the worse. I can't die like this. I have not yet avenged Sakiel. Stop it, Paolito. Do you think you can get revenge on me by using that bead? It would be much more likely that you would overcome your devilishness and regain your original strength. Haha. You are afraid of this power. I'm saying this for you from the past. This will stop the fall, Paolito. You still have a chance. Opportunity. I said I couldn't forgive you. Yes, you will definitely die by my hands. But that's not today. What are you talking about now, Jean Runkendall? It means that we will give you a chance to pay a little bit for your sins. Free yourself from brainwashing, overcome your mental demons, and become a real sword demon again. And with that power, contribute to Zito's death. I'll keep you alive until then. Jean thought Paolito could do that. Even though he has now become a monster, he was definitely Changxiang. It was possible for him to escape Sima and become a shining giant again. If given a little time, it was definitely possible if Jean was there to help. Of course, even if Paolito does, Jean will take his life once the fight with Zito is over. Even if he played a decisive role in Zito's death, it was a decision that could not be reversed. As I said before, the past does not excuse the present. Paolito, the many tragedies that are happening in the royalty and Jinma world right now are all Jito's will. Your real enemy is not me but Jito, who turned you and the demons into monsters. So throw away that marble and embrace the opportunity. Fuck that bullshit. Paolito's eyes were shaking slightly as he shouted in anger. It seemed as if Dylus was trying to remember something just as he recalled old memories that had been temporarily buried by brainwashing in his final moments. You too must feel that what I am saying is right. So even if you take out that bead, you probably can't use it right away. Put down your beads and you can go back. You can go back and avenge Sakiel, pay for your sins and then die. Shut up. Shut up. In the end, all of this happened because there was no order. If order is established, Sakiel will return. Back to me. Jean slowly approached Paolito. Paolito, a good man who was used by evil men and committed an unforgivable sin, was such a being. Jitora succumbed to force majeure and became a monster without knowing who he was or what he was doing, like all demons in the true demon world except Biceps. When that time comes, Sakiel can be resurrected like you are now. There were only about 10 steps left between the two people. Suddenly, a small ship appeared in the sky. It was a space leap ship of the Red Owl Bemol Alliance. Jean has just defeated Paolito, and most of the restrictions on space jumping and communication have been lifted. Jean. It was Valeria who descended from the Red Owl to the ground. Paolito looked at her and Jean alternately with anxious eyes. I couldn't even think of attacking Valeria or taking her hostage. The moment you make a hasty move, Jean will steal your marbles, and you will be overpowered. Valeria. Valeria noticed a change in Jean but did not comment on it. This was because it was clear that the fight ended in Jin's victory, and he was concerned about the black orb that Paolito was holding. Above all, the reason she rushed to the battlefield was most closely related to Paolito. I discovered a strange record while investigating Groshi Castle. It's a record about Sakiel. Records about Sakiel? Okay. I wonder whether that terrible monster that is destroying the Holy Kingdom will be able to continue to obey Jito even after seeing this record. Without further explanation, Valeria raised her silver pine staff and showed Paolito to open the recording window. Sakiel Grosh, General Secretary of the True Demon World, heard Zito's voice before his death. Ooh. Oh, I'm going crazy. Yes, this is it, Sakiel. This is exactly what I wanted. So there is no need to feel sorry for me. Anyway, I've had a hard time. Paolito, don't worry. I will play with him well too. He still calls me an honorific name all the time. Hey Sakiel, doesn't something just come to mind right now? For example, a time in the past when Paolito and you had a very good time. Sakiel Grosh screams and dies after realizing that she was Paolito's lover. Paolito's eyes widened. Jean was also shocked. I have always known that Paolito is particularly obsessed with Sakiel, so I thought maybe they were lovers, but I never thought Zito would play with them like this. According to the records Valeria found, Zito intentionally drove Sakiel to death and enjoyed the despair and pain. It was the moment when what Jean had vaguely predicted was confirmed to be true. What is this? What kind of record? It's just what you saw, Paolito. Shortly before his death, Sakiel Grosh realized that he had been completely played by Zito. Zito doesn't just want to make our royalties suffer. Even you, my subordinates, are nothing more than toys. Valeria's calm voice continued. Black tears were flowing from Paolito's eyes. It's a lie. It's a lie. Can't be. This is a fabricated record. Aya. I felt like my head was going to explode. It felt like if it exploded, memories I had forgotten would flood in. Paolito decided to deny the sensation. I would rather disappear like this. I didn't have the confidence to face those memories. I couldn't even tell if it was my brainwashed ego or my true will. You want to believe that. But unlike Zippel, we at Hester never manipulate records. Because we have existed to prevent that. Then why are you doing this, Jito? We gave our allegiance to fulfill his wishes. What on earth does Jito gain by betraying us? Maybe I will get pleasure from it. He is a being of the abyss who only pursues the pleasure of pain. Magical power gathered into the silver pine staff again. When he lightly hit the floor, 3 recording windows opened on the front of Paolito. This is the only way to save you, Sakiel. I plan to admit defeat today and become Zito's dog. Before I become Simma's monster and have no choice. We won't even remember today anyway. Like our other colleagues captured by Zito. That's enough now. I can't fight anymore. The recording windows described memories that Paolito was currently barely able to keep at bay. You don't have to close your eyes to view the recording window. Still, the desire to see will end if you remove your eyes. Paolito stabbed me in the eye without hesitation. I couldn't even feel my fingers digging into my eyeballs. However, once the memories begin to flood in like a dam bursting, we cannot ignore them even if we lose our eyesight. When I closed my eyes, it only became clearer. Simma and Paolito's voices were gradually mixing together. Jean caught a glimpse of possibility in that appearance once more. The possibility that he escapes brainwashing, pays for his sins, and then faces death. Paolito. Eventually, Jean stood in front of Paolito, who was kneeling and sobbing. Then he bent down and wrapped his hand around the black orb that Paolito was holding to his chest. Paolito did not resist and just let out a loud scream. However, he did not let go of the black bead. He cried like that for a long time. Jean noticed that Paolito was leaving Simma. A deep sadness that even brainwashing and demonic nature could not hide was turning Paolito back into a human being. Jean did not forcefully take the marble away. Now was not the time to provoke him. Finally, Paolito raised his head. The tragedies that have already happened to you and to us cannot be undone. But the fall can be stopped. Let's take down Jito together. When everything is over, I will send you to Sakiel's side. Even if you become a monster again in the process, I have the power to stop you at any time. Let's kill Jito together. Okay. Well, that's a good story. But as you say, I committed a massacre that should not have been committed and you killed Sakiel. Even now that you escaped from Simma, do you still think it was me who killed Sakiel? Jean Runkendal still feels hatred towards me. Right? Jean nods. He never intended to let Paolito live. Me too. Although I followed orders due to brainwashing, I was clearly the one who killed the humans. And although it is true that Jito drove Sakiel to death, it was definitely you who cut her down. So I still have no choice but to hate you. Even though you know it's not fundamentally your fault. Fate was terribly and dirtily twisted. I see. So we cannot fight together, Jean Runkendal. You may be able to do that, but I simply cannot fight alongside the person who cut down Sakiel. Instead, I could feel Paolito's grip on the black bead gaining strength. Jean tried to force his grip open, but Paolito had escaped Simma. He broke the marble in an instant. I'm going to Zito now. They say that if you break this orb, you will be transported to Jito's residence. If only I wanted it. Since the beads were already broken, Jean couldn't stop him any further. The soul that came out of the bead was coloring Paolito. Anyway, the brainwashing and demonization are not completely over. In a few hours I will go crazy again. Now that I have regained my ultimate power and senses even just for a moment, the best I can do is fight Jito and die with even a little bit of injury to him. However, Jean had an intuition as he saw the soul coloring Paolito, that it is not an object that transports Paolito to Zito's residence. Paolito recognized the fact as soon as he broke the marble, but it was already too late. Wah wah! Suddenly Paolito was engulfed in dark flames. and Jean sighed and grabbed his sword. A similar energy was radiating from Paelito as when the evil spirit was born in the Garden of Swords. You chose the end of being used by someone until the end, Paelito. You shouldn't have broken that marble. A true magic demon. The fire of hatred has risen, Kiliak Zippel said, putting down his teacup. It was a moment when I should have smiled, because Paelito used the soul spirit bead filled with the fire of hatred as planned. Now Paelito will begin to transform into an evil spirit, and in the process it will devour and merge with Jito's body. Up to that point, it clearly went according to Kiliak's plan. Capable of dealing with Paelito and weakening Jito in one go. The problem was that variables that were far beyond expectations also appeared. As expected, everything went according to your plan. But somehow you seemed disappointed. Am I right, Lord Kiliak? Kimilos Zippel said. He was the head of Zippel in his 40s and was given a new body thanks to Kiliak. Sitting next to Kimilos were other resurrected wizards and Kidad Hall. They all looked at Kiliak. It seems you haven't regained all your senses since you just woke up, Lord Kimilos. Didn't you feel it? What? Jean Runkendal. He ascended to Changseong. The eyes of those listening widened. In particular, Kiddard Hall was unable to suppress his anger and was trembling. The fact that Jean ascended to Changseong meant that his revenge was forever distant. Hyojiamga's Sagaju is Changseong? Exactly. So I can't just be happy? Or rather you could say that the situation has gotten worse. I think it would have been better to not use Paelito and have Jean Runkendal fight Zito in a decisive battle before he ascends to the castle. Jin's rise to prominence as a Kiliak was more disturbing than anything else. Even before Jean became Changseong, he was always a variable in himself. I guess there is only one thing we can look forward to right now. He receives irreparable damage while dealing with Paelito or Jito who have become evil spirits. Kiliak stood up. The others followed suit and stood up to look at him. I am going to meet the members of Ganastoga. I think it's time to rethink the game. Jeep Draka. Alona was also noticing the change in Jean. The head of the family sword family has ascended to the throne. The moment Baradin heard those words, he felt joy rather than worry. The fact that Jean became Changseong means that he no longer has to die in this battle. Baradin hid his feelings and made eye contact with Alona. Alona continued to be delicately aware of the changes taking place within Baradin. Also, as I expected, a great dark force has also awakened. Perhaps if Jean Runkendal had not ascended to Changseong, the kingdom would have been destroyed by now. After that, they would have targeted other areas for royalties. I would also have had to leave behind the cursed head of the family to prevent it. We would have definitely suffered a great blow. Just like the precognitive dreams Asmol's contractors tend to dream, all those assumptions came to Alona as clearly as if they had actually happened. If that had been the case, it seemed like Baradin would have fallen into Sima and turned into a monster. It seemed like he should have been in charge of stopping Baradin by killing him. Would have been in terrible sadness again. Driven crazy by the pain of killing the head of the family. Might have become a monster like before, trampling and exploding everything in sight. All those unhappy futures were changed just now because one person reached Changseong. Alona internally rubbed her heart and praised Jean. The fate he transcended erased another despair that would have occurred in the Jeepal world. Then it seems that Alona has now decided that the dark being will be subdued by Jean Runkendal, who has become a genius. Yes, matriarch. That dark being is certainly powerful enough to burden even me, but it is not perfect. While it takes time to complete, Jean Runkendal is already at its peak. Baradin smiled without realizing it. It was a smile that was a mixture of disappointment, worry, and strange relief. I guess I'll need some time to catch up with him. Or maybe I can catch up. I'm here, so don't be too hasty, matriarch. From my experience, power is just a means. No matter how strong you are, if you don't know how to use it, it's as bad as nothing. But I don't think Jean Runkendal doesn't know that. I've never known anyone who knew what they wanted better than him. Changing prowess is always accompanied by demonic prowess, so it may actually be an inappropriate power for the current head of the family. First, let's concentrate on shaking off the curse. I don't know if it's a feeling of defeat or something. It's been a long time since I felt this strange feeling. Do you not like it? When Ilona asked, Baradin thought for a while. Then he shook his head. I don't really hate it. I didn't say out loud that I somehow felt nostalgic. Baradin vaguely recalled his boyhood days of friendly competition with Jean Dante. You are definitely strong. A space where royalties are confined. A woman said, looking down at the ground. The ground was full of the corpses of dragons who had fallen in the battle that continued throughout the battle, and in the middle of them was a man covered in blood. Lucy Runkendall and Joshua Ganesto. Neither of them seemed tired at all. However, Lucy was unable to participate in the battle directly, and Joshua dealt with Lucy's dragons alone. It's probably because you awakened Ganesto's blood. That power doesn't suit you. No matter how strong you are, in the end, it can never be completely yours. You've been talking nonsense since a while ago. How many more of your dragons must I kill before you reveal your true colors? Will you continue to hide like this after seeing the deaths of so many dragons who consider you their mother? Lucy Runkendall. As Joshua said, Lucy did not currently exist in this space. The translucent body currently floating in the sky was Lucy's alter ego, not her real body. As a result of your persistent pursuit of me, I had no choice but to leave here for a while. I couldn't prevent my children from suffering. But thanks to the royalties, I now realize one thing. What did you realize? Your youngest brother just came out and is a distant descendant of Runkendall at that time. I finally set foot on the land Timar had reached. What? Joshua's eyes became sharp. He was completely unaware of the moment Jean ascended to the castle. If it weren't for the confined space here, you wouldn't have felt it. So the power is not yours. Soon Joshua shook his head again with a cold face. You are mistaken. In the first place, the question of whether this power is entirely mine is not important at all. Because this power belongs to all of Ganestoga. All that matters is that all of the dragons left here today will meet their end. If you're afraid of us, keep running away like that, Lucy Runkendall. Until there is not a single dragon left to protect you. The moment Joshua answered like that, light appeared in Lucy's eyes. Every time the light-filled gaze touched the fallen dragons, they stood up again. The dragons' shadows instantly covered Joshua. If you really want to kill my dragons, go tell Lokia that it wouldn't be possible unless she came in person. Would I be afraid of the corrupted descendants who became stronger by awakening to the blood of Ganesto? Black Sea. Suddenly Shiren stopped walking. The expedition members also stopped and looked at the atmosphere of Soren. Who? Soren was smiling as if he was remembering something interesting. Ozdok and the expedition members were no longer at all surprised to see Soren's smile like before. After overcoming his demonic nature, he has often joked and smiled while navigating this dark land. Should I prepare a meal for the elderly? Or maybe an Ozdok massage that just melts away your aching body? Ozdok's fun chariot contest? Just tell me anything. I thought for sure the first one would get there first, but that guy again gave me a refreshing shock. Yes? Elderly. What do you mean by that? A big fortune has come to the family. Good luck. Do you mean to say that the head of the family has ascended to Changseong? Okay. I knew it would happen someday, but I never thought I would surpass my eldest sister. The expedition members blinked with wide eyes. They were not able to realize the birth of a new creation like Soren. You can't feel that energy unless you're Changseong. Above all, it was difficult to realize that one family had two founders in one era. Even if we sum up what Soren said, it doesn't look like it will end with just two people. Soren was confident that Luna would reach Changseong. In that case, Runkendall will have a total of 3 Spear Knights. It was a power that no other force in history had ever had. Even in the Ming dynasty led by Ban in its heyday, there was only one Changseong. Oh my gosh, old man. I congratulate you. Cha Changseong. Now isn't the day closer to Runkendall's domination of the world? Hey Ozdok. Just thinking about that scene brings tears to my eyes. Ha ha ha. Ka ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Kaya ha ha ha. When Soren, who had been laughing along with him, suddenly lost his expression, Ozdok tensed and swallowed his saliva. It was a time when chanting became common. Old man? That is probably why we must accomplish something that no one or any force has been able to accomplish so far. I and my children are Runkendal. It is true that I am happy. My youngest son who is grown up will finally ascend to Changseong and protect the family, so I cannot help but be happier than anything else. However, there was also a lot of worry. What he has to endure in the future will be the same as what he has endured so far. Or it would be heavier than that. Ozdak. Yes, old man. I need to send a letter to my family. Get ready. This will probably be my last chance to contact the family. Until we slaughter all the kings of the Black Sea. Flames steeped in chaos soared endlessly. The huge black vortex that unfolded around Paolito quickly began to swallow everything on the battlefield. Due to that force, the ground split once more, and lava erupted more violently than before. Even the lava cooled, solidified, and turned to ash as soon as it touched the chaotic vortex. First, Jean covered Valeria and the Red Owl with a protective shield spread out with spiritual energy. The punishment that would begin now would be a shock that she could not handle alone. Valeria, you should now go to the outskirts and help others. Okay. Valeria mounted the Red Owl. Even though she couldn't sense Changseong, she could at least recognize that Paolito had become an evil spirit because she is also someone who has experienced the horrors of the demon god war firsthand. That's why I was worried when I found out that Jean had ascended to Changseong. She will always worry about Jean even if he becomes stronger than he is now. Shall we call for support as soon as we leave the battlefield? Jean turned around and smiled. No, if there is any spare time left at the main base, send everyone to the outskirts of the Holy Kingdom. It's okay here now. Just as Valeria was about to get on the Red Owl, Paolito's whirlpool spread a tidal wave of soul energy in all directions. Jean lightly swung his sword and cut down the soul energy that attacked him and Valeria. The sword energy, engulfed in spiritual energy and a golden aura, advanced without a sound and cut the huge spiritual energy horizontally. The cracked hornji could not be easily repaired, and it bubbled up and poured down to the ground like a waterfall. After confirming that Valeria had left the battlefield, Jean looked at Paolito again. Devil. Because Jean feels it. Paolito was defeated only once in his life and despaired only once. The great sword demon, who was once the hope of the true demon world, was unable to overcome that one despair and met such an ugly end. The spirit was constantly spreading in all directions. The lands that were already in ruins, the forests and rivers that died in the aftermath of the battle, and even the wind were all being engulfed by the spirit emanating from Paolito. However, on the side where Paolito's front line stood, not even a handful of soul flags could be found. Like water blocked by a rock, the spirit could not pass through Jean and spread to both sides. Behind Jean is Songwangsong. If it weren't for him, the soul energy would have invaded the entire Songwangsong area within 10 minutes. And after completing the fusion with Jito's eyes, he would have fully awakened as an evil spirit. Jean concentrated his mind by reading Jito's eyes and the energy of his fighting comrades on the castle's side. I guess that won't be a problem anymore. Can cut anything. Now there is nothing in the world that you cannot cut. Jean felt that fact with his whole body and surrounded Bradamanti with energy. The body of the sword vibrated, and a heavy resonant sound occurred. Runkendal third decisive battle. Meteor shower. As the power gathered in the blade was unleashed, the battlefield was suddenly colored with dazzling light. Paolito reflexively covered his eyes from the light coming through the marriage curtain. That's right. Paolito screams. He instinctively crouched down and waited for the light to disappear. It seemed impossible to confirm Jin's location before the light went out. However, Paolito did not know that Jin's sword had already cut him once. When I raised my head due to the sharp pain that broke my back, I couldn't see the spirit curtain that was supposed to cover me. Instead, what filled Paolito's vision was endless golden flashes. There is no way to avoid those flashes that sting your eyes. The marriage curtain that protected him had already been completely torn apart, leaving only remnants. I had to take in the pouring flash of light with my whole body. However, even as chaos collapsed reason, I was able to be certain. If I endured that, I could never be okay. Ka! Tuak Kuzu, that is dash. My whole body was being torn apart. Every time a flash of light struck, Flesh exploded and bones were crushed. I tried to somehow spread soul energy to stop the meteor shower and recover from my wounds. But the sky became more and more golden. It became brighter as if the sun had risen. Paelito, who had become a corpse, continued to scream even though he could no longer feel physical pain. It was because I was afraid. The power of a human named Runkendal, who had a fear that he could not shake off even after becoming an evil spirit, was making him tremble. I can't resist. The meteor shower far exceeded the speed at which soul energy is regenerated and was destroying Paelito. Now the only thing that can be considered Paelito's body is a part of his upper body that has been hollowed out and one leg. Even that will disappear after a while. The meteor shower did not fall randomly, but each one was moving with Jin's will. Doggedly, accurately, and thoroughly. The meteor shower seemed to completely destroy Paelito, who had become such an evil spirit. The golden flash stopped. Jin looked at the ground where the meteor shower fell without even catching his breath. Paelito was nowhere to be seen on the melted ground, boiling from the remaining heat. But Jin knew that he was not dead yet. The will of chaos was sending Paelito. Flying particles scattered in the air somewhere. The black wind continued to pass by Jin as if running away. It is heading to Songwangsong, to become one with Jito's body, which was unsealed there. However, Jin was not in a hurry to pursue that wish, because there was no need for that. In any case, neither Paelito nor the chaotic will to save him could ever escape his grasp. Jin walked slowly, following the black wind. Sometimes the spirit that escaped from the wind turned into an awl and pierced Jin, but it only disintegrated before it reached the body. They could not penetrate the energy radiating from Jin. There wasn't even a scratch. The more it happened, the more Paelito, who had become a black wind, became more frightened and ran like crazy. It looked as if he was tripping like a person. Every time he realizes that Jin is behind him, he flinches and crumples. By that time, Paelito was gradually regaining consciousness as an evil spirit. At the time of flowering, there was no reason at all, but the ego was formed only after experiencing a crisis of extinction. Jito, we have to get Zito's eyes and run away. Although he is currently overwhelmed and unable to fully awaken, he could certainly threaten Jin if given enough time. Maybe I could go beyond the threat and kill him, and it could swallow up that power and become a disaster that would never be seen in the world. Paelito. No, the evil god, a being that could no longer be called Paelito, had such hopes. Even if you can't fight right away, you can certainly buy time by running away. The thing was panting like a human. In fact, it was becoming more and more similar to a human being. The particles that formed the wind gradually shaped him into a human being. Eventually, when he reached the vicinity of the castle, he looked up at the sky looking similar to Paelito. I had to see a vibrating purple demonic energy. Jito's eyes had to be seen roaring and devouring all life in the castle. However, what caught the evil spirit's eyes was the sky and the earth, which were completely stained pitch black, and even the boundaries disappeared. It was spiritual energy. I don't think I should get close. The evil spirit stopped for a moment and glared at the darkness. What is this? I could feel Jito's magic energy from inside. However, the demon energy was so faint that it could only be felt if one's senses were sharpened. I couldn't immediately decide whether it was because it was covered by spiritual energy or whether Jito's eyes were already on the verge of extinction within there. But there isn't much time to think about it. This was because Jin kept getting closer. If he stood still, his shadow would soon completely engulf him. Ka! In the end, the evil spirit grabbed the darkness with both hands and opened the way as if tearing it apart. However, the moment I grabbed the darkness, my hands poured out black fluid like a rotten plant. It felt like it would just melt if I held on to it for just a little longer. Gagging, gasp, gasp. Of course, it wasn't just the arm that got hit. Just as soul energy permeates life, the spirit energy that has now covered the holy city has penetrated the entire body and mind of the evil spirit. It felt like I had fallen into a poisonous swamp and emerged from it. The evil spirit entered inside, barely able to support his wobbly legs, and I realized it right away. The fact that this place is just another limb. You are here. Paelito. No, it would be more correct to call him the evil god who appeared in the world for the second time. Black Dragon Murakan. He was spreading 2 pairs of wings and making a low voice. Moreover, under his front paws, there was a purple lump that had been torn beyond recognition. It was Zito's eyes. Why did you come? Because you needed Zito's eyes. I'm looking through everything, but should I at least pass this on? Occasionally, the mass wriggled as if trying to escape from Murakan, but each time it was torn apart by the claws and sharp scales on its front paws. Even if you try to merge with Jito's eyes like that, it won't mean much. Rather, while trying to restore Jito's eyes, even the remaining strength will be used up. To Murakan's side, Talaris was seen catching her breath next to Vidlus's body, and Runtia was supporting her. From the beginning, it was meaningless for the evil spirit to run away from Jean. That was why Jean leisurely pursued the guy. Moreover, while chasing after the evil spirit, Jean also prepared for his final action. That was the only choice the self-destructing monster could make. Jean had formed a protective shield all around the battlefield to prevent its self-destruction from destroying other lands of the Holy Kingdom and to prevent it from killing even a single person. Soon, the evil spirit felt an eerie feeling and looked back. Jean was entering through the spiritual energy curtain he had opened. The evil spirit could only sit down on the floor and watch him approach. Jin's shadow was casting over the evil spirit's head. Now is the time to disappear. The evil spirit raised his head and looked at Jean. The light surrounding Jean was backlit, so it looked like a black figure was just standing there. It seemed as if the shadow had just stood up. Away? Although he answered like that, the evil spirit's body was already slowly losing its shape. Like an opal with complex patterns, the color of the body changed randomly, becoming transparent in some places and then becoming darker again. It looked like the collapse to carry out self-destruction had begun. I do not disappear. My traces will be left everywhere in the world. It will become a plague and a curse and will eat you up for eternity. Don't worry. Nothing will go as planned until the end. It wasn't something I said to an evil spirit. Jean was speaking to Paolito Belgasium, who would remain inside the bastard. Jean stretched out his hand over the evil spirit's head. Now the ugly body looked like a hideous lump of flesh and was bubbling as if it would explode at any moment. Little me, I'll stay out with these guys. I need to look at the situation on the other side as well. Murakan said as he lifted Talaris and Runtia onto his back. Okay. I'll see you later. Thank you both for your hard work. Talaris and Runtia did not congratulate Jean on his accomplishments, because too many people died. The vengeful spirits of those who died in today's battle must have been howling throughout the Holy Kingdom. The 2 people thought if it were Jean, he would listen more to the cries of those he couldn't protect than to the excitement of finally reaching the top. Even though you became the leader of the Bammer Union, became the head of the Sword family, and reached Changseong in my eyes, you were just a boy who tried to save the Red people and people who had nothing to do with you. This war and death are not your responsibility. You did your best. Talaris did not add any such comment. Instead, he made eye contact with Jean and said this. And the boy is still dazzling. I'll see you later, Jean. Murakan broke through the aura curtain and flew out. Immediately after, the spirit of the evil spirit shriveled and became a single dot. The explosion was about to begin, so Jean concentrated his energy on his outstretched hand. Golden energy surrounded the spirit in a circle like a protective shield. Quaya! With the explosion, the evil spirit met its end. The final soul energy of the evil spirit that exploded within the golden energy would have evaporated the entire holy city without a trace in the blink of an eye. And it would have advanced in all directions at lightning speed, engulfing the entire Holy Kingdom, and it would not have taken more than 10 minutes for the nearby territorial waters to turn black with chaos like rotten oil. Just like the evil spirit's will, the spirit should not have stopped even then, and the entire world should have been exposed to radiation just like Gleek did in the past. If Jean wasn't blocking the self-destructing beast right now, even though it is in an imperfect state, it is still an ugly body. It could have been dangerous if I hadn't prepared properly. KJIKKZIJ. Quaya dash. Cracks spread in the protective shield surrounding the spirit. The soul energy that had been trapped between them was bursting out like crazy. However, even if one breaks through the protective shield and goes outside, what the soul energy encounters is the spiritual energy barrier formed by Murakan. And it was a golden energy that swirled according to Jin's will. That energy had already filled the spiritual energy tent and covered the soul trying to go out. It seemed like thousands of giant snakes were fighting. Jin's golden energy and soul energy stretched out and tangled like a belt. Honky never seemed to have the upper hand in the fight. On the other hand, Jin amplified his power more and more, and the explosion slowly began to subside. An hour later, in the end, the soul energy disappeared without a trace under the spiritual energy curtain and golden energy. Only then did Jin catch his breath and wipe his sweat. I felt dizzy. Although it seemed to be of inferior quality compared to the evil spirit that appeared from Rosa in the past, the evil spirit was still an evil spirit. It ended like this because they fought at the most vulnerable moment right after flowering. If the battle had been fought after it was completed, Jin couldn't have won without taking a hit like he did now. Whoa! The remaining golden energy and spiritual energy nearby were gathering again towards Jin. Jin felt his energy building up again and closed his eyes for a while to gather his strength. When Jin opened his eyes again, he was able to face a person who had collapsed where the soul energy exploded. Paolito Belgasium, a sword demon from the true demon world, who was transformed into an evil spirit. He appeared to be in a peaceful sleep, completely unharmed. Paolito Belgasium. Jin looked down at Paolito. Jin Runkendel. Paolito opened his mouth without opening his eyes. No one has been killed by an evil spirit. You received great consideration from the enemy. Then am I the only one who killed innocent people today? Okay. But maybe I too have been killing demons who were used without sin. Of course, the demons were all brainwashed by Jito and committed all kinds of evil deeds and royalties. But they had no way to stop Jito's brainwashing. Even you, Changxiong, eventually became corrupted and didn't even know that you were brainwashed. It is natural for you to kill them. You and I are in different positions. You fought to protect the humans, and I was brainwashed and did whatever Jito told me to do. Not only did he kill humans, but he also killed the demons of the true demon world without hesitation. Embrace, so they don't feel guilty. My anger towards you still hasn't gone away. However, after learning the truth, I feel a little sad. Yes, I also still feel deep hatred for you, but I also realized the truth and only regretted it. But no matter how much I regret, the things I have done will not go away. Moreover, I was drunk with hatred until the very end and threatened the world. That would not have been what Sekil wanted. I guess I'm finally coming to my senses now. Who did you get that bead from? I received it from Kiliak Ziffel. I guessed. Kiliak Jiffel. I guess he's got a place in hell, right? He came to hell through a deal with a witch. That's why you can't touch Jito carelessly. So he could have been up to some dirty trick in hell. And I knew that the bead was also a witch's item. But the moment it broke, I saw the fire. That was the power of an immortal named Shinu. It felt like I had become one with the Kiliak Ziffel. Did you somehow create that bead out of the chaos that came from being exposed to Gleek? If Zito doesn't know that Kiliak gave you the marble, then he had an ulterior motive to deal with Zito along with you. I think he's trying to devour the true demon realm and place it under his command. Jean read Kiliak's true intention at once. It was scary to know that he had tenaciously survived and was preparing to return from hell. If Kiliak Jiffel succeeds in that task, the Jinma world will only be used by monsters like Jito again. You could have prevented it. PSSSS. Dust-like particles came out of Paolito. He is already dead. The will that was once a voice was temporarily postponing the disappearance of the body, but it would soon disappear without a trace. But now the job is mine. I have to deal with Zito anyway, and Kiliak Zippel was originally one of my biggest enemies. The task he was supposed to accomplish as the guardian of the true demon realm was taken away by a human he saw for the first time today. There were no words that gave Paolito a greater sense of defeat than that. But there were no words that brought greater relief than that. Paoletto felt both despair and comfort at the fact that even after he disappeared, there would still be a giant who would fight for the Jinma realm, someone brighter and stronger than him. Paoletto's body is now only about half left. Do you have any last words, Paoletto? Don't. Forgive me. Please tell this to the people of the true demon realm. And, sorry. Paoletto spoke in a heavy voice. Tears were flowing from his closed eyes. If he hadn't been brainwashed by Zito, he wouldn't have come up with royalties and massacred people. Thanks to you for stopping me. Now I can meet Sakiel. In this way, Paoletto met the end of becoming the dust of the world. Jean watched the spot where he disappeared for a moment. As the spiritual energy curtain cleared, sunlight came down. Destroyed land was visible below. It seemed as if the souls of those who died while running, fighting, and preying on the territory of the Holy Kingdom that was on the verge of destruction could not yet leave this land. Jean thought about the dead people. Among them, I thought about my colleagues who dealt with Paoletto together. Lord Hito. Paoletto said they were definitely dead. In fact, Jean couldn't feel the energy of the two people anywhere on this earth. Even during the entire battle, I didn't feel it at all. It should be said that he is dead. But somehow, Jean had a feeling that they might be alive. Could have just been the wind. It may be that he is simply ignoring the truth because he cannot accept the deaths of his colleagues. However, it was clear that the Holy King Rani Salome had not yet disappeared, because he left that light for her the moment he ascended to the castle. Soon Jean began to walk towards the place where the light was, and after a while, Jean got closer to the light and could feel a familiar energy coming from there. My heart was pounding. Without realizing it, I ran like an excited child, and after a while, I was able to face Jean. The light he left behind for Rani and the friends gathered nearby. Colleagues who were thought to be dead were lying on the floor and making noises, and Aura, the god of peace, was covering them with 10 pairs of wings. Ugh, Jean, are you here? I can't get up because my body is like this. Me too. I really thought I was going to die this time. Sir Dante, Hito. Ayula smiled as she saw Jean running up to them and embracing them. Thanks to you, I was able to save my most faithful child. Jean looked up at Ayula. When he looked again, he saw hundreds of rays of golden power extending from Ayula's entire body, connected to the light of the Jinn left behind by Rani. Ayula no longer felt the same strength as before. Jean intuitively knew the choice Ayula had made. No way, Ayula. From the moment I decided to save these two people, I could no longer maintain my dignity. It would be too dangerous for a god like me to intervene that much in royalties and not receive anything in return. Death. Ayula spared Dante and Hito at the cost of her own life. The moment Paoletto's sword struck the two, Ayula summoned them to her inner world. Many immortals in the world use summoning or space jumping without any major restrictions, but it was a completely different matter for a god to do such a thing to save someone. It was only after hearing the conversation that Dante and Hito realized Ayula had made a sacrifice. Oh, Ayula? Are you saying that you chose extinction to save me? That's right, Dante Hiron, the Sword Emperor. The little man is a knight of the Empire. A knight is a man who will always fight and die for his beliefs. Why would God give up his life for such a small person and Lord Hito? Dante was so shocked that the joy of being alive and being able to see Jean and his colleagues again subsided in an instant. He shouted almost angrily. If Soin and Lord Hito disappear, someone will take their place, but if Ayula disappears, what will happen to the order of the Holy Kingdom under Ayula? Soin. I didn't know that God had put all that behind him and saved me. So you didn't like it? I don't like it. If only I could buy it. Haha, there is no turning back. So don't be so angry, Jiamwang. Although it has a cute taste, how would I feel if I hated it so much? I also have the same thoughts as Jiamwang, Ayula. Of course, I never trusted Ayula, and even the lives of my wife and colleagues are more important to me than Ayula. Nevertheless, the choice that Ayula made, I don't know about the Sword Emperor, but I don't know if it's really worth it to me. May I ask whether extinction could have been avoided if only Jiamwang had been saved? Yes, it was avoidable. If only Jiamwang had been saved, I would still exist as a god. In that case, I dare say you should have saved only Jianwang. Jean listened quietly, not knowing what to say. Jean, Dante, Hito. Listen, children. The reason I helped you and saved you was because I was convinced that there was more work for you to do in this world than for me in the future. How can we do more than Ayula? Jianwang, I am a god. Ayula made eye contact with Dante. And gods refer to immortals bound by fate. Therefore, although most gods have much more power than mortals, they cannot transcend fate. Unlike mortals, immortals are subject to fate. That is the weight of immortality. Jean was thinking about what Ameri said the first day he met her. Did you ask a little while ago what would happen to the Holy Kingdom and the order of peace under my control if I disappeared? I'll give you the answer. The Holy Kingdom will rise again through the power of humans. And as always, I will pray for peace every day. Even if I can no longer hear that prayer. I can no longer hear that prayer. At that point, Ayula's voice trembled for a moment. God was sad. But does that mean the concept of peace itself will disappear from the world? Not so. There was a time when I and everyone else believed it would be like that. But not anymore. Even if I disappear, someone like you will fight to preserve peace. In some ways, you have even fought for peace more fiercely than I have. I simply existed in the name of peace. Ayula gently moved her wings and stroked the three people's heads. So at this very moment, it is the right thing 100 times and 1,000 times for an immortal like me to sacrifice for these people. It even occurred to me that maybe this was the meaning of my existence. Dante shed tears. Ayula's last remaining power shimmered in his tears. Ayula burst out laughing as if amazed. This would have answered my choice. And I don't have much time left now. I hope you will help me achieve what I have decided until the end. Dante and Hito no longer spoke of Ayula's sacrifice. That would just be a waste of Ayula's remaining time. I will help you with anything. What can we do? First of all, Dante and Hito, there is nothing else for you two to do right now. If Ronnie wakes up in the future due to Jin's decision, focus on recovering. You will have a lot of work to do after recovery. Jin's decision? Jin knew what that meant. Now it is my turn to make the same choice as Sir Ron did before Ayula. Ayula nodded. Just as Ron saved the dying Jin with the light of Changxiang during the Sword Emperor Crusade. This time, it was Jin's turn to save Ronnie. I couldn't save Ronnie because I was trying to save two people. At the moment when I was sad, I realized that you had left a light of creativity in that child. The moment Ronnie became transparent, Jin thought that the light left on its own. But that light was clearly something he left behind. As soon as he ascended Changxiang, what he subconsciously wanted most was the survival of his colleagues. And that was reflected in Ronnie, who was by his side. You know, Jin, if you wish, you can now retrieve this light and return it to you. If I do that, the power I have gained will be intact. Okay, but you won't make that choice. Of course, I will save my friend. If you look at it objectively, Ronnie is just a saint king with exceptionally strong divine power. Although it had tremendous healing abilities, it could not be said to be of greater value than destroying the integrity of the Changxiang that Jin had acquired. However, in Jin's opinion, saving Ronnie was more valuable. It was clearly people, not strength, that were more required to transcend the fate that awaited him in the future. You can get your strength back at any time. Also, even if I lose that much, I'm still Chongsung. Even if I lost everything, my choice would have been the same. Ayula thought of Jin not saving Ronnie and keeping the power of Changxiang to himself. Because he is not Asmil. Asmil also cannot know the future of Changxiang because he cannot see it perfectly. It seemed like there would definitely be a Paleto-like ending in the end. However, Jin being like that was not portrayed well. To be honest, I was a little worried about what would happen if you said something else. So I nailed it in advance that it was thanks to you that Ronnie was saved. But if you make a different decision, won't it lose its shape? Of course, I didn't think that way because I didn't trust you. You were conscious of Changxiang's unique demonic nature. Demonic. Ayula was worried not about Jin but about the demonic nature that Jin would harbor from now on. Maybe you can overcome that well. Now that I see it, I can't imagine you becoming a demonic monster. Jean approached the light connected to Ayula's power. The light was beating like a heart. There was no need for Ayula to give any instructions. Just as a newly born life breathes and moves its body without anyone telling it, Jean was able to handle the light naturally. As Jean gently grasped the light with both hands, the light that leaked through the gaps in his hands gathered upward. The light soon took on the shape of a person, and a moment later it became Ronnie. Ronnie wasn't conscious but was just asleep. Dante slowly came down to the ground and embraced Ronnie. I will wake up tomorrow. My disappearance will not be complete by then, so I can say goodbye to that child. Resurrection is only possible with the tears of numerous. Now Ayula was replacing those tears with what was left of her body, her will, and the light of the spear that Jean had overcome. The group looked up at Ayula, who was noticeably darker than before Ronnie's resurrection. Ronnie will be very sad. However, there was no need to collapse in sadness. She was someone who would fight to rebuild the kingdom and protect peace. Now I have to finish the last thing I have to do and leave, Ayula said as she landed on the ground. Ayula's voice no longer had the resonance characteristic of a divine being. It has completely lost its divinity. Jean, please speak, Ayula. What were you most afraid of? Even though it was a sudden question, Jean didn't worry at all. I am afraid that something like this will happen again even after I gained this much strength. I'm scared that something like what happened in Songguk today will happen again. Not being able to protect the people you should protect and not being able to prevent the death of your loved ones. That was still the thing that scared Jean the most. If there came a moment when his demonic nature exploded, it would definitely be because of something like that. If a huge fight continues, it is inevitable that further tragedy will follow. I'm probably more scared because I know that better than anyone else. Yes, I'll show you a way to relieve some of that suffering. Jin's eyes widened. Which method? Why are you so surprised? You have always agonized over the death of innocent and helpless others. Every time I fought, I suffered without resting even for a moment. Naturally, that will was closely involved in forming the power of creation you gained. Ah! I just looked at the characteristics of the power you achieved before losing your godhood. One of them was regeneration, reproduction. Unlike Ron, Jean did not know exactly what powers he had gained by ascending to the top. Regeneration. Are you saying I have that kind of power? A being who touches the original creation immediately realizes what his newly acquired power is. Your father Soren was like that, your brother Ban was like that, and Dante's grandfather, the former Sword Emperor, would be the same. But unlike them, I don't see it clearly. I was definitely stronger than before. And I had a vague feeling that I could repair something broken or injured. But I couldn't just say that this is the power of regeneration. It would have been inevitable. That's because the power of rebirth you gained is not complete. Ayula gently grabbed a point of golden energy hovering near Jean. Probably anyone other than a being of the same level of divinity as me would not have been able to even guess what kind of power is contained in this energy. You might just think of it as a mixture of aura and magical energy that creates a special power. However, this mysterious power has possibilities whose depth and size no one dares to know. Even though it is in an imperfect state. May I ask how you immediately recognized that my powers were imperfect? It's instinct. As soon as I encountered that power, one memory came to mind. It was a memory of the moment I was created. It was probably the day it was created from the fragments of the sun god Kinzalo. Ayula was sure. The power of regeneration that Jean possesses is the same power that the sun god wielded when he was intact. Ayula had never seen the sun god in person, but she knew it instinctively. Sun god. The powers you gained are definitely related to that. However, he cannot be complete because he has been divided into numerous fragments. So in order for Jin's power to become complete, he must find and absorb the fragments of the sun god? Ayula shook her head in response to Hito's question. In the first place, Jin did not gain his powers by absorbing the fragments of the sun god. Perhaps it was manifested because Jin's will and the sun god's will coincided at the moment he ascended the castle. So I'm not sure about absorbing the sun god's fragments. Maybe it will work, but Ayula paused for a moment, letting go of the golden energy. If a jinn has the power of complete regeneration like that, can it really be called a human? The power of the perfect sun god is truly the power to reverse all destruction and death with just will. It's a terrible thing for one person to wield that thing. All colleagues who heard the explanation nodded. Jin's goal was to live as a human, not to become a god who governs life and death. Jin has never wanted to be a god, and he still doesn't. But still, I said that this power might ease some of Jin's suffering. Now I'll show you why. Wood duck dash. Suddenly Ayula ripped off one of her right wings with her hands. The group was instantly shocked by the sound of flesh being torn and bones being torn apart. Oh, Ayula? It doesn't hurt that much, so don't worry too much. Well, it must be difficult to tear it all down by yourself. Help me. Don't cut it with a sword. It is also my own atonement. As Ayula continued to tear off her second wing and groan, her colleagues had no choice but to follow her words. When all 10 pairs of wings were torn off, Ayula's entire body was stained with red blood. However, surprisingly, there was not a single drop of blood on the wings in front of them. These wings originally belonged to another god, not me. When you say it's another god, Numerous, the god of hope, it's his. It is said that if any god causes too much chaos in royalties, Ayula threatens them under the pretext of a meeting. They even destroyed it once before I was even born. Was the other person a god of blessing? Okay? There was a time when there was a rumor going around among the dragons that it was Ayula who destroyed Numerous, the god of hope. Anyway, he's a radical guy. Jin remembered the conversation he had with Murakan during the Songguk incident in the past. 8 drops of tears and 100 drops of blood. It was known to humans that this was all the legacy Numerous left behind when it perished at my hands. That's half true. But I kept Numerous wings before I finished him off. His appearance takes the form of wings, but this is his will materialized. The companions looked alternately at the wings on the ground and at Ayula. You could say that I and Numerous were brothers. Born from the same fragment at the same time. Each became a god of peace and hope. We got along very well. So why would I destroy him? Think it's because Numerous was too involved in royalties. That's right. He loved humans so much. So he used his abilities to revive the people he especially loved. Those who should have gone on the path of reincarnation or fallen into hell after death continued their lives unharmed. Among the old myths and legends handed down orally among you humans, there will often be stories of resurrection. The legends of the period before the founding of Bankila are all true. Numerous suffered the wrath of Ayula just before the founding of Bankila. Ayula tolerated Numerous's deviation for quite some time until then. The moment I made my decision to kill him was when he performed his first large-scale resurrection. Haven't you ever heard of the great resurrection of the Arlahin kingdom? All my colleagues nodded. It literally tells the story that the day after the kingdom of Arlahin was destroyed by a sudden flood, everyone in the kingdom was resurrected, and it was a legend that most people living in Ins knew. After that incident, I decided that I could no longer ignore Numerous. So I went to see him, and he knew I was coming too. He asked me to stop. He was going crazy as a result of resurrecting people. In this way, Ayula destroyed her brother god Numerous. In the process, his body broke, and the 8 tears and 100 drops of blood that flowed were scattered throughout the royal family. But I didn't think that his love for humans was necessarily bad. The method was just wrong. So he left his will like this in the hope that a day might come when his power would be needed. And fortunately, that premonition became a reality. Ayula looked down at the wings. These wings, or the will of Numerous, have no power in themselves. However, if you combine the power you have gained, you can postpone all the deaths that have spread throughout the Holy Kingdom today. Postponing death? It means that my children who died at the hands of demons today will be able to exist in the Holy Kingdom in soul form. Until you die, they will become translucent souls with all their memories as they were when they were alive. It is not a complete resurrection, but it is also not a complete death. Just like the Ben and Zen in the legend of Marliet Hister, the subjects of the Holy Kingdom were able to postpone death through the will of Numerous and the power of Jin. You seem to be making a similar choice to Numerous in the past. That's right. But I am not trying to postpone the death of my children for my own happiness. It's a choice for you. Also, it was a choice made because it was you, not someone else, who gained the power of rebirth. Jean was shocked at those words and looked at Ayula. Somehow he felt that Ayula had noticed his return, and Ayula nodded as if that was correct. The moment Jean confessed his return to Piloto, Ayula was listening to his voice. The deaths that come your way will not be your responsibility. You could say it is the responsibility of the being who made you that way. But when you reach the end of the road, I think maybe you won't be crushed by so much death. There must be a reason why you gained the power of rebirth as soon as you became Changxiong. Hito and Dante did not understand what was being said but did not ask questions. The will of Numerous merely serves to alleviate the sorrow you experienced in the Holy Kingdom today. Even without this, you would have been able to postpone the death of my dead children. Although it could only have been postponed in the form of golden light, not in the form of a soul with its original appearance and memories. Touch one of the wings in front of you. When Jean touched the wing, he felt a group of nearby dead subjects awaken in spirit form. Dante and Hito opened their mouths in surprise at the sight, and the subjects who had just woken up and made eye contact with them also screamed in surprise. Woo wow! Ayula! You're not dead? Why is my body so transparent? Subjects were waking up all over the castle without stopping. If it weren't for Numerous, they would have woken up in a circular golden light that was impossible to express. In a dazed state, Jean repeated to himself what Ayula had just said. When you reach the end of the road, maybe you won't be crushed by so many deaths. One day you can give them real life again. A real life for those who died in vain after being swept away by you and those with great power opposing you. A real life, not a twisted resurrection like Numerous did in the past. The life they should have enjoyed before they disappeared due to your return. Ayula whispered to Jean. Dante and Hito did not hear the words because they were watching the souls who had just started to stand up. So don't collapse under the weight of guilt, Jean. You must not fall to give life back to those who died before and to those who will die after. Jean nodded. Hope was blooming in my heart. The hope that one day I might be able to completely shake off the heavy guilt I had to feel because I was a regressor. Now this was the last thing I had to do. Today let us wake up all my children who have fallen in the Holy Kingdom. Dante and Hito, go and deliver it. I have to explain this situation to my children who have woken up. March 10, 1804. Almost 15 days have passed since the end of the defense of the castle. Jean stayed by Ayula's side throughout that period and awakened the souls of her dead subjects back to the Holy Kingdom's territory. Ayula completely disappeared from the face of the earth about 10 minutes after they all woke up. His will was a verse from the Ayula scriptures that his subjects always kept in their hearts. When doing good, do not expect a reward. When keeping your beliefs, do not expect recognition. When deciding to sacrifice, do not make calculations. God's will had a deep resonance not only in the Holy Kingdom but also throughout the world. The sound naturally led to faith, and as a result, the Holy Kingdom received more believers than ever before. Believers who were influenced by Ayula's decision began to flock to the Holy Kingdom, which was evaluated as being in a state of destruction or equivalent. What they encountered was the broken and torn landscape of various parts of the Holy Kingdom and the soul bodies of the subjects standing on top of it. Welcome, brothers who have followed the light of Ayula to the Holy Kingdom. Although there is not much in good condition on this earth right now and we are soul changers, so we cannot help you with the restoration work, we will always be by your side and pray for you. We will all see, hear, and remember what our brothers have done for the Holy Kingdom. The ruined lands regained their former appearance surprisingly quickly. Numerous people from Huffister, the Lutheran Federation, and even the land of the Beastmen were deciding to migrate to the Holy Kingdom. It's a strange thing. It was only after Ayula's death that Ayula's religion achieved a greater revival than ever before, said a man mingling with the crowd in the capital square. Luke was the high priest of the sun god religion. He was using golden tongue cosmetics to disguise himself as a human, but no one recognized him because he was suppressing his energy. Next to him, the shaman Sana, also in disguise, was watching people. We, the sun god church, also experienced a similar paradox. The greatest revival of our sun god religion occurred after he disappeared. Sana looked at Luke with a bitter smile. She was thinking back to her failed attempt to capture Fatel and the conversation she had with Luke back then. Bamul Federation, Luther Federation, Kinzel, Red Mystery Clan, Jinma World. I wonder which of them we will fight first. Of them, you will fight whichever force wins first. It's hard to tell right now because the answer to our prayers is blurred, but I think the Jinma realm is the most likely. Perhaps so, but I am confident that the Bamul alliance will ultimately become the biggest obstacle to the Sun God's long-cherished wish. Is it because of Soren Runkendal? No, Jean Runkendal. He became King II of the Ming dynasty in human form and became the successor to the current Tushan. Moreover, he also possesses the power of Sadara. If he is completed through this war, all powers will be looking up to him. Even our Sun God religion. Honestly, I had no idea that things would really turn out the way Priest Luke expected. Jean Runkendal has ascended to Changxiang. Are we now in a position where we have to elevate him, as you said back then? Luke thought for a moment and shook his head. Not yet. Not yet. The power he gained does not have the characteristics of defeat and destruction like the current Tushan Soren Runkendal or me. It's not that he doesn't have power, but it's somewhat inferior to me and them. That's because Jean Runkendal isn't as cruel and cold as we are. Soren is a person who can leave everything behind and go to the Black Sea for a purpose. To him, personal life was not important, and this applied not only to himself but also to his subordinates and enemies. Van was a man who could send countless brothers to death in order to wage war against the gods, and Luke was also willing to shed blood to become stronger when he lived in La Perosa. It didn't matter whose blood it was. In other words, the three of them are the type of people who can do anything for a purpose. Or something like that. However, Jean is a human being who cannot do things like them. Therefore, Jin's other Changxiang trait, Pedo, was not as strong and perfect as theirs. There was also a mixture of characteristics similar to the degree that Ron was pursuing. But that makes it more dangerous. In other words, not being complete means that more can be filled. He still has a way to climb. Listening to what Priest Luke said, I get the feeling that Jean Runkendal wasn't kept in check too much. We even lost Kiliak and Shenu recently. The prestige of our Sun God religion is beyond words. It would be better to think about ways to attract him to our side. Jean Runkendal on our side? I can't quite imagine that person being with us. Even when the Sun most deeply answered my prayers. Of course, this is impossible with your prayers. This would only be possible when the Sun God is resurrected. But there must be a reason for your opinion like that, right? It seems that the power he gained by ascending Changxiang is related to the Sun God. I didn't get that feeling at all. In what way? The will to regenerate. The shaman knows better than me, but the Sun God is divided into several wills. Among them, the will to regenerate the world matches the will that Jean Runkendal had the moment he ascended the castle. The reason Luke knew this better than the shaman was because he was a Changxiang and knew the secret history of the Sun God well. So, as Jean Runkendal is completed, it can become closer and closer to the will of the Sun God. Ah, are you saying that you can get closer to the will of the Sun God and even become a part of the Sun God itself? I think the expression becoming a part is inappropriate. Wouldn't it be more appropriate to be eaten or buried? If he is eaten by the Sun God, he will have no choice but to be with us from then on. Even if he and we both don't want it. That makes sense. Oh. That's definitely helpful for the revival of the Sun God religion. At that time, Jean was picking his ears in his office in the Sword Garden. Someone is talking about me, but my ears feel strangely itchy. Of course, the whole world is talking about you, youngest child. You climbed to the top of Changxiang and protected the castle. Moreover, he even resurrected all those who died in the Holy Kingdom as souls. Of course, those who are gathering in the Holy Kingdom are influenced by Ayula, but there are also many who regard you as a new god. Just hearing about God makes me uncomfortable. It is not wrong to say that you have entered the realm of reincarnation and even have the power of rebirth. No, Luna, that is incorrect. Contrary to Luke and Sana's expectations, Jean never intended to become a god or part of a god. Jean was convinced that, in some ways, it was a darker future than ultimately being defeated by his enemies. When the opportunity to become a god comes, Jean will definitely escape from it. Becoming a god is just a word that expresses the level I have achieved, but I am a person who thinks that becoming a god is a worse future than anything else. That thought became more solid after meeting immortals like Amaris. Becoming a new immortal means being bound by fate and having no choice but to walk a limited path. Hehe, you're a bit overreacting. It's because I really hate it. Ayula also said that becoming a god is a terrible thing. And after becoming a god, I feel an instinctive resistance to it. One day, I will end my life as a person living on land. But, when my father lived like a god before overcoming his demonic nature, it was really dark. My father looks much better now. You will be surprised when you see it in person. Of course, your father will be surprised that you have become Changxiang. Is it that much? Ha ha ha. It looks like he's gonna laugh and pat your back. Like my great-grandfather. The two people burst into laughter. But in fact, Jean was worried about Damxianghua. There is no sign of it yet, but it is clear that the demonic fire will come at any time. Because of this, Jean felt impatient after becoming Changxiang. They feel pressured to finish everything before Demon Xianghua comes. It was even more so since I had just recently seen Paolito, who had fallen into demonic power and met a vain end. Paolito was probably stronger than me now in his prime when he wasn't brainwashed and demonized. If you saw it that way, it certainly would have been that way. Of course, the difference would not have been large enough to guarantee victory or defeat. Paolito also fell under Zito's spell and became a monster. So you were afraid of fighting Zito? Jean immediately shook his head. No, but I was about to say that I am not afraid of Zito. The reason Paolito lost to Zito was because Sakiel and other people precious to him were constantly taken hostage. But I have a sister, colleagues, and knights. Yes, our Runkendal will not be caught by him and grab your ankles. So, sister, please stay out of this hellish expedition. Luna's eyes widened. Are you saying you're going to go on an expedition to hell without me? I plan to go without not only you but most of the ground forces. Sister, please protect my precious people from being hurt or captured by this guy. Luna stared at Jean for a while at the completely unexpected words. But soon I was able to read his mind. Luna was the only person Jean could entrust with overall responsibility for the matter. Moreover, Zito is not the only problem. Aside from the Jinma world, enemies were still threatening the family and the Bamul alliance. You are giving me a more difficult mission than going into battle. Don't follow orders. But you're not planning on going alone, are you? I plan to leave with Murakan and a few others. Jiffel and Kinzalo will send a large army, so we will be the only ones to invade Hell with a very small number of people. Biceps will also be waiting inside the True Demon Realm, so we will receive their help as well. And I'm just as concerned about Kiliak Zippel, who is probably plotting things in Hell just as much as Zito. As a result, it was Kiliak Zippel who turned Paolito into a villain in the end. I get caught by him too. However, Ziffel also has a reason to punish him, so Ziffel may take charge of him. Jean recalled Baradin's appearance. Somehow in Hell, if he meets Kiliak and kills him, it seemed like he would never come back. I don't think I can just leave it like that because of my personal feelings about Baradin Ziffel. You will only know for sure once you go there in person. Luna smiled at those words. As the head of Runkendal's small family, it is actually against the law to worry about the head of the Zippel family. But I am the only one who heard this, and fortunately, I do not have the power to punish you. On the contrary, the fact that you have maintained those feelings even after becoming Changxiang reassures this sister. A shout of approval was heard outside the office. It was the sound of the butler Petro's footsteps. Lord Soga preparations are complete. Okay, let's go. As Jean and Luna stood up, Petro lowered his head. The group passed through the hallway and across the garden where the swords were sheathed. When Jean stopped walking, he was able to face about 3,000 knights lined up. Luna blended into the center of the line and was handed the flag by the knight. The other riders also held their flags accordingly. Raise your flag. The flag-bearers simultaneously raised their flags in accordance with Luna's slogan. The reason why the knights of the family gathered together was no different. It was to commemorate Sagaju's achievement of reaching Changxiang. Jean believed that it was more important to ensure that there were no loopholes in the mission of the family and the alliance than to celebrate his own achievements. Therefore, there was originally no intention to hold a commemorative ceremony at all, and even if it were to be held, it was planned to be held in a small scale with only a small number of people, but Louis T and the elders were vehemently opposed to it. He said family members also have the right to commemorate this moment. Insect. The knights raised their swords. When Soren ascended to Changxiang, there were far more knights from the family holding sword ceremonies than there are now. In addition, there were numerous envoys sent from allied families as well as envoys from the Empire and the Lutheran Federation. It is bound to be smaller now compared to then. After the Battle of the Bad God, the number of knights in the family was reduced to less than half, and Jean did not allow envoys from forces other than the Bamul alliance. Nevertheless, the people who see this scene now are the people standing here. No one felt more miserable now than then. Rather, I thought it was full of a brighter and more overwhelming atmosphere. Even though the visible number has decreased, the Runkendels of today are by no means weaker than they were back then. Jean looked at the knights carefully for a while. The shining eyes of the brothers holding the flag. The ancestors who still support the family. The youngest division standing with a proud face in the front row of the Magic Knight unit. The proud knights. I told myself not to do it, but now that I'm faced with this, my heart is pounding all over again. Jean smiled. It's been a long time since I've seen all of the family's knights gathered together like this. Because of the various missions, there were always a minimum number of people left in the Garden of Swords. Nevertheless, the minimum number of people were always busy running around, so the sword garden was never empty. The fact that you gathered in the Garden of Swords to congratulate me like this means that we did a good job. Of course, with all the knights and riders gathered in the Garden of Swords, there will be gaps in protecting the Union's territory. But it was a very small gap. The enemy tribe was still not touching the Bamul alliance, and the transition cracks in the true demon world were almost completely gone. Even if they had to leave for a moment to commemorate the occasion, there was no way that the defense force would suddenly become sorely lacking. In the first place, the Union army, including the Golden Ship, was still on high alert and preparing for the enemy's invasion. So I want to celebrate that fact even more than my own accomplishments. Everyone has worked hard and will continue to work hard in the future. What should I do? That is the life of a knight, the life of struggle, Runkendel. When the knights heard the name Runkendel Jean pronounced, it felt like a drum was beating in their hearts. When Soren left for the Black Sea as soon as he became the world's best sword, the enemies judged that Runkendel would now be weak. When Luna gave up the throne, her enemies thought Runkendel's future was now uncertain. When Rosa became a villain, the enemies were convinced that Runkendel was over. However, Runkendel overcame all the turbulent and monstrous times. We did not collude with anything that would pollute royalties and did not use anything. We have fought without collapsing in any crisis, and we are still fighting today. Jean was clearly at the center of it all. Either you were born Runkendel or you came to the Garden of Swords to become Runkendel. Our souls will all have the same form. We cut, stab, and strike down those who try to ruin that form in any way. The reason I became Changxiang was solely to do the job better. So the real celebration is after I finish them all. So let's end this briefly for today. More. Please return to your respective seats. Insect. Insect. Just like at the Sagaju appointment ceremony, the knights dispersed in perfect order as soon as the order to disperse was given. Luna, who had just received orders to guard the ground from Jean, also headed to the conference room. The only people left were Leet and the elders. It was a short speech lasting less than 10 minutes, but no one would forget this day. Ha ha ha, our great-grandson. This time the event ended in a short and sweet manner. If the situation had been better, we would have held a banquet and enjoyed romance. Jito, Jipal, Kinzalo, Imperial, Jiakmyong tribe, Sun God religion, Ganastoga. Once we get everything sorted out, we will be able to hold a banquet, great-grandfather. This great-grandfather will be able to see the banquet before he leaves once more. right? Of course. So I think we should finish off Jito first. Yes, once we defeat that monster, everything will be sorted out. The world has changed so much from my time when only the great powers of royalties competed for power. Sagaju, what should we prepare? My ancestors, please keep the powers of royalty in check while I strike hell. Okay. Wait a minute, are you really planning on going to hell alone? You gathered the Union forces at Grosh Castle, right? I will take Murakan, Valeria, Vale. Among the assembled troops, I plan to keep the Golden Ship and some superhumans on standby. In case the aftermath of the battle reaches royalties or if I lose. Among the selected companions, Murakan is the only one who will engage in direct combat with Zito. Of course, Vale is strong enough to fight alongside him, but his role is to protect Valeria from hell. Valeria's role was to teach the demons of hell about the records of the truth, and to resolve any problems with Murakan's memory. Murakan's power is not just about restoring a broken heart, but is also deeply related to Jin's achievements. As Jin's spiritual energy becomes stronger, his power also increases. Therefore, Murakan has now regained all of his glory from 1,000 years ago, but there were side effects due to the wound in his heart. When you use the same power as in your prime, your memories sometimes become distorted. He forgot the truth he had seen in K.Tam's painting and showed signs of a runaway. However, it was not frequent or serious. As long as Valeria lightly held it with recording magic, it became okay again. It was also a problem that would be completely resolved over time. As soon as Jin reached Changxiang, his spiritual energy became stronger and was slowly healing the 1,000-year-old wounds in his heart. Defeat, great-grandson. You are practically invincible now. It's just what if. One Changxiang swordsman has already been harmed by this guy, so there is no harm in being careful. That's right. Actually, this great-grandfather is not very worried whether you go alone or with the four of you. Your words and facial expressions are different. 59 years old. No, even if it's Changxiang, it's possible because the great-grandson is the 21st generation. My ancestors, please find out information about other enemies until I return. Especially Ganistoga. They're in cahoots with Kiliak Zippel. However, other than their home base called the World of Lokia, nothing has been revealed yet. Since the last time N was dealt with, the coalition has not yet been able to figure out Ganistoga's whereabouts or movements at all. This is because the Jinma realm went on a rampage, and there was little time to track them down. I understand Sagaju. Since Petro has grown a lot recently, I will delegate the management of internal affairs to him for a while, and I will personally go around the royalties and search for records about them. Leet said. Oh, Petro has now been approved by the head deacon? I am a butler who has been in charge of Sagaju since my days as a reserve jockey. Although he has a tendency to make a fuss sometimes, he is definitely an excellent butler worthy of the head of Soga. It was pocket money, and I have never committed even a small amount of embezzlement. Jean burst into laughter as he recalled the moments when Petro made a fuss. Looking back, Petro had always quietly assisted him. I do have some luck. Please let the head deacon take charge and give an appropriate reward. Yes, Sagaju. Then when do you plan to go to Jinma Jiron? I plan to leave right away. Right now? Yes, great-grandfather. Originally, we wanted to leave sooner, but time was delayed while awakening the spirits of the Holy Kingdom. I've already finished talking with Biceps, so all I have to do is make a move. Biceps is the only remaining resistance group in the Jinma world. They were currently waiting for Jin and preparing for the final battle to liberate the Jinma realm. Leet and the elders did not comment on Jin's decision. What they had to do was to faithfully carry out the orders left by Sagaju. Then I'll come back and see you. Jin walked straight to the backyard where the Red Owl was parked. I wish you good luck, Sagaju. Show the majesty of Runkendal to the true demon world and return. The Red Owl immediately sent Jin to the assembly point at Groshi Castle. At Grosh Castle, the fleets of each power were still gathered as they were when forming a wall. Both Jeep and Kinzalo were unable to enter the passage leading to the mainland of Jinma world. Jin stopped by the golden box for a moment and exchanged greetings with the union members. The Alliance members received a message from Tychon and knew that Jean was now going down to hell. And the leaders of Zippel and Kingelo also showed signs of moving as soon as the Red Owl appeared at Grosh Castle. Enemies were also waiting for Jean. "Are you here, kid?" "Yes, Murakan. I couldn't even attend your memorial ceremony to receive the history expert's memory protection magic for the last time before fighting Jito. Are you a history buff? I can't always call you the guardian of history. Can I just call you Valeria? This one sticks out a little more. Anyway, the kid is here, so let's get going. There's the Great Vale Road, the invincible and immortal nemesis of mortals." "Oh, please stop calling me that." Soon as the group left the golden box and approached the passage of Groshi Castle, a person approached them. Jean Runkendal. It was Baradin Jeep. Behind him stood Betty and Almatia Kun. "Oh, Baradin. Before conquering Grosh Castle, they only sent the following. It looks like you're going to go directly to hell this time, right?" Contrary to the content, the tone was not sarcastic. On the contrary, there was a hint of welcome in Jin's voice. "Not only is there Zito down there, but there are also traitors to our Zippel. I have to go there myself and put an end to that miserable life." It was a story about Kiliak. Jean felt bitter for a moment as he remembered Baradin killing Kiliak and becoming more corrupt, but he answered with a smile. "Baradin, in moderation, and now go back to how you were before. That kind of line really doesn't suit you." Baradin narrowed his eyes. "What? You're probably thinking you're doing great right now. He is taking down Kiliak and making the new Jippel stronger and more solid as the head of the family. Maybe some of it is true, but in the end you are just being used." "What are you talking about out of nowhere?" "Because of mental manipulation he is losing his sense of self and becoming a monster. You didn't become the cold person you are now because you wanted to. We're not allies, but we have to fight Jito together, so I came here to say hello, but I didn't expect to hear something like this. After becoming a prodigy, has the demonic transformation already progressed?" "Hold your tongue, Jean Runkendal. Mas Yongwa, yes. You are in a similar state to that. So let me help you. I can't keep you like that any longer. I refuse. Rejection is rejection. Are you trying to play with me now?" "No, I'm serious." Baradin was speechless and glared at Jean. However, at the same time, I found it surprising that I felt anger at this level of provocation. If it had been someone other than Jean, I wouldn't have cared at all. I feel uncomfortable because Jean Runkendal's eyes that look at me strangely resemble Alona's. Not long ago, when he released the cursed fire that was trying to encroach on Baradin, Alona caught a glimpse of his anxiety. It was like fear of Kiliak and worry about my friends. And Alona was determined to make Baradin face his feelings one day. It was natural for Baradin to feel similar feelings toward Jean. "Don't say it's done. Go down and don't die from Jito. It is our Jeep that will defeat you. Just say you're worried. Where is it?" Baradin sighed as he tried to answer and returned to the ranks of Ziffel. "Does that guy seem to be feeling a little better? Am I mistaken? I felt it too, Murakan." The mental manipulation wasn't perfect, so problems would continue to arise inside. If we examine the records of Baradin Ziffel and Alona Ziffel later, we will find some clues. Yes, looking at the records of Alona Ziffel left in the secret palace, there is a high possibility that Alona was used by Zippel in the past and committed massacres. According to the records left in the secret palace, as soon as Alona woke up, she tried to avoid murder and experienced confusion about her own existence. He never seemed to have the personality of a massacre who destroyed the entire world and killed people. If Alona is really being used like Baradin Zippel, then if they realize that fact and rebel against Zippel, Jeep has no choice but to give up its position as the world's best. That will only happen if we include the case where the completion of the Demon Godstone is aborted Vale. In any case, we need to create an opportunity for Valeria to look at the records of the two people. And this expedition is a pretty good stage to create that situation. No one yet knows what will happen during the fight in Hell. Perhaps Jean and Baradin could have been located in a remote area throughout the battle. However, once the subjugation of Jito was over, Jean would rarely be this close to Baradin. Unless, of course, another common enemy appears or Runkendal and Ziffel finally engage in all-out war. It's a pity that Ilona is not there because of the mainland defense. But if Baradin is in danger, he will immediately come to hell for help. Then if you're lucky you might be able to talk or look at the records. Just as I was thinking about that, Orgel came to visit the group. Jean. As soon as I saw him, the dream ability of the illusion master Pirhops Bakma came to mind. In particular, Valeria was inwardly trembled as she recalled how she had looked at the records of the Alliance's key personnel every day due to her dream ability. I came to Grosh to explain the passage to the castle. Okay. Tell me, Orgel. This passage leads to the dark area of the true demon realm. When you enter there, as the name suggests, a dark and spacious space is revealed. And, if you go straight north from there, you will see the Infamily Castle. This is the castle of Vidlush where the Queen Lord was killed. The battle will begin from there. Do you know the road that leads from an castle to Jito's residence? Orgel nodded. Thanks to finding more memories recently. However, Jito's residence is not an area where you can go as you please even if you know the way. You need a key. I guess you're talking about this sword. Jean said, holding up the sword he brought from the golden chest. Vascola Paolato's sword remained on the battlefield undamaged even after his death. How did you know? I heard it from Paolato. Paolato died without being able to provide that information. It was Biceps who told Jean that Vascola was the key. Jean had now heard all of Orgel's information from Biceps in advance. Jean was checking to see if what Orgel and Biceps said matched. Oh, I guess so. If you use that sword like a key, the demons sealed in the sword will awaken at once. It's a kind of guardian. Then shouldn't Jean just break down the whole door without using Vascola as a key? Bale spoke and Orgel shook his head. Of course, now that Jean has reached Changxiang, there will probably be nothing in the world that he cannot cut down. But that door leads to another subspace within the Jinma realm. If you do not open it in the correct way, you will have to go back a very long way to find Jito. So does this mean that you have to kill all the demons sealed in Vascola to meet Jito? Not only that, but there will also be armies of the true demon realm blocking us until we reach the door. The army of the true demon realm. To Jean they now seemed like victims of Zito. Like Paolato, he is brainwashed by Zito and fights an unwanted war. Therefore, even if Jean dealt with them, he was willing to postpone their death like the subjects of the Holy Kingdom. Since there is no numerous will, it will not be possible to awaken it in the form of a soul with an ego. I understand, Orgel. Jean looked closely at Orgel, who was returning to Kingelo's ranks. Jito said he wanted that guy to be his successor. Orgel spoke as if he didn't know the reason, but Jean had one possibility in mind. So maybe Zito can leave his power or some kind of legacy to Orgel if things get worse. If we see a sign like that, we must stop it, so let's keep a close eye on him. First off, you didn't fool us at all. It all matches what Biceps said, kid. The group slowly walked down the aisle. The passage looked like a sheer cliff. Demonic energy was rising from beneath the darkness beyond. Let's go. Whoa. Murakan transformed into his true form and carried the group on his back. Murakan instantly sank into the darkness and disappeared from Zippel and Kinzelo's sight. The passage was deep and seemed endless. Even after descending at full speed for over an hour, there was no sign of reaching the bottom. At this rate, it will take quite some time for Zippel and Kinzelo's fleet to come down. The scouts will arrive sooner than that, but we will already be heading north. It's not just the distance. Now we are constantly crossing the subspace formed by the broken gap in the Bangma wall. It will probably take 2 days for the fleet to pass through all of these subspaces, kid. It took a total of 2 hours to reach the dark area of the true demon realm. And the dark area had a completely different scenery from Orgel and Biceps' descriptions. This is something I didn't hear from Biceps. It was a vast area of darkness. However, above the darkness, the corpses of true demon realm demons literally formed a mountain. At first glance, the dark area is filled with tens of millions of corpses, just like slaughtered livestock. However, the dead demons are not livestock but people. Although they met as enemies with Jean, that was only because they were brainwashed by Jito. Before they were brainwashed, they were just people born in hell. The last time I had contact with Biceps was a week ago. I said I couldn't contact you at all because of preparations for the final battle. So does this mean that something like this happened within a week? No, judging from the state of the bodies, that doesn't seem to be the case. A warm energy was rising from the corpses. They all died fighting each other. There are no other records. It doesn't seem to be the result of the fight between Biceps and Zito's men. In the first place, Biceps's number of combatants is not this large. Jean had a hunch. The fact that Zito used them to strengthen his power called pain. Changxiang's insight vaguely showed what happened here and the direction the demon's vengeful spirits were heading towards. And I could feel Jito's will in it. The will was speaking. You killed all these demons, not me. I guess Jito is afraid of me. Runt. Otherwise he wouldn't have driven demons to death like this to increase his power. We'll probably have to go through mountains of corpses like this again and again until we reach his abode. Wah wah. Jean formed a lump of golden energy on his palm. Then he placed the energy on the floor as if offering a ritual, and suddenly the golden energy spread like a vein among the corpses. If Jean had not ascended to the Changxiang and gained the power of regeneration, he would have been engulfed in unbearable anger at this very moment. Naturally, that will inevitably lead to demonic character. But now Jean was strengthening his inner self, recalling what Ayula had said. So don't collapse under the weight of guilt, Jean. You must not fall to give life back to those who died before and to those who will die after. I will punish Jito and give you your lives back. The group began flying north, leaving the corpses behind. 2 days ago, in the Soul Tree Forest near the 7th castle of Belgasium, the underworld of the true demon realm. Ha ha ha! Bassett took a deep breath. 3 days ago, a great war suddenly began in the Jinma world. Because of this, the members of Biceps' death squad, who had come out of hiding to prepare for the decisive battle with Jito, were caught up in the war and were struggling day after day. Are you okay, brother? The injuries inside Bassett are serious. Getting treatment from Silkia, Tilias and Missile said as they stood next to Bassett. Bassett had been injured while protecting non-combatants who were migrating. Bassett alone protected nearly 1 million people from 10 demon kings, about 50 generals and countless soldiers. The reason Bassett was able to handle so many enemies alone was because they didn't target only Biceps like before. Zito's subordinates, no, to be precise, the demons who were subordinates, appeared to be trying to kill everything in sight. A slaughter war took place not only with the enemy but also with allies belonging to the same unit. Nearby members were watching Bassett from afar with regret and respect. Bassett thought that the meaning of his existence was to protect them from Zito. No, Silkia. That child's strength should not be wasted on something like this. But Lord Bassett. I said no. Anyway, I have a few hours to spare, so I just need to take care of myself until then. Members paid their respects to Bassett while also spitting and cursing at the endless corpses lying nearby. This was because until now, the Jinma army had been cruel oppressors to Biceps. The members of Biceps always lived a life of being chased for survival, and every one of them had the experience of losing someone precious to Zito's men. So there is no choice but to hate it. If you don't hate, you'll forget. It was a life where you couldn't help but go crazy if you didn't forget even a little of the accumulated hatred every time the cycle came. Bassett could barely suppress his devastation as he saw the members trampling on the corpses and cursing. Tilias, how am I supposed to tell them the truth? Older brother. We could not easily believe what we heard from Jean Runkendal. However, Zito opened a scene of unprecedented carnage that would never be seen before in the world, and those who we thought were enemies were all just other victims of Zito. Brainwashing was not only applied to high-ranking demons, including demon kings and generals. Jito was brainwashing all of the Jinma army. However, the reason that fact was not revealed in Valeria's recording magic was because all the ordinary demons that Zito first brainwashed were dead. All ordinary soldiers in the current True Demon army grew up under the guidance of brainwashed parents and superiors who were brainwashed from birth. Therefore, there was no reason to brainwash them separately. In that absolute environment, all demons had no choice but to become Jito's dogs. Only Biceps was not brainwashed by Zito. That is why we have resisted our oppressors until now. Ha! We have all often thought that could happen. Perhaps Jito will eventually use even his most loyal servants as expendable items for his own pleasure. However, no one expected that even the most powerful people like Piloto and Sakiel would use it like that. Government is a concept that, of course, requires managers and can only be established if there are people first. However, what Zito did now did not correspond to that at all. They are driving the people crazy, making them kill each other, and discarding the subordinates who should be managers like trash. This is not this. We all thought that son of a bitch wanted to rule the world. But all he wanted was destruction. Or it could be an ending in which only the few chosen by Zito survive. The entire Jinma realm is engulfed in war. So hundreds of millions of people must have already died. Now Biceps is in a position where he has to protect not only the members but also Zito's subordinates. What Biceps so earnestly desired was not the safety and freedom of those who belonged to Biceps but the peace of the world called Jinma world itself. But the members are cursing Jito's dead men, and there is no stopping the hatred. How can the members accept the fact that everyone in the Jinma world was a victim? The blood on their hands cannot be washed away, and the dead cannot return. Bassett was heartbroken. So far, he has killed countless Jinma forces, and Tilias and other spies have been torturing and killing captured members to maintain confidentiality. Now, no matter how it ends, Biceps cannot have a bright future. Only a cruel truth heavier than life and a huge wound that would never heal awaited the demons. But you still have to let me know. You also have to fight. In the end, even if we collapse because we cannot accept the truth, we have no choice but to move forward, older brother. Yeah, I guess so. By now, Jean Runkendal has probably arrived in the Jinma realm to attack Jito. What we have to do is somehow stop the artificial sun before he meets Zito. The artificial sun was a gigantic organ created by the Jinma realm to survive after the death of the sun god. That organ received power from the land of the sun, which remained in the deepest part of the true demon realm. Biceps decided that as long as the artificial sun existed, even Jean, who reached the top of the Changxiang, could never kill Jito. This is why on the day when Tilias first met Jean, he said that he could not kill Zito unless the Union joined hands with Biceps. Currently, in the vicinity of the land of the sun, Biceps's agent Ridilos Trinak was there. As soon as the Belgasium army passes the battlefield, let's go meet Ridilos. If you give him this key that Piloto copied into the abyss in the past, the artificial sun will be destroyed, and Jean Runkendal will be victorious. Yes, brother. From then on, we start again. Somehow again. Aren't you saving Silkia's power for that? Liberation is just around the corner. Just focus on recovery. I will take care of the members. Bassett dealt with his internal injuries for 5 hours. The scouts returned and began reporting that the Belgasium army had left the battlefield. Lord Bassett, the Belgasium army has escaped the outskirts of Ma. I get it. Now we have to get ready to leave. But Lord Bassett, unlike other units, the Belgasium army did not kill each other. What? They were just moving somewhere under the command of Layla Belgasium. Even though there was friction with other units in the middle, the Belgasium army seemed to be fighting well as if they were not crazy. Moreover, they were not at all embarrassed when they saw their allies turning into murderous monsters and attacking them. So, does that mean Layla Belgasium knew that things would turn out this way? Where was the army headed? It also did not appear to be near Zito's residence. In our estimation, it was poisonous. It's poisonous. In that case, it looks like he also fell under the Kiliak Zippel. Those who betrayed Zito and joined Kiliak are not subject to Zito's mental control. Bassett thought for a moment and then nodded. Go to Dakma Castle immediately and check the trends there. I don't know about Regal, but if I had recruited someone as good as Layla, there is a high possibility that I would have already gained more than 10% of the Jinma army. And like Zito, he will try to oppress and use us again. Although the high-ranking demons who colluded with Kiliak may not know, it was necessary to prevent the ordinary people below them from being reduced to someone else's war expendables without even knowing why. I understand, Lord Bassett. Biceps started moving again. Now, if we only had to travel about 10 more hours, we would reach the entrance to the land of the sun. No matter where I walked, I stepped on corpses. Instead of the road where it should have been, more mountains of corpses and rivers flowing with their blood appeared. And now, if only the artificial sun is destroyed, the Jinma realm will be able to start anew. Although it would be a dark world at that time without even fake light, hearts would already be broken and filled with irreversible sadness. It could still not be compared to Jito's reign. Brother, something is strange. As they approached the solar furnace, Tilias looked around and said, "What?" The traces of the corpses have changed since a while ago. There were traces of common soldiers fighting and destroying each other. But it seemed like a strong man had entered the battlefield. I was aware of it too. It seems that there was a demon lord in the unit who lost his mind due to mind control. Or the demon king who had already annihilated the other units and survived alone wandered the abyss and encountered another unit. That was the answer, but Biceps executives felt uncomfortable. I have already seen many battlefields like that where the devil invaded before indiscriminate slaughter. However, this was the first time that such an overwhelming trace of one person was left behind. It is a trace left by a transcendent powerhouse at least as strong as Layla. Good job, Tilias. The executives were startled by the sudden voice and looked around. It was Riddle's Trinak, a demon with an unusually long horn and a great sword as large as his own body on his shoulder. Lord Riddle's? Wow, surprise. It's Sir Riddle's. Riddle's? When did you join our ranks? Why don't you even pretend to be popular? There were so many demons passing by that they were mixed in among the corpses. I'm sorry if I surprised you. Now give me the key. Go and destroy my artificial sun. Bassett and the executives stared at Riddle's outstretched hand for a while. In those hands, there were broken bones and pieces of flesh along with the blood of demons. It was as if someone's head had been grabbed and exploded just moments ago. Riddle's, could it be that you killed the demons here? Riddle's had no intention of hiding it. He nodded immediately. Exactly. Please give me the keys. If you do that, I will give the executives a chance to live considering the affection we have had so far. Riddle's, what the? When Bassett shouted, Riddle's shook his head and burst out laughing. Don't you know that even if Lord Bassett and all the bastards come at me, they won't do anything to me? Anyway, you seem quite shocked. It looks like you have no intention of giving it to me, so I will kill you all and take the key from now on. Riddle's Trinek. I can't help but believe my ears. In the end, have you also gone crazy under Jito's magic? Are you as corrupt as Paelito? Kahahaha. Paelito, that foolish bastard ended up becoming Zito's dog because of his obsession with Sakiel. And because of that obsession, he was defeated by Jean Runkendal, so don't compare that poor guy to me. Whoa! Riddle's charged at Bassett and swung his great sword. A sword wind arose, and the corpses on the floor bounced and exploded. As Bassett parried the blow, Tilias and Missile simultaneously attacked both sides of Riddle's. However, Riddle's did not dodge but instead held on with his body and continued to pressure Bassett. Even though Tilia's sword accurately pierced the side, it did not go deep, and Missile's fist made a loud noise but bounced in vain. TSK. Then it's not Zito, it's Kiliak Zippel? Well, I never thought that the day would come when I would end up under the control of humans. But I saw potential in him. Possibility? The possibility of truly liberating this land from oppression. He is fundamentally different from Biceps, who pursues an empty dream and, when it doesn't work out, ends up living as a parasite for a huge power of royalties. He is looking not only to liberation but also to a future that goes further than that. You're crazy. Are you saying that you abandoned all the comrades you fought with for so many years just because of that? It's not me who's crazy. It's you. What are you going to do by destroying the artificial sun? Even if we win like that, the true demon realm will just become a ruin without a single ray of light. There is no immortal in the world who can live without the sun, Sir Bassett. Kiliak has the means to end Zito without the artificial sun. So, are you asking us to become Kiliak's dogs with you even now? No, you are unnecessary to the new Jinma world. I know best what kind of people you are. They are monsters who can continue a hopeless struggle against an incompetent subject for 10,000 years. So after the Jinma realm is liberated with Kiliak's help, It is clear that we will fight against Kiliak from then on. It is not even easy to eradicate them like the old Melka people. Kiliak taking power only means that another Jito will be born in the Jinma world. That is much better than the freedom gained by destroying the artificial sun. Moreover, even though he has fused with a god, he is still a human and will fulfill his duty one day. And from then on, the Jinma world will truly enter a new era. As we spoke, Bassett was being pushed back. Bassett was Ridolo's teacher for quite a long time. Therefore, although it was possible to fight and alleviate such a large gap to some extent, all we could do was buy time. Of course, if Missile and Tilias are included, they may be able to threaten Ridolo's at least a little. But Bassett was still paying attention to the regular members far behind. Ridolo's recognized that fact and smiled. Don't worry. I won't fight using regular members. I have no reason to do that to you, do I? There is also something of an old sentiment. Ridolo's. But it can't be helped that they die in the aftermath. So protect yourself and fight. But it's funny, right? I will not hesitate to destroy the artificial sun and plunge the entire Jinma world into darkness. And I am so desperate to protect the million or so non-combat members. Tisk 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 dash. Ridolo swung his great sword like a bat and sent Bassett flying. In the meantime, Missile put a fist into the back of his head. But Ridolo's turned around and caught the punch with his horn. Ugh, Missile, this cute guy. Are you gonna kill me if you hit me like that? Your fist just explodes. You son of a bitch, you can't do this. How could you treat us? I'm not delirious or brainwashed. What motivates me is the belief in protecting the Jinma realm. So far, Biceps has been the best. Understand that now we are abandoning the minority for the greater good. Ha! The day will never come when Kiliak Zippel rules over the real demon world. Even if he comes, he is one of Jinrankandal's greatest enemies. If Jinrankandal and Kiliak fight, the Jinma world will become a battlefield again. At those words, Ridolo's tilted his head as if it was absurd. What are you talking about, Missile? Is it because your way of speaking is strange? You were a smart guy, but did you become a fool? How does Jinrankandal fight Kiliak Ziffel? What? Jito, who receives the power of the artificial sun, is a monster that not even Pialito in his prime could handle. But how can that person win? Today, Jinrankandal dies. Therefore, the Jinma realm will never become a battlefield. So die with peace of mind. We won't die. We will never die at your hands. While Missile bought some time, Bassett approached Tilias and gave an order. Protect Silcia at all costs, Tilias. If you can't see a way, then just take Silcia and escape with you and Missile. In the end, I didn't encounter a single person who could be considered an enemy while coming here. Jean and his party had already passed the castle of the infamily that Orgel had mentioned and were heading towards the entrance of Jito's residence. Almost a day had already passed since entering Hell, but the party had not fought a single battle. Occasionally, we encountered an army of demons crazy about mind control, but we never dealt with them. This was because there was no reason for a senseless massacre. Even if they had not fought among themselves in the first place and had joined forces to oppose Jean, it would not have meant much. This was because the gap was too far for a fight to take place. Instead, Jean spread the power of regeneration one by one as if lighting a fire over the corpses of the demons. Even when Jean began his battle with Jito, the light would continue to remain there and serve as a guidepost for the forces that would follow. It's a bad sign. It means that the world is being brutally violated by Jito. Jean felt the constant threat of death coming from everywhere. The fact that the pain caused by that continues to flow to Zito. Then it suddenly occurred to me that one of the Biceps should have appeared by now. At the last contact, Biceps said they would send someone if Jean went to hell. I don't think Biceps is being manipulated by Zito like they are and are killing each other. I think so too. Biceps is the only group in the Jinma world that was not brainwashed by Jito in the first place. Until now, I thought the reason Biceps wasn't brainwashed was because they escaped each time and got lucky. But now I have a feeling they might have some means of preventing brainwashing and mind control. Assuming that Biceps has not turned into a berserker like other demons thanks to that means, there would be one reason why they do not appear before us and give us information. Yes, Valeria. Something happened there. Is there a possibility of betrayal? Jean shook his head at Bale's words. I can't completely rule it out, but from what I've met in person, they are not worthy friends. If you were going to betray, there were many better opportunities. Then what should I do? You were supposed to receive detailed information from Hell about how to kill Jito, right? I have to find it. And if they are in trouble, we have to help them. Ah. Somehow it looks like Murakin will be the one to take on that annoying task. Jean nodded. You have no choice but to go. I don't have any information about Bicep's hideout, and I barely know the geography of the true demon world. Where on earth are you telling me to go? Please at least call me a history buff. It's like finding a needle in the desert. Then just go all three of you. Jean points forward. The entrance to Jito's residence was visible in the distance. It was a huge circular portal that had the power to suck in all objects around it just by floating in the air. The demon troops passing by without thinking, going crazy due to mind control, were seen being sucked into it as if they had fallen into a whirlpool. Are you okay alone? Murakin no longer asked questions like before. The plague gods sealed in Bascula would not have dared to be Jin's opponent. Excluding the forces held by Kiliak, the only being who could threaten Jin in this vast Jinma world was Jito. What did you know? What time is it? Just 24 hours from now. Come back in it. Whether you find biceps or not. For now, let's come back and decide what to do. So are you going to kill those sealed in Vascula and wait for us here? Okay. I'm thinking of waiting while meditating. Meditation? At the sudden word, the group turned their heads and looked at Jean and each other in turn. Since I am fighting a god, I need to prepare myself one more time before the final battle begins. I heard that the Ban brothers always meditated before going into battle when they killed some strong gods during the Great War against the gods. If it is said by the strongest mortal in history as acknowledged by Ayula, then it is right to do so. And there is a new sword I want to learn. I wanted to learn it from the moment I first saw it, but I couldn't bring myself to recreate that moment before I became Changxiang. What kind of sword is this? Is it the sword of half a warrior? Jean smiled and shook his head. No, it's Timar's sword. Murakin's eyes widened. Are you really talking about splitting the sun? The Runkendal magic sword of the 5 arms as seen in Keatom's painting of sun slitting. According to what is recorded in the picture, Soderette commented that the sun cleaver was a sword that could cut even himself as long as it touched it. And Jean thought that assessment was accurate. The completed sun slit will be able to kill all immortals in the world. I think the sword's name, Sun Cleaver, may have something to do with the sun god. Jean made eye contact with Murakin. It may be a sword that has bad memories for you, but it is necessary. As a warrior, I am also coveted. Bad memories? Okay, don't worry about that. Anyway, you could say that the sword is Timar's most precious legacy. It's also a sword suited for you, little guy. Thank you for saying that. But kid, I've told you this before. In terms of pure sword potential, Timar is superior to you. Even if you gain insight into creativity, you will never be able to complete it with just 1 day of meditation. Timar also went to great lengths to use it. Jean nodded and smiled. Like you said, it will take a lot of time to complete. Maybe I'll never be able to complete it. But for now, I just need to be able to cut down Jito. I have a hunch that that much is possible. Timar must have been trying to use this sword even before becoming a king. But I am not. Well, let's see how much we can imitate splitting the sun in that short period of time. We're coming back, kid. Okay. The 3 people left. Jean immediately walked towards the portal leading to Jito's residence. Every time we got closer, the magical energy emanating from the portal was rapidly amplifying. However, that thick magical energy could not penetrate the golden energy surrounding Jean at all. Even when touched near, the energy appeared to evaporate like water vapor. After all, it's uncomfortable to wear 3 swords on your waist. Jean unsheathed Vascula. It was a sword that was no different from gaining power in itself. However, Jean had no intention of taking Vascula at all. Using 3 swords noisily was not appealing, and the magical energy contained in the swords was a problem for any of the Alliance members to use. I also sent it to Pecan to find out how to remove the demonic energy. It is possible, but if the demonic energy is removed, Vascula becomes a famous sword. Therefore, to Jean, Vascula had value only as a key. It's a sword used as a key. A sword worse than an ordinary one. The sword of the Barasata family head. That's what the fake Murakan is aiming for. Okay? Pharisee? What is the fake guy trying to use it for? In the past, Sodaret told the head of the family that Barasata is not just a sword but also a key to somewhere. Suddenly, what Fry said in Kadam's painting came to mind. At the time, the world in the picture was in a polluted state. So there is a possibility that the information about Barasata being the key is wrong, but it strangely bothers me. It would be great if I could meet my father once. There are so many things I want to ask, hear, and show. It was a problem that could not be known right away anyway. Jean threw Vascula towards the giant floating portal. Pakhang dash. A sharp bursting sound spread, and the space near the portal began to distort randomly. The shock wave was strong enough to cause an earthquake, but the one pyong of land on which Jean was standing was quiet and did not shake at all. What the heck? Soon the portal opened to the left and right, and a sphere popped out from within. The sphere soared high and surrounded the portal like a protective shield. Whoa! The demonic energy flowing out of the protective shield formed a fog, and in the fog, the blurry shapes of the demon gods were revealed one by one. There were 5 in total. 2 of them covered the sky with their gigantic bodies like a fortress, and the other 3 looked similar to other high-ranking demons. Ah, this refreshing air. It's been a while since I've seen the outside world. It looks like Pialito wasn't the one who found this place, seeing as we've woken up. Jean studied them for a moment and focused on 2 demons who gave off a familiar aura. There's a blue-horned fellow and melting. Well, I can't think of any other way to describe it. A friend who melts. Jean had already experienced the power of those 2 demons when he fought Pialito, so I could recognize it right away. Bizarro was an old plague god. Could it be that you called me and Bizarro? Okay, it's nice to see you like this. Thanks to you. I remember having a hard time. The demons felt uncomfortable with Jin's attitude, as if he were just out for a walk in the neighborhood. Trapped in Vascula for so many years, his reason and insight were worn down to a level lower than that of an ordinary human, but he was still able to feel. How powerful is the human standing before them now? A difficult memory? Could it be that our power which was taken out of Vascula not long ago attacked you? Hugh, yes. Strong. Jean slowly pulled out Sigmund. Then the golden energy hovering nearby gathered around him and transformed into a sharp thunderbolt. Jean called the transformed golden energy Gold Lightning. As with Eternal Flower, Hito gave it a name. Hito was very proud when Jean ascended to the Changxiang and named the newly designed Pyongwang sword Golden Blade. The power of the famous kings? The form is a little different from what we remember, but it is shocking in many ways. I thought about letting you live if I thought you would be helpful to the Jinma realm in the future, but looking at your condition, I don't think that will be possible. Cluck. Yes, you will see it. Our madness. It's been sealed for a long time, so it's strange that it doesn't go crazy. Still, I would be just as good as your last opponent. Still, before they were defeated by Jito and Pialito, they were all beings who were called the rulers of the demon world. It's not that much. It's glory. We are ultimately destined to rot within the Bascula and be reduced to beings worse than animals. Before that happens, I may fall by the sword of a great human. Suzak placed his right hand on his chest and bowed. Other gods also followed Suzak's example. Suzak was the most powerful demon before Jito, so he was the leader. Unfortunately, we will not be able to stimulate you at all because we are weakened in Vascula. But please understand, too much time has passed with my entire body tied up. Since the other person showed courtesy first, Jean also slightly bowed his head. What an unexpected welcome. Players give in. I will not refuse. Then for a moment. Phew! Suddenly, Suzak punched the chest of another demon next to him. The fist pierced his chest, and in an instant, his body was consumed by plague. The body that had been dissolved by the plague was absorbed into Suzak. Suzak then jumped high and swallowed up the 2 giant demons that were blocking the sky. All of the demon gods swallowed by Tsuzak did not resist at all. They are already under my control. It seems like I'm ignoring your consideration by rushing in with a large number of people. However, Bizarro did not absorb it that much. Instead, Tsuzak pushed Bizarro aside as soon as he got down to the ground. Jean nodded as he read Tsuzak's intentions. It looks like he wants to leave behind one demon god who is in good condition. He clearly cares more about the true demon world than Jito. Cluck clack clack. Tsuzak's eyes glowed, and he formed a sword in both hands. The formed sword was also constantly melting like Tsuzak's body. There is no reason for Tsuzak's sword to be sharp. If you touch it, no matter how strong your opponent is, you will become a slave to the plague. Tsuzak rushed forward. As soon as the sword struck, flowing plagues splashed out, but the energy of the gold lightning instantly evaporated them. Even if he was in his prime from the beginning, Tsuzak could never beat Jean. I couldn't even brush the collar of his black jeans. The reason he was able to directly clash his sword with Jean even once with his wasted body was only because Jean gave him high dignity. It wasn't a bad meeting, Tsuzak. The king's sword golden blade. The gold lightning, which stretched out in a straight line following Sigmund's trajectory, pierced Tsuzak's chest. This was followed by Jumwal forming a small vortex on Tsuzak's chest and swallowing him. The remaining plague energy in Tsuzak was constantly evaporating into the gold lightning. Tsuzak could not escape from Jean Moon's gravity, and super regeneration had no meaning. The gray body shattered and turned golden. Tsuzak, who had begun to break down into shining golden particles, looked not like a plague god but like the end of some holy being. Ah! This is what it feels like to have illness disappear from your body. As a plague god, I myself have suffered from that power for a long time. Victory and defeat were decided by a single blow, but Tsuzak felt a sense of liberation rather than humiliation. The long period of confinement he spent in Vaskala, the pain of madness and plague that eroded his inner self are now over. You open this door to wake us up to kill Jito. Tell me your name, great knight. Jean Runkendal. Thank you. Tsuzak disappeared like that. All of the pestilence he had been spreading disappeared. Jean looked down at Tsuzak's traces dispersing into golden particles and then turned his gaze to Bizarro. Bizarro had no horns, so he looked almost human. A demon god who wields the power of aging with secret powers. I heard from Paolito that you were a being who made demons who wanted death grow old. And while fighting against Jito, he was sealed in Vaskala. Bizarro nodded. He was in a much lighter state of the unique madness that Tsuzak and other demons felt. It was sealed relatively recently, and it was also thanks to Tsuzak's respect for him in Vaskala. Even before being sealed, Bizarro was respected by everyone in the true demon world for helping demons who were tired of life to die comfortably. That's right. It seems like the desire to resist Jito still remains. I have the will, but I no longer have the strength. My combat ability is probably far below that of common high-ranking demons. So if you save me, all I will do is continue to help demons who wish for a dignified death. The power of aging only faintly remains. Then leave. After today, Zito will disappear. I understand, but there is one more reason why Tsuzak wanted to save me. What is it? You only have the key to the door, but you don't know how to use it properly. If we go inside like this, the road to Jito's residence will be messy. I see. I will arrange the portal. It will take about a day. It's just the right amount of time for one day. My colleagues are also scheduled to return in a day. Then let me know when you're done. Jean immediately sat down and began to meditate, leaving Bizarro behind. Bizarro did not think about running away or any other way to deceive Jean. I just focused on silently organizing the portal. And if Jito died at the hands of Jean, he intended to use the rest of his life for the Jean demon realm. Splitting the sun. Clearly, the aura and magical energy were spiraling around Barasada, and it was almost similar to the golden energy I am using now. Other than that, I didn't see any special elements in the inspection. Jean didn't think long about the sword's decision to split the sun. In the end, The key to achieving that level of sword was not the technical area but the realization of the will to learn the sword. Perhaps the Sun Cleaver is a sword made to cut down gods. And when Timar learns this sword, soon Jean was able to reach the core of the sun splitting. He must have learned it with the intention of cutting down Soderets. So from now on, the opponent I will have to fight in meditation will not be Jito but Soderet. As Murakan had predicted when first using the passage of Castle Grosh, it seemed like it would take 2 days for Kinslow and Ziffel's fleet to completely cross the subspace. Commander Magistrate. Satrin and Betty approached Baradin's call. Yes, Matriarch. Please speak. I just received a report from the scouting party that Kinslow's demon dragon escaped separately and began to overtake the main force. Zephyrin. Then I guess he wants to reach hell before us. I guess so. I don't think Zephyrin moved alone. Are you saying that Orgel went down with Zephyrin? Baradin nodded. Okay. It is highly likely that Orgel has something he wants to gain from the Jinma realm. It must be something like power or a special object that will complete you. The demon godstone also predicted that. Of course Orgel and Kinslow becoming stronger was something that not only Runkendal but also Zippel did not want. He is still a being shrouded in mystery. In particular, since he was closely related to the true demon world, Baradin had no choice but to be wary of him stabbing other powers in hell. I have to go after him. In any case, if we continue to match the speed of the entire fleet, it will be delayed to check Jean Runkendal's movements. He would have arrived in hell several times faster than us. Jean was not caring about Zippel and Kinslow at all. Although it was not a relationship worthy of consideration in the first place, Jean acted as if he could deal with Jito on his own without any major powers. However, Baradin continued to be concerned about Jean. Even though I was in a position where I had to hope that he would die fighting Jito if possible or that I would grab the opportunity to kill him, my heart was not like that. Baradin, take it in moderation and now go back to how you were before. Those lines really don't suit you. Immediately after hearing those words from Jean before using the entrance to Grosh Castle, my inner state became more and more complicated. In that respect, saying he would go after Orgel now was a kind of pretext. Although Satrin and Betty have no idea. I understand, ma'am. We will prepare it immediately. We will go down with Tuyen and Pinia. I will delegate command of the fleet to Almatia. As Baradin stepped out of the bridge, the 2 guardian dragons landed on Kojek's deck. It looks like you came out because of Zephyrin, Baradin. Okay, pick us up and chase him. I get it. However, he is familiar with this subspace, so it will not be easy for us to catch up. Let's go down to the Jinma realm and look for traces. The dragons began to descend carrying the 3 people. Excluding the fleet, the speed at which it crossed subspace became indescribably faster. Baradin and his party were able to reach the dark area of the true demon world after about an hour. A vast dark area and a mountain made up of tens of millions of corpses awaited them. It was a death on a scale never before seen in royalties. Jean Runkendal didn't kill him. They died fighting each other. I think so, ma'am. Just as the evil spirit used the despair of others as his power in the past, Jito appears to be using pain. Just like the Holy Kingdom, Jin Runkendal left some kind of power in these corpses. However, unlike when Jean first arrived, Baradin and the others also saw the golden energy surrounding the numerous corpses. According to Bamul Union newsletters, Ayula left a saying before she died that this golden energy could resurrect the dead. It is said that Jean Runkendal ascended the spear and gained the power of regeneration. While Betty was speaking, Baradin stretched out his hand towards the golden energy passing in front of him. Ugh! And as soon as the energy touched my hand, I felt a strong sense of dizziness. Scenes I had forgotten, moments with Jean Dante as a boy, were flashing in my mind. Are you okay, Matriarch? It's an unpleasant force. Like the cursed fire that Kiliak Ziffel left behind last time. However, except for Baradin, the rest of the personnel were not affected by the golden energy at all. Baradin quickly began to leave the dark area as if running away. If I continued to face this golden energy, I felt like I would feel dizzy before I even started doing anything in the true demon realm. Dangerous. If things continue like this, I think I will collapse soon. Baradin was feeling that sense of crisis these days. The personality he had lost due to mental manipulation was stirring in his unconscious. That feeling is not appropriate for leading a family in the future. Another Spear Knight has been born in Runkendal, the family's greatest enemy, and Kinslow still does not know its full potential, and the Demon Godstone has not yet been completed. If Alona had not returned, Zippel would have been going through the most dangerous days among the three forces. What was obtained by joining hands with the Sun God Church was now gradually holding Baradin back. Moreover, Kiliak Zippel, who thought he had lost everything, has survived and is gaining strength again in hell. I couldn't let myself get confused and shaken in this situation. For Baradin that meant defeat. But why am I so obsessed with my family's victory and prosperity? Why am I fighting? Baradin suddenly looked to the side in shock. Betty hesitated, taking out a dry cloth for cleaning her sword and holding it out to Baradin. Matriarch, blood is flowing from your mouth. Ah! It was only then that Baradin realized that he had been clenching his teeth so hard that his jaw ached. Thank you. Satron was riding a pinia and could not see this. I felt fortunate. Betty was completely trustworthy, but Satron was not. Everyone in the family was like that except Alona and Betty Almatia-kun. Even Octavia, who tried to save him from a runaway in the past, could not completely trust Baradin. I guess it's because I thought that something like that could happen to me at any time since I brought down Kiliak Zippel and became the head of the family. Betty fidgeted and scratched her head. The kindness she possessed, a biological golem that was no different from a human modeled after herself, was clearly an element that did not exist in her current self. They ran away from the dark area where Jin's energy remained, but Baradin and his party had to face the golden energy remaining in other piles of corpses as they moved north. It seems that Satron's prediction that Zito uses pain as his strength is correct. Wherever there are armies who died fighting each other. Baradin. Jean Runkendal left a mark of his power on most of them. At this point, there is no need to look further into Jean Runkendal's movements. Still, just in case Satron and Fionn should continue to follow this golden energy and track down Jean Runkendal. Me and Betty Tien look for traces of Orgel and the demon dragon. This time, too, a plausible excuse was found. If I continued to face the energy left behind by Jean in this state, I felt like my shaky inner self would be revealed to the outside. Following the command, Phinia and Satron left following the golden energy. The wind blowing from the west seems to be a mixture of heterogeneous magic energy. Baradin. Then go there. Jean Runkendal even left a signpost, but if Orgel and the demon dragon are heading in different directions, they must have different purposes. I get it. As I started flying west, the golden energy was no longer in sight. Baradin regained his composure as he felt his head becoming clearer as he got further away from Jin's energy. We cannot rule out the possibility that Zephyrin and Orgel will suddenly attack us. Baradin. Of course, it doesn't look like we'll be pushed back at the moment, but if they've already gotten stronger by acquiring some object or power, it could be a headache. No matter what power they gain, they will not suddenly become prodigious. It sounds like you're talking about stopping the chase, Tuyen. That's not it. However, I think it would be better to contact Jean Runkendal and move together. Or bring Alona back now. Alona coming down to the true demon realm is a last resort. It's a little different than usual. Why are you suddenly worrying about such unnecessary things? It's just that I don't feel good for some reason. Baradin did not answer but focused his mind on the energy radiating from the area. The further west we went, the more heterogeneous demonic energy Tuyen had spoken of was becoming more intense. About 10 minutes later, Baradin and his party were able to come across a huge portal floating in the sky. It was also the point where the heterogeneous magical energy was suddenly cut off. You went through this dimension. After coming this far, it becomes clear. What remains around here is clearly Zephyr's energy. I'm passing. No matter what Kinjalo has in store, they can't let things go their way. Let's all deal with the common enemy first, but they had other pockets as expected. Baradin and his party crossed the portal. As soon as they got out of the portal, what appeared before the group was a barren land with rivers of poisonous water flowing here and there. It was an extremely toxic area of the Jinma world. This place? This miasma is clearly a threat to Alona. As soon as he encountered the poisonous atmosphere of the extremely poisonous zone, Baradin's eyes became filled with murder. Uncontrollable anger was exploding in Baradin's chest. It was the same poison that injured Ilona Ziffel, who could be said to be the most important person to Baradin, by taking the citizens of the Lutheran Federation hostage. Regal fun. It's that son of a bitch's territory. Could it be that those Kinslow guys were in cahoots with Regal? Ilona's injury may have had something to do with it. Tuyen, go to that castle you see over there. The moment Baradin said that, he flinched and looked around again. On the ground, the strongest fighting unit of the true demon world, led by Layla Belgasium, was encamped, and a huge fireball like the sun suddenly rose in the sky. It was the flame of Kiliak. The portal they had just passed through was closing. Celiac Zippel. The light spreading from the fireball illuminated Baradin's distorted face. Kiliak looked down at Baradin with his back to the fireball. It's been a while. I thought that, if you were you now, you would definitely come here to escape Jean Runkendel's energy. Betty stepped in front of Baradin and drew her sword. Tuyen also hastily put up a shield, but it seemed like he couldn't stop the flames. Now it's time to put back everything you stole from your father. Baradin Ziffel, my favorite son. Error. Entering through the portal was a serious mistake that the normally cool-headed Baradin would never have made. The Jima world is full of unknown dangers, and not only Jito but also Kiliak has a place in it. In such a situation, there is no reason to cross a portal without any other information just because you are chasing Kinslow. The golden energy left behind by Jean Runkend. My judgment was too clouded to avoid it. Moreover, to avoid that, even Satrin and Phinia deserted. The portal I had just entered through was closed, so there was no way to escape. It was a situation where the three of them, Baradin and Betty Tuyen, had to deal with Kiliak and the demon lords and all their troops. Traitor Kiliak Zippel. Hehe, are you still trying to label me a traitor? After all, Tuyen is a dragon who is subordinate to you because of a contract, and the poor Biogolem's loyalty is absolute. Above all, didn't you commit treason, Baradin? I didn't know they had even recruited Orgel. What did you promise him? Kiliak smiled meaningfully. I believe Orgel and Zephyrin handed you over to me. You mean no? So you are not yet good enough to be the head of the family, son. I only took advantage of them and did not ask for their help with the promise of compensation. It was true. Kiliak just predicted everything. When the royal conquest of hell begins, Orgel and Zephyrin will naturally come to this area first, and Baradin will definitely chase them. If you hadn't broken my expectations and come here, I would have dealt with them first. There is no need for any power in this world except Jeep. Don't you know? The family's purpose is simple. To become the only god in this world. So Kinslow is still our enemy. Baradin and Betty nervously looked alternately at Kiliak and the huge fireball that hung like the sun behind him. Anyway, how was the gift this father sent? If your lost ancestors hadn't helped you, you and I would have had a more beautiful reunion by now. Don't bring up Lady Ilona with that dirty mouth. Haha, that's an interesting answer. Baradin's son. Why do you think I am unclean? What are you talking about all of a sudden? Isn't it strange? If you despise me so much, you should also despise all the heads of the family who have been by your side and assisting you. Octavia, Satrin, Ronald, etc. What? Think carefully about why you hate me. The reason why he hates Kiliak. Baradin actually never thought much about the matter after becoming the head of the family. There was no reason to think about it. It seemed only natural that he would take down Kiliak, who was weak and falling apart in chaos, and become the head of the family himself. But in fact, ever since then, Baradin has always hated Kiliak deep in his heart. I tried to erase his name from the family as soon as possible. That is why they reacted particularly sensitively to issues related to Kiliak. Baradin suddenly felt dizzy, mental manipulation, and a desire for revenge for that pain. Baradin's grudge against Kiliak all stemmed from mental manipulation. However, Kiliak was not the only one who participated in Baradin's mental manipulation at the time. At that time, all members of the family who held important positions participated in manipulating your mind. But why is your resentment directed only at me? With the power you have now, you could have taken revenge by tearing them to death. That. Because if you deal with them, the family will become weaker. That was already when betrayed me. You probably knew better than anyone else. If you choose to unite with me rather than betray me, the family must now be stronger than ever. Tisk. Baradin stumbled, holding his head. I was in extreme pain, as if my brain was being torn apart. House owner. Betty couldn't look back and just screamed. The only reason Betty was so worried about Baradin was because Kiliak still wanted to talk to him more. Even the guardian dragon Tuyen, who is riding on your back, right now participated in the mind manipulation. You have been ignoring that uncomfortable truth all this time, son. K? Ha. But why could you only do that? Why did you ignore your anger towards others who participated in the mental manipulation and became obsessed only with this father? Baradin could not answer and glared at Kiliak. My vision was already blurring from the pain. My two shaking legs felt like they might break at any moment. You don't seem to know, so I'll tell you why now. Listen carefully, that is. Because you are a failure, son. Kiliak spoke slowly, as if devouring a delicacy. Shut up. There is no other reason. You're only acting strangely because you're a failure. Shut up. Baradin gritted his teeth and stretched Hrothai forward. However, no magical power was formed on Hrothai. It seemed as if there was a solid wall blocking everything and no magical power was able to flow in. Everything you have originally belongs to me. Your magic, your status, your life. It is natural and reasonable that you cannot use anything as you wish without my permission. Too much time was wasted to make this happen. Baradin gathered his magic power again, but it was the same. Rather, every time I tried to use my magic, it felt like my whole body was being held captive by a rope. Kiliak was controlling Baradin's magical power using the remaining part of his body, and the curse he had placed on him before he began manipulating his mind. Mental manipulation must always be prepared for the target's outburst. Of course, Kiliak continued the experiment with safety measures in place. At the time Baradin betrayed him, he was simply not in a state to use the safety device. That is why the throne was taken away from Baradin so vainly. Not so now. Kiliak was able to tie Baradin's magic so easily. Do you understand now, Baradin? You were just my spare body. Just like the countless biogolems you created. Your life has never once belonged to you. Srungdash. Baradin stumbled and pulled out his sword. Since Aura was a new power gained after his body was transformed by the Shrine Maiden and the Shrine, Kiliak could not control it as he wanted. However, even the aura did not fill up as much as desired. Hey, my friend Kiliak's son. Unless you're as strong as your monster friends, you'd better not even bring out the ores. Can't we look down on the toxicity of our extremely toxic region? Rhaegal said. As soon as Baradin showed signs of using ores, he activated the miasma hidden throughout the extreme poison zone at once. Betty, who was now in much better condition than Baradin, was also affected by the miasma, and her breathing was becoming unstable. Betty can still fight at a similar level as usual, but Baradin now finds it difficult to even stand. I really want to eat you like this, but when I see your friend Kiliak's face, I'll stop at this level. You don't carelessly scold someone else's child. In the end, Baradin had no choice but to face it. The fact that there is no way for me to survive here and now. Just as Kiliak lost everything in the past due to a single mistake of being a mental manipulation variable, now it was his turn to fall due to a single mistake of crossing the portal. Betty Ziffel. Madam, please speak. Run away. Abandon me. No. Of course, Betty refused. But Baradin began to recite the magic starter words he had placed on Betty, just as Kiliak had now done to him. It is a kind of safety device designed to ensure that Baradin's orders are carried out in any situation, no matter how strong Betty's ego is. Please, take the Hrothai, activate Rhodey's signal and report this to Alona. If you survive and complete the task, live your life from then on. I'm sorry, Betty. House owner. I have memorized all the starting words. Suddenly Betty became blank-eyed and recited Baradin's last command. Then he immediately received the Hrothai and appeared to jump off to Yen. Of course, there is nowhere for Betty to run to. However, Baradin just decided that it was the best he could do for Betty. Betty was probably going to die with him here and now. Therefore, Alona will not hear the news until later, and she will definitely seek out Kiliak for revenge. Baradin was also hoping that Alona would just forget everything and go somewhere. Although I cannot convey that feeling. Nice. Kiliak, you can't see me because I'm in tears. You did a great job raising your son. Don't worry, son. Neither you nor your beloved biogolem will perish by dying here today. You will simply be returned to me as a spare part, and I will remodel the biogolem and use it for whatever I need. Tuyen, you will be dealt with according to the attitude of your god. Soon Kiliak raised his staff and a fireball began to flash and spit out thousands of fires in all directions. Baradin looked at the flames filling up beyond Tuyen's shield and looked back on the past for a moment. The first thing that came to mind was Alona Ziffel's face. I felt like I heard a voice thanking me for giving meaning to my life again. And biological golems came to mind. He was horrified to realize that what he had done to create them was in fact no different from what Kiliak had done to him. This would never have happened if my inner self had not collapsed due to mental manipulation. The last thing that came to mind was friends. I could see the backs of Jean and Dante. Now that his mind has cleared, he realizes that they are the most precious people to him, but it is too late. I can't even say goodbye properly. Sorry, everyone. I will become the head of Jeep and only remember the terrible image of myself. Oh, what is that? But suddenly a completely unexpected voice was heard. During this short time before I died, I heard a voice that was completely out of place to remember. Isn't that the Baradin Jeep? Huh? What are these bastards doing here? That voice was not just what Baradin had in mind. It actually resonated throughout the battlefield. It was Murakin's voice. Murakin and his party were originally moving separately from Jean to find Biceps. And before moving to the solar path, Biceps sent a scouting party to Dakma Castle to check the movements of Kiliak and Layla. Naturally, Murakin used Valeria's recording magic to search for Bishop's records, and while following the traces of Bishop's scouting party that he had accidentally discovered in the process, he reached the poisonous castle. What is it? These bastards' snouts are clogged. Are you asking what you were doing here, Mr. Murakin? It's a bit of a strange situation. I don't know what to do. Should I just kill them all? Oh, our immortality is coming out strong. Is it also immortal and inevitable? To put it mildly, you bastard, I don't want to become a laughingstock even to my enemies. Anyway, Valeria, what do you think about it? You seem to be the smartest person here, so judge for yourself. Just as Valeria was about to answer, a voice came from below. Help me. It was Baradin. As the head of Jeep, his calm and dignified appearance was everywhere, but he was waving his hands wildly and shouting for help with a shameless face like a boy from the days when he played with Jean. Valeria's eyes widened. The reason she was surprised wasn't because of Baradin's words or actions. She was surprised at herself. As soon as Baradin asks for help, he thinks to himself, I have to do it. Ever since the Grey Owl mercenary group was massacred, the two letters Zippel have never faded from Valeria and have been her enemy. But now Valeria was thinking of Jin's feelings before her own revenge. Jin's desire to protect the people he cared about outweighed his desire for revenge. Looking back, I was getting along quite well with that noisy Sandra Ziffel, but I've become a lot duller. But I didn't hate that fact. He still has no plans to give up his revenge on Jeep. However, if there were people among Jeep who wanted Jean to be saved, he was willing to accept them. There was no need to say anything, especially if it was someone Jean cared about so much. Now Jean was that much more important a person to Valeria. Did you hear, Murakin? Did you hear? Immortality. I heard. Haha, really. The task for us immortals is simple. You protect the historians and Baradin while I destroy Kiliak and the scoundrels. It looks like Baradin is not fighting properly. And if it looks like Baradin is going to hit you in the back, then just shock. No, don't kill him, even then just subdue him. If Baradin dies for any reason, Jean will suffer. Did you hear? It is inevitable. I heard you, damn it. Huang dash. Murakin spread his two pairs of wings and gathered his breath. As soon as his breath was exhaled, the huge flame chains that dyed the sky red were broken, and a path was opened in an instant. You can cut off the flames of a Kiliak friend. So easily? Not only the flame chain, but Regal's miasma nearby was also swept away by Murakin's breath and was disappearing helplessly. After Jean ascended to Changxiang, Murakin was literally able to use the same power as in his prime. It's not that there are no side effects due to the damaged heart, but since Valeria is currently on the battlefield, it doesn't get any worse. Hey Kiliak Zippel. Come to think of it, this is my first time with you since the Sword Emperor Crusade. At that time, you dared threaten Soderet's contractor. Murakin. Kiliak's brow twitched. It was the first time Rhaegal had seen Kiliak show this much emotion. Now the kid you couldn't finish off back then has entered the realm of giants that even you couldn't reach, and this body has regained all of its old strength. In short, it means that you are now behind. My son is lucky. It looks like you just arrived here by chance. Is that correct? What does it matter? Hee. Okay. It can't be just a coincidence. Is this the influence of someone who has transcended fate? Kiliak shrugged. He thought it was no coincidence that Murakin came to rescue Baradin, who was in desperate danger. Even though it may seem like a coincidence, I am confident that it must be the result of Jin's power of existence at its root. Maybe he didn't even realize it. The fact that sometimes the entire world can move to reflect one's will. That was making Kiliak feel uncomfortable. As we deal with Jin in the future, we never know when something like this will happen again. Rhaegal, Layla, you go after Baradin and the Biogolem. Even if something goes wrong, shouldn't we try to make it right? Oh, I understand, buddy. Just as Rhaegal was about to move, a black chain suddenly formed behind them. The spiritual energy had already spread silently, spreading its curtain everywhere. Wait a minute. Where am I going, even though this body has never given me permission? Well, the demons probably don't know me very well, so they couldn't have this concept. Psy-dash. Layla tore through the aura curtain and stabbed Murakin with her rapier. Layla didn't fire the sword to carry out Kiliak's orders. She wanted to end things with Murakin right here and now. Now that I think about it, you have a particularly murderous intention towards me. It's probably Layla Belgasium, but is it out of revenge on her brother? Whoops! Murakin struck Layla, who rushed at him with his head, with his wing. Layla bounced near Kiliak again and regained her bearings. I can't follow your opinion this time. I have to fight that black dragon. He was directly involved in killing my brother. You guessed wrong. I was almost out of the battle with Paelito from the beginning, even though Jean was nearby when he cut that guy down at the end. And for Paelito, death would have been closer to salvation. Shut up. If you guys hadn't killed my brother, he could have come back. What a shameless little brother you are. Well, it's none of my business. If you want to follow Paelito, I won't stop you. After all, under Kiliak, the only thing you can do is cause harm to the world. And you don't seem to know? Who is one of the real culprits who made your brother like that? Tisk. As he spoke, Murakin's black chains continued to hit Layla. Layla perfectly defeated most of the black chains, but it seemed like she didn't have the strength to approach Murakin again. Kiliak was doing the math. Is it possible to deal with Murakin with the power currently in the poisonous castle? Or is it possible to kill him? It is difficult to kill Murakin now. For me, the harmonization has not yet been completely completed, and it would be a waste to completely unlock the powers of Layla and Rhaegal who have been weakened by brainwashing. First of all, I'll have to cut off Layla's consciousness at an appropriate time. For Kiliak's own safety, the best course of action was to use all of the Dogma Castle's power as a shield to buy time and then escape. But thinking about the future, I had to somehow hurt Murakin now. Even if it's a bit of a stretch. It was visible in Kiliak's eyes. The crack in Murakin's heart felt vivid, as if it were not covered by scales, flesh, and bones. If he could ignite that heart even once, Murakin wouldn't have to hinder him much in the future. Cheekik. The two strands of black chains that fell on Kiliak were then destroyed by fire. Kiliak then placed a fire shield on Layla and activated his magical eye. As Chonghua's magical eyes opened, blue flames rained down like a shower wherever Kiliak looked. Who? Melt the black chains. Anyway, you're hurt and have to go back, Murakin. Jean Runkendal alone is annoying enough. Murakin immediately recognized Kiliak's vision and insight. KKKKKKKKKKK. It looks like there is a wound on my heart. Would I be able to stab him just because I knew that? It looks like he inherited Shinu's status, so that's why he's so confident. The next moment, Murakin suddenly opened his chest wide. The scales on his chest scattered with spiritual energy, revealing a heart shining black within. A black heart that looked like or was pounding. To avenge the humiliation of the Sword Emperor Crusade, I will reveal my weaknesses and fight. Poke this heart using any means you can. If you stab me just once, I won't be able to recover. It was a lie. As long as his heart does not receive damage similar to that suffered by Timar 1,000 years ago, Murakan can make a comeback at any time. Also, the reason he showed his heart wasn't just to humiliate Kiliak. Now Murakan was imitating Jean. This is a reenactment of how Jean often bluffed to gain the advantage in a fight. After making Kiliak focus on the heart, he planned to find a loophole. This also meant that the power of Kiliak Ziffel could not be easily seen even by Murakan, who had regained his old power. It's amazing that you have achieved godhood. As a human, even though I have never touched Changxiang, I am spreading almost the same energy as him, so if I didn't have a historian to control my side effects, I would have had to take only Baradin and retreat. Maybe it was difficult to even take care of Baradin. Murakan grinned. Come in, Kiliak Jippel. Kiliak's staff was filled with flames again. Then the shape of the fireball that filled the sky changed into thousands of spears. All of those spears were aimed at Murakan. At the same time, Murakan unleashed the true darkness. The battlefield was instantly engulfed in darkness and flames, and Layla and Rhaegal had to grit their teeth and endure the pressure alone. The sharp spiritual energy and flaming spears that rose from the darkness began to intersect and rush into each other. As expected, Kiliak dropped his spear mainly at Murakan's heart, and Murakan barely managed to swat away the spears, scratching Kiliak's nerves. Just as a flaming spear was about to pierce Murakan's heart, Murakan scattered his spiritual energy to avoid the spear, and then instantly formed a body behind Kiliak and exhaled. This body is not lacking as a first opponent after finding its strength, Kiliak. Let's play to our heart's content. At a time when the battle between Murakan and Kiliak was intensifying, Elona was preparing to head to hell. Rhodey's signal activated by Betty reached Elona. I have to go rescue the head of the family. If something goes wrong with the head of the family, I will risk my life to kill him. Due to Elona's cold voice, Zippel's leaders could not bear to stop her. I should have told the head of the family more strongly from the beginning that I would go together. There are Jean Runkendal and Kiliak Ziffel who have ascended to the castle, but what on earth was I thinking of becoming the head of the family alone? Every time Elona took a step, the Tower of Stories vibrated. The tower resonated with her anger. Most of the personnel residing in the tower did not even dare to raise their heads and look at Elona. It was because of the pressure of all the magical energy in the area condensing. Elona, I am also worried about the head of the family. But first please cheer up. Among the leaders, Ronal was the only one who stood in Elona's way and opened his mouth. Lord Ronal, the family wizards are falling. If Elona leaves, they will all have to prepare for attacks from other forces, including the enemy tribe. Ronal was saying something completely correct. However, Elona felt somewhat disappointed by Ronal's businesslike attitude. Baradin cherished him as a confidant, but he thought that the most important thing to Ronal was Zippel and not Baradin. Looking back, of course, everyone in the family was like that. It's becoming clear, Elona said with strength. May I ask what you mean by what has become clear? My family is important to me, but the matriarch is more precious than that. I know very well that I am an immature person. I'm sorry I have to go. Ronal lowered his head. You don't have to feel sorry for us. Moreover, it wasn't just Elona's opinion. The matriarch herself sent a signal to Hrothai. We will defend the mainland well. Salion is here at the moment, so please go with him to Grosh Castle. All right. When Elona went up to the top floor of the tower, the wind dragon Salion had already changed into his true form and was preparing to fly. Octavia kept me here waiting in case something like this happened, Salion said as he flew into the sky. Okay. Octavia, unlike the others, believes that Baradin is absolutely necessary for the current Jeep to be maintained. And I don't know how it may sound to you, but Octavia cares for Baradin very much on a human level. Like you. Salion was reading Elona's psychology accurately. Elona was a bit embarrassed to have her true feelings revealed, but she didn't want to hear it. Thank goodness. I don't know, Salion. Sometimes it feels like the matriarch is not the ruler of Jeep but just a puppet who looks like the ruler. Zipple is originally that kind of family. Either the matriarch turns everyone into a puppet or everyone turns the matriarch into a puppet. Actually, it's not just Jeep's problem. All power groups in the world are structured that way. Yes, of course. In addition, after becoming the head of the family, Baradin wielded an iron fist and carried out a purge. Everyone is afraid of him, so how can he be a puppet? The reason Ilona felt that way about Baradin was no different. This was because he knew that Baradin's current appearance was not the result he had wanted. Therefore, those who assisted Baradin as his closest associates were most deeply involved in manipulating his mind. However, Ilona did not know the details of the mind manipulation experiment. Baradin deliberately refrained from speaking about mental manipulation so that Ilona would not despise the leaders. It was decided that having a falling out between Ilona and them would not help the family at all. The family head has definitely been changing recently. It looked like it was shaken by something and missing something. Ilona hoped that Baradin's human side would be revealed more. It was because he had a premonition that if he continued to ignore them, one day Baradin would eventually become a monster that existed solely for Jeep like his past self. I will do whatever it takes to prevent the head of the family from becoming like me 1,000 years ago. Even if it means interfering with the prosperity of the family. My stomach felt dry. Even though Salion was accelerating to the point where his breathing became heavy, Grosh seemed distant. Bad thoughts kept coming to my mind. Maybe Baradin is already dead. Everyone has arrived. At dusk, Grosh Castle began to come into view. Most of the fleets and troops of each force waiting at Grosh Castle had gone to hell, but some of the Golden Ship and Runkendal fleets still remained. The Golden Box stood in formation guarding the entrance to hell. The coalition was aware of Ilona's movements after receiving an anonymous report shortly after Salion left the Tower of Stories. The Ilona guys knew we would come, Salion said in a tense voice. Suddenly it occurred to me that if the coalition was thinking of attacking the Federation with Lutero, now might be the right time. In Jeep, the head of the family and the family's most important fleet have all gone on an expedition to hell, while only Jean and his group are missing from the Alliance. Of course there is Ilona, the strongest creation magician in Jeep, but for now the Alliance has the overall power advantage. Moreover, what if the Alliance has even made some kind of deal with the enemy clan? Ilona couldn't handle it all by herself. Let's talk first. A woman appeared at the head of the Golden Box. Ilona, Ziffel, Wind, Dragon, Salion. Please stop for a moment, I have something to tell you. It was Runtia. Behind her, the Sentai Black Knights and Hito appeared together. Do you want to fight me? When Ilona showed her anger, the sea area near the castle became turbulent. I told you I had something to tell you, if you're deaf, right? Runtia looked straight at Ilona's murderous intent without blinking. Although she may not be Changxiong yet, she also has the skills to fight a fight like Ilona, and there were many people here with that level of skill. In addition, since the Alliance possessed space-jumping methods called Red Owls and moats, it was possible to bring in additional forces in an instant. If I want to fight, I won't avoid it. However, it looks like you came here because of some urgent matter, and if you don't want to mess up that matter, it would be better to just accept the conversation. Okay, let's listen. That's right. Our Sagaju said that if the Lord comes to the gates of hell, it will only be because Baradin Jiffel is dangerous. Is that right? Naturally, information about the head of the family's identity or condition is a top secret for any family. But Ilona nodded immediately, because there was no time to argue. Is it so? I have received a request for assistance from the state of California. Then we have no reason to let you in. Nothing would be better for Runkendal than for the head of Ziffel to die in hell. Now play with words with me. It would have been like that originally, but it seems that our Lord Soga doesn't want him to die now. I don't know about you, but our head of the So family and that head of the family had a close relationship in the past. It's strange, but we're the only ones listening here anyway. Hey Runtia, Runkendal, what is the purpose of suddenly saying something like that? It would be better for the wind dragon to close its snout. Don't you know yet? If you really want to save Baradin Ziffel, you have to accept whatever we ask now. Are you confident that you will fight with us and then go rescue Baradin Ziffel? Even if you defeat all of us, it is clear that even Lord Ilona will not be safe. I don't think the fight will end in a day or two. Salion couldn't refute and gritted his teeth. I know what you mean, so tell me quickly what you want. Alona was barely able to keep her voice calm. In fact, she wanted to tell him to please get out of the way right now. As Runtia said, if we fought with the Alliance now, the possibility of saving Baradin would disappear forever. Lord Alona Ziffel, if you make one promise to us on your honor, we will get out of the way immediately. What promise? I will go to hell safely and save Baradin Ziffel. Meet our recording wizard once and face your past. What? That's all Runkendal's requirements. Just like in the past when Runkendal and Ziffel had a secret meeting at Gwigoxi Castle, this means that we will just take a leisurely look at the Lord's past without ever attacking each other. I don't think this is such a bad condition for you. It was a completely unexpected request for Alona. And as Runtia said, it wasn't a bad condition for Alona. Alona wanted to find her forgotten past. Even if some terrible truth awaits. Is that really everything? Exactly. Salion hesitated, but Alona nodded, as if there was nothing to worry about. All right, let's do that. You're cool. I believe you will definitely keep your promise. I promise you this on the honor of me, my family, and the family head. I, Alona Zippel, will rescue the head of the family and return safely from hell, then meet Valeria Heister and face my past. But Alona looked around at the coalition forces. If the person who put the head of the family in danger was not the demons but Jean Runkendal, I will definitely kill him in hell. When I return, I will reduce you all to ashes. Even if the whole world is destroyed. Maybe it's because you're Changxiang, but you have great confidence. But Kyung doesn't know our Sagaju very well. Jean Runkendal is not a person who could commit such a cowardly act against a close friend. If the youngest had his way, Baradin Ziffel would have died many times over. Runtia shrugged her shoulders. If it were the same atmosphere as before, it would be something I couldn't even dream of. I can't believe that the head of Runkendal's small family is considerate of the head of the Jeepel family. How much more so to save Baradin, send the enemy's spear magician down to the battlefield where Sagaju is. But our youngest Runkendal is like that. And everyone respects the youngest's wishes. By going beyond the law. Actually, I'm not sure if my father in the Black Sea feels the same way, but Runtia swallowed her words and looked at Alona. So go now. Runkendal will watch to see if the Lord keeps his promise. The golden ship rose and opened the gates of hell. Alona thought about Runkendal for a short time as she passed beneath it and made her way to the hell gate. There was clearly a big difference between the way Runkendal looked at Jean and the way Ziffel looked at Baradin. Because of this, Alona felt strange for a moment. Although she had forgotten it due to the long ceiling, Alona had the same feelings 1,000 years ago as she does now. It was a feeling of envy of Runkendal. In front of Jito's residence, after dealing with the demons sealed in Vascula, Jean continued to meditate without opening his eyes even once. There was a war going on inside, to learn the sword made to cut down Sodaret, the god himself. Why did Timar devise the Sunslash to cut down Sodaret? Why did Sodaret leave Timar alone even though he knew that the sword could cut him? Jean didn't worry about that. There must have been a good reason for it all, and it was not helpful at all in the fight against Jito right now. What it feels like to cut a Sodaret. I don't think it's easy to understand. Imagination is easy. Jean knew Sodaret's voice, appearance, and the spiritual energy he used better than anyone else. So he could cut down the Sodaret made from his imagination as many times as he wanted. Even with Changxiang's insight, it was difficult to implement that Sodaret in the inner world and confront it as if it were real. Although it was clumsy, it was implemented a few times. He continued to split the sun against the realized Sodaret. But it's definitely getting there little by little. He couldn't reach it at all in the first implementation and just passed by the second. In the third incarnation, the Sodaret was cut in half, but he dissipated like smoke and was not hit at all. But Jean was not discouraged at all. In the first place, it is impossible to perfectly implement Sodaret, and even with a poor implementation, it is impossible to cut him down in one day. Nevertheless, meditation held meaning because it was currently the only means to awaken the sense of realizing the sun. If I could meet Sodaret in person, I would be able to immediately gain insight into splitting the sun, but since that is also impossible, This is the best I can do for now. Jean silently cut down the solderets of the inner world. The more he did, the more he realized how immense a god solderet was. He was confident that if there were a swordsman who could inflict even the slightest damage on a real solderet, it would not be that difficult for him to cut down Jito. Whoa! Jean opened his eyes as soon as the promised day had passed. His whole body was wet with sweat, but he felt infinitely refreshed, even though he couldn't even brush the collar of the solderet embodied in his world. Is the meditation over? Bizarro asked, looking back at Jean. He had finished clearing the portal about an hour ago and was waiting for Jean. Yes, Bizarro. He wasn't leaving. I haven't yet been able to say thank you for liberating me, Bizarro said, looking around Jean. Golden spheres were floating near Jean, who had finished meditating. I'm even thankful. For me, it was just a road I had to pass to meet Jito anyway. While you were meditating, numerous demons consumed by Jito's madness passed by here. Is that so? Even though I was concentrating on meditation, I didn't feel it at all. They killed and ate each other as if they had nothing left but murderous intent. However, when they got close to a certain distance from you, they became quiet like believers starting a pilgrimage and left the area. When they left your sphere of influence again, they fought like crazy among themselves. It's a strange phenomenon. While coming here, I encountered many demons consumed by murderous intent, but they never showed me that side. Even though I lost much of my power, I was once a being with godhood. That's why I was vaguely aware of the fact that you were constantly fighting against some gigantic entity in your meditation. I think the demons who passed by here during the day were in awe of its existence. Okay. As you know, Jito's mental control is absolute. Not even a witch can completely break that mind control, although it can be temporarily alleviated. However, the reason why the demon's behavior changed just by passing near you is probably because the gigantic being you faced inside is related to the sun god. Sun god. The sun god is an absolute being. There may not be many demons who have memories of the time when he existed, but even now, it is imprinted on the inside of all demons. Therefore, no matter how crazy they are with mind control, they will become gentle sheep when they encounter the direct traces of the sun god. Jean also looked around at the golden spheres blooming around him. Was this the manifestation of the sun god's will as Ayula said? The spheres were formed regardless of Jin's will and were slowly fading. Can you tell me who the being you fought was? It was a solderet. Solderet. I think I might remember it. He is probably a shadow born from the beginning of death. Jin's eyes widened. Does the death of the beginning mean the death of the sun god? Okay. As far as I know, he is the first immortal to appear immediately after the death of the sun god. As expected, that's why the crazy demons become sane for a while when they come near you. Perhaps if there had been a real solderet and not something you created through meditation, all of those demons would have been immediately freed from madness and restored to peace. Maybe even Jito beyond this door. Bizarro recognized the real solderet as a gigantic being that could not even be compared to Jito. I wish you could tell me everything you know about solderet. Unfortunately, that's all I know. It's a miracle that I even remember this much. I have gone through numerous cycles of oblivion and sealing. Among my colleagues, there is a wizard who can restore memories. Can you help me with her help? Bizarro nodded. As many as you want. Not only the demons that Jito drove crazy were influenced by you. I also felt relaxed the whole time you were meditating. I am also curious about the meaning of why the dead sun god remains in the world and exerts influence in this way. I was just passing by and met a nobleman. That's what me and my dead friends should say. Okay. Are you going to negotiate with Jito now? I was planning on doing that, but my colleagues haven't arrived yet. Murakan and Bale might not know, but Valeria was never one to break time. But Jean wasn't too worried about them. Even though there were small side effects, Murakan, who had regained his military power, would not fall into a danger from which he could not escape. Moreover, the most dangerous being in the Jean demon world is now beyond the door in front of Jean. It seems highly likely that while looking for biceps he got involved with Kiliak. That was the only time Valeria broke time. There is no way Valeria made a wrong decision. In that case, I think it would be a good idea for me to join in and deal with that problem first. The problem was that there was no way to find Valeria right away. Wavelength tracking communication devices cannot be used in Hell, and Jean cannot fly like Mirakan and quickly search the area. Although he could move around while examining a vast area with his senses, if he was not careful, he could get lost. I guess I'll have to wait a little longer first. Yes, no matter how strong you are, it would be crazy to face Jito alone in Hell. Probably no immortal other than a Sodaret or a witch would avoid fighting him in Zito's realm. All immortals exert their strongest power when they are in their own realm. Yes, Jean. Although I talked about him as if it was nothing special, that was assuming that I had fought him in my territory with my true strength. If Jito invades the earth with all his power back, you and your comrades will not be able to handle it. Tess also said something similar in the past. It was also stated that Zito's essential personality is not much different from his own. Who do you think will win? To be honest? Or is the answer somewhat false? You can understand even if you don't listen. But you are a being that transcends fate. Since he is also the one chosen by Sodaret, my judgment has no meaning. No one will know the outcome until the fight is fought. I think it would be okay to continue meditating a little longer while waiting for my colleagues. Bizarro could not answer. Suddenly, two huge arms came out of the portal and struck Bizarro and Jean. Big. Bizarro was crushed into pieces, and Jean cut off the arm that was trying to grab him with his sword. It was Zito's arm. Cock. Then, a uniquely vulgar and terrible voice was heard from inside the portal. The arm that was cut by Jin's sword turned into demonic energy and was absorbed into the other newly appeared arm. Two arms appeared from inside, widening the narrow gap in the portal. The portal was completely torn apart in an instant, and the entire landscape was changed. It was a space known as Jito's residence. In that dark realm, countless poles rose, and on those poles hung all kinds of lives and souls like rags. Ah, I guess I can't wait a little longer, Jean Runkendall. Do you know how much effort I put into playing with you? Ha! Thud dash. Thud. Zito's footsteps were heard beyond the darkness. The two giant arms that had just opened the portal were scattering demon energy and converging on Jito. You were looking forward to it too, right? The day you go on a date with me like this. Wow. My lovely toy that went through so many difficulties and finally bore the fruit of Changxiang. From today, we will live happily here. Jean glared at Jito without saying a word. 10 pairs of wings, thorns all over the body, and 2 thorn axes. Although its body was much smaller than before, the energy it gave off was incomparably dangerous and sharp. This guy called God has no patience. Because I prefer being called the Demon King rather than God. The Demon King doesn't have to be patient, right? TSK. Originally, your friends were going to eat together too. The kids were a little upset because of Kiliak. Jean did not ask if he knew anything about Mirakan and his group. He didn't even worry about them after hearing that they were damaged. Instead, he just pointed his sword and said, "Come, Zito. I'll cut you down." Zito smiled and licked his lips with his tongue. The tongue soon stretched out long like a snake and wrapped around Jito. But he was pricked and chafed by the thorns, instantly turning his entire body covered in purple blood. I felt it when I was fighting with Ayula, but she is truly crazy. Although everyone watching was in pain, Jito felt satisfied with the tingling sensation of his tattered and limp tongue. Yuhi. Does it look painful? But actually, this is all pleasure. You two will find out now. Not only you, but the whole world will know. Just as Jean was about to respond, Jito rushed forward and swung his thorn axe. Crunch dash. The ground where Jean was standing exploded, sending black debris flying in all directions. Stones and dirt thrown away during battle are not a problem at all for warriors who have reached the highest level. But Jean was able to realize it instinctively. Jito's residence, this huge subspace, was entirely Jito himself. Therefore, each and every one of the fragments sticking out of the floor was a piece of his flesh and could all be used as weapons. Cheekik. As expected, the The fragments oxidized into a kind of poisonous dust near Jean, and just as Jean was about to scatter them with a sword wind, they turned into thorns. Jean also tried to spread the sword wind by concentrating the widely spread energy in an instant and striking away the thorns. There was a loud noise as the blades and thorns clashed. As expected, you have good mental strength. Just the weapon touching my body would cause tremendous pain. But it's even more thrilling to see that my expression doesn't change at all. God of pain. If royalties had existed, Zito would certainly have been called that. Making contact with Zito in any way meant being engulfed in pain. But your mental power will not be without limits. How many days can you survive while fighting with me? 1 day? 2 days? 3 days? Zito was not expecting defeat at all. He was just curious about how long it would take to win. Even Changxiang cannot kill himself. Paolito has already proven this in the past, and in Zito's opinion, a major problem had to occur with the artificial sun for Jean to have even the slightest chance of winning. However, the artificial sun is guarded by Ridilos. Since no problems had occurred with the artificial sun so far, Zito was confident that Biceps would have been wiped out by now. For your information, Paolito did not last even a day. But you're better than that idiot, right? I will see you for 2 days. 2 thorn axes were hitting the ground without stopping. Jean was trying to distance himself as much as possible to avoid direct sword contact with him. Fighting while enduring pain was something I was used to, but I needed to avoid it and take a look at Jito. We must seize the opportunity to finish it once and for all. Jean was sure. If the fight goes on, you will definitely lose. Here, Jito's power will never run out, and he cannot even hit him properly with a decent sword. Plus, I had to dodge his attacks or swat away debris more times than I could breathe. Of course, it would be unreasonable to deal with a top immortal who has no restrictions whatsoever. It seems like I've had quite a hard time getting rid of my flesh outside. As you can see, now that level of loss actually has no meaning. Just like scooping out a few handfuls of sand from the desert doesn't change anything. There is no mortal who can stand against me. We will know for sure after the fight whether it was really meaningless. The calculation is over. As soon as Sigmund held the gold lightning, the area near Jean became bright. Jean then swung his sword, first not at Jito, but towards the sky. The king's sword golden blade. One meal of passion. It was a gold mine that was influenced by Polito's sword demon style. Just like the day he broke Ayula's shield in the Holy Kingdom, a huge sword chi was splitting the black sky in half. The sky was opening. Beyond the black sky, which was splitting as if a thin membrane was being torn, another darkness was revealed. That darkness was the abyss of hell. Jito's residence existed beneath the abyss. Hey, I closed it because I didn't want to see that thing. Are you going to open it like this? It's harmful to you too. I don't want it to go bad before I play with it, right? Of course, Jean didn't expect there to be an abyss there. It was decided that it would be better to destroy Jito's residence if possible. There is also a need to create an area where gold can be dropped. Judging by the reaction, it seems that the darkness above the sky had nothing to do with Jito's power. Zito was trembling, as if he had no intention of hiding the fact that he hated the abyss. That space was the domain of the witch Hilurum. Soon, Jito tried to close the sky again, but Jean opened the door once more and was ready to drop the gold thunder. Gold lightning gathered like a swarm of clouds, covering the abyss and turning Jito's sky into Jin's sky. The king's sword golden blade. Passion 2 meals. A sharp flash of light briefly covered Zito's vision. Of course, since he is immortal, insight alone can replace vision. However, it was surprising that he lost physical sensation even for a moment. That was something Paolito could not do in his prime. He also split the sky with an annihilating strike, but when he faced the abyss, he immediately gave up trying to attack from there. Is it because of Soderet's protection? Now that I think about it, it looks like it doesn't hurt me at all even after seeing the abyss. For Zito, it was also shocking to see Jean not affected by the abyss at all. Jean Runkendal, I had a high opinion of you, but you were even greater than that. Do you think you would be so fine even after facing the witch's abyss? What are you talking about? It will be so thrilling to be struck by lightning. Kaya ha ha hack. Thousands of golden lightning were pouring down. Every time the lightning struck Jito, several thorns on his body broke. Numerous poles rising in subspace were also breaking. As soon as the pole broke, the souls tied to it shattered like glass and scattered somewhere, and the suffering creatures found rest in death and extinction. Sometimes the power of regeneration automatically leaves a golden mark where the soul and life were. Most of them seemed to disappear without leaving any marks. Normally, I would have worried about what the difference was, but now it was time to focus entirely on the fight. Jean amplified his light heart and began swinging passion more fiercely. Lightning was already pouring down bigger and more threatening than the Mianwang rain sword that was unfolded before climbing the castle. Jito's body was randomly destroyed amidst the lightning that filled the space in layers. Jito was screaming in joy at the pain he felt from another person for the first time in a long time. Jean didn't want to hear that, so he amplified the thunder even more. That thing is also called God. It had to be such a terrible blow that he couldn't even enjoy it. However, Jin's dropping thousands of gold mines on Zito was not at all a one-sided attack as it seemed. As already experienced in the beginning, those who deal with Jito here will fall into pain every time they come into contact with him in any way. It was also the case that energy clashed with energy rather than weapon directly clashing with weapon. Even now, the entire subspace was filled with gold lightning, so Jean had no choice but to lose his mental power that quickly. It wasn't shown on his face at all. Jean had a peaceful face just like when he meditated earlier. But inside, he had to push away the power of pain that was constantly penetrating him. It felt like Zito's thorns were pricking every inch of his skin. I have never lost the war within Zito. I wonder if you can do that too. Kikik. The better you endure, the higher my expectations and the happier I become. Even if the whole world falls asleep, exhausted from the pain I spread, you will remain conscious and entertain me forever. Jean amplified passion once more. The subspace had already lost its original form and turned into a black desert, and Jito was kneeling on one knee with all the thorns on his body broken. It looked like he was barely holding on by relying on two thorn axes stuck in the ground. However, that was only Zito's attitude to enjoy the pain, and he was not really in danger. He was seeing right through Jin's thoughts. You would like to take the opportunity to kill me once and for all, Jean Runkendal. And you probably have the means to do so. Cutting the sun and the completed Myo King Rain Sword. After being convinced that Jito had to be killed in one blow, Jean decided that only those two swords could accomplish the task. However, even if he reaches Changxiang, it is impossible for Jean to unleash the Mianwang Rain Sword with the same power as half of its prime. The Sun Cleave isn't complete yet, but it seemed like it would be enough to deal a significant blow to Zito. When I faced Zito directly, I felt it even more clearly. He was no stronger than the Sodaret of the inner world he had meditated on. If you could cut down that Sodaret, cutting down Zito wasn't that difficult. But I have no intention of giving you that opportunity. It's true that I care about you very much, but if I do that, wouldn't that be cheating on me? Zito slowly began to stand up. Jean did not further strengthen passion's gold blade. This was because the power had to be controlled. If you spend more energy on passion than you do now, you may not have enough energy to deal with future variables. Above all, the biggest reason was to leave the power to split the sun. In the end, the key to this battle is to cut Jito with a sun cleaver at the perfect moment. Whoa! I think I've had quite a bit of fun at this point, so let's start playing the game in earnest. This is actually a very simple fight, Jean Runkendal. In the end, the difference between victory and defeat depends on who can endure better between you and me. Before we knew it, Jito was forming a body again behind Jin's back. All the broken thorns have sprouted new ones, and all the open and burst wounds have healed and look fine. You said you've never lost an inner battle, right? But Jean Runkendal, this is not our inner world. This is reality. No matter how well I block the pain that penetrates my inner self, it is meaningless if I cannot kill myself in reality. Kiki. Jito smiled as he swung his thorn axe. A thorn from the axe grazed Jin's cheek. Toxicity was seeping into the wound. If it weren't for Man Dokju and Changsong's bodies, his cheek would have melted and formed a hole. Jean quickly distanced himself from Jito again and glared at him. Hung, is it because of the shit that guy Ayula did to me? Even though it touched my thorn, it was as fine as if I had just been cut by an ordinary sword. Jito recalled the choice Ayula made on the day he briefly descended into the Holy Kingdom. It was true that Zito lost some strength as a result. Jito, who was about 20 to 30% old, didn't think that something would stop him right now, but seeing Jean in good condition made him feel uneasy. As this subspace was Jito himself, it had the property of reacting according to his inner self. For some reason I felt an uneasy feeling and began to form more thorns in subspace. Thorns were sprouting from the destroyed land, the towering black rocks, and even the air. Thorns also appeared where Jean was standing. But Jean did not avoid the thorns. Before the thorn could pierce the ground, it was crushed by Jin's golden energy. I guess I'm the type of person who talks a lot when I'm scared. Ha! I felt it even when I came here. You drove the demons crazy and gathered the power of pain to deal with me. It may seem that way, but the reason I made my babies eat each other wasn't because I was conscious of you. I guess it's just a process to reach the end. The ending. Are you talking about a new world where the order of suffering you seek has arrived? Yes, that's it. What do you think pain is? Jean Runkendall. Zito's eyes, which had always shown a playful and light attitude, hardened for the first time. Well, I never thought about it. The point of pain is ultimately to cause the subject to fall into selflessness. This means that when the order of pain comes to the world, there will be no need for people to be inferior to others saying, I'm good, you're good, etc. So what you mean is that you want to purify the world through suffering. Suddenly Kinjalo came to mind. Kinjalo and Zito did not seem to differ much in that they acted to give the world the perfection they sought. You could say it's a kind of purification. I was born in pain. The pain experienced by the sun god Kinjalo, the true king and creator of life, is embodied in the being that I am. Jito slung the thorn axe over his shoulder. The sound of thorns digging into my shoulder and flesh tearing and exploding was heard. So it can be said that there is no one in this world who knows the nature of pain better than me. In the early days of my life, I made numerous attempts to be free from pain. Then it seems you developed such a strange taste, feeling pain as pleasure. Taste is a matter of choice. In my case, I had no choice. Do you think you could live a normal life while being drowned in boiling water every day? Even the boiling water thing is just a simple explanation to help you understand. The pain I have experienced so far cannot be expressed in words or letters. It's embarrassing because I don't feel sorry at all. The point I am trying to make is this. I think this world should suffer as much as I do. And in the past one would forget oneself by being engulfed in an endless, deep, infinite sea of pain. Even then I'll remain conscious and just be your toy? Yes. But the reason I chose you as a toy wasn't just because you looked delicious. It's the same reason I chose Orgel as my successor. Orgel. He has the ability to recognize the deterioration of the world. This means that we can recognize when a part of the world is erased or changed by someone or some phenomenon. Fate is such a cruel thing sometimes. And your God is also like that, isn't it? Murakan. How did you know this place and suddenly come out? There isn't much I don't know in the world that is known or has not been erased or altered. You know, right? Suddenly Jean remembered the conversation between Murakan and Orgel that he heard in Timar's second tomb. In that record, Orgel said that there was a way to save Timar, who had become a monster. When the era of suffering arrives, the world will undergo many changes regardless of my will. Just like the witch did. So we need someone who can recognize that fact and correct the error. I thought only Orgel could carry out the task, but seeing you changed my mind. The era of pain can be completed only with Orgel and you. I see. So are you done with the complicated explanation? Although he said it was a complicated explanation, Jean was finally able to clearly understand the purpose of the immortal named Jito. He just wants revenge on the world. Therefore, since there was no need for people to rule under him, he used the demons as expendables, and he would have no intention of saving all life in the world in the future. The error he spoke of probably refers to a variable that threatens the order of suffering. And he wants to use Orgel and I as a safety device to eliminate such variables. I got goosebumps. Jito is not incomplete like the evil spirit born from Rosa, nor is he divided like the kings of the Black Sea. He was the purest and greatest embodiment of madness among the powerful enemies Jean had ever encountered. You can't stop me, Jean Runkendall. Your will may be strong, but ultimately it is not as perfect as mine. I am a product of Kinjilo's pain as he shaped and watched the world as well as his resentment. It is a mass of agony that has continued since the beginning. Whoops! Kagagagik dash. Jito formed a body on Jin's right side and swung his spiked axe. The moment Sigmund and the thorn axe collided, the gold lightning on the sword body appeared to temporarily dissipate. Zito had a mischievous expression on his face again. However, the thorn axe became more violent and more toxic. Jean also boosted his energy accordingly, but there were limitations. To spread the sun with all your might, you need to create a gap, and to do that a lot of power must be consumed. That was the problem. This fight was structured so that it could not reach its conclusion unless a lot of effort was put into the process. It's a pity about Muraken. If he were with me now, I would have been able to create an opening without overdoing it. Instead of going for a short-term war, it might be better to buy time by waiting for Muraken to come. If you choose a short-term battle, as you initially thought, there is a risk that you will be able to split the sun with insufficient power, and if you choose a long-term battle, there is a risk that Muraken will not be able to reach this place. Right now, Jean didn't know what the situation was outside the door. It is impossible to confirm whether the portal leading to this place is still open or has disappeared after Jito dragged him in. According to Zito, Muraken and his party are currently dealing with Kiliak. The key is whether Muraken is in a state to continue fighting after dealing with him. I'm tired in many ways. Soon Jean came to a conclusion. The gold lightning that spread near Jean began to become more and more fierce. Anyway, if you don't get the chance to use Sunslash, you have no chance of winning. You never know what might happen while you wait for your allies who might come. I don't know how much force it would take to create a gap in Jito. In the end, victory was impossible if I couldn't tire him out. Oh, it looks like you finally have the will to fight properly? Yes, it's not cool to argue about this and that. Jean rushed at Zito and threw Sigmund away. A lightning strike with a gold lightning pierced Jito's chest, leaving a shining afterimage in the air. Jito swung his thorn axe at Jean, who was running towards him with his chest pierced. Even as Jean was pushing him, he sometimes hit all the thorns that came out from the side and rear, and each time Zito's attack narrowly missed Jean. The pain that spread like a tumor continued to invade his body every time he touched it, but Jin's movements did not change even once. Rather, whenever Jean had some free time, he opened up the sky by unfolding his Pachin. This was because I knew that Zito was conscious of the abyss. Don't try too hard to open the abyss. Would I be a fool because of that? It's just a little annoying kick. Big. Jito's thorn broke due to the shock wave of the golden lightning and pierced Jin's thigh. Because it was pushed out with a gold rod, it was not deeply embedded. Jean pulled out the thorn that was about a finger deep and closed the distance between him and him again. You might get tired, but it just gets faster and faster. Is Changxiang really like this? It didn't feel like this when I dealt with Pialito before. Jean didn't do much calculation about Zito from the beginning. That's why he only brought Muraken and his party with him when he searched for hell, and didn't panic even when a fight with Jito suddenly started. On the other hand, Zito has been endlessly predicting a human named Jean Runkendall, even to the point where Jin's strength ability and will begin to wear off. But after the fight began, Zito's thoughts continued to wander. Jean, who was clearly weaker than Pialito in his prime, was clinging to him more tenaciously than he was. Of course, Zito didn't just dislike seeing Jean like that. The fact that Jean is special also means that he can catch errors more reliably when the Order of Suffering arrives in the future. It seems like quite a bit of time has already passed. It's been so long that I lose track of time. I think I set 2 days too short. Can you last 3 or 4 days? Are Jean Runkendall? If you're still alive after 3 or 4 days, I'll assume you were right. The moment Jean responded like that, Jito looked up at the sky without thinking. Thanks to this, he was decapitated by Jin's sword once, but it wasn't a problem since he wouldn't die anyway. However, the problem was that the sky had now opened and the abyss was revealed. This time it was not Jean who opened the sky. The sky is open from the outside. What is this all of a sudden? Jean also raised his head, realizing that the abyss had opened a beat later. That author. A person was seen crossing the abyss and descending into subspace. He was someone Jean had never thought of. House owner. Are you sure you are here? House owner. Ilona Ziffel was making an urgent voice full of anger. As soon as Ilona arrived in hell, she moved toward the place where she felt the greatest energy. Then she discovered a portal leading to Jito's residence. The portal was closed when Jean came in, but Ilona forced it open and faced the abyss. She also perceived that some gigantic beings were fighting beyond the abyss. Ilona naturally thought it had something to do with Baradin and decided to cross the abyss alone, leaving Salion behind. That was why Ilona came to this place now. Both Jean and Zito looked up at Ilona, speechless for a moment. Of the two, it was Zito who was especially shocked. It was shocking enough that Jean Runkendal faced the abyss and was not affected at all, but now a being who tore through the abyss and reached this point appears? Ha! Why are you doing this to me? It was a series of events that Jito could not understand. Clearly, the external portal had already been closed when Jean was brought in. Therefore, it meant that it would take at least 10 days for anyone to come here without the help of a witch. He had no idea that someone would come across the abyss. Are you Ilona Ziffel? There is no head of the household here, so just continue on your way. Huh? It's just a joke. Kududuk dash. Ilona interrupted Zito and stretched out her wand. Magical power spread near Jito, entangled him, and burst him as if she were clenching a fist. The magic that had spread like a net continued to contract and turn the land into 6 pieces. Ilona knew right away that Zito was not going to die like that. Demon King Jito. I'm not in the mood for pranks right now. If the matriarch is not here, please tell me where she is. If you don't tell me right now, I will destroy you and this entire space without a trace. Kaayak, are you a hot friend? But are you crazy? He comes to someone else's house and behaves like a fool. Damn it. Are you saying you don't know? Ah, so even if I know, I don't want to talk about it, right? Soon, Ilona threw away Zito's body, which she had held onto with her magic, and turned her attention to Jean. Jean Runkendal. Then do you know? It's bloody. I thought you said you weren't in the mood for jokes. I'm not joking either. Ilona Ziffel. I wanted to meet you once, but I never thought it would be like this. And I don't know where Baradin is. I have never met him since I came down to hell. I don't feel any of the matriarch's magic in you, so I guess that's true. But our hot friend came here because he couldn't find his way. Jito, who had already formed a physical body again, spoke, appetizing as if he had delicious food in front of him. Originally, I was going to just let him go, but he suddenly got beaten up, and I felt bad. It was true that Zito felt pressure as soon as he saw Ilona. Dealing with 2 Changsongs at once was something Jito had never experienced. However, the moment Ilona made contact, by attacking him, Zito recognized that unlike Jean, she was not as immune to mental pain. Ilona's expressionless face was trembling slightly. Let's just die while we're here, Ilona Ziffel. Anyway, Baradin has already been defeated by Kiliak, so what else can you do with your life? The head of the family was attacked by Kiliak Ziffel? Okay then, he's already gone. You just have to follow. I can't believe it until I see it with my own eyes. Oh, it's up to you to believe it or not. I was just telling the truth as the ruler of hell. You're lying, Ilona Ziffel. Jean noticed that Ilona was having a hard time as soon as she contacted him. Unlike other spear stars, Ilona did not gain her power through training and will, so in some ways it was natural. Is this really a lie? The Baradin Ziffel I know has really already been sold. I can't feel his energy at all from Kiliak's side. There's no need to try so hard to hide what's painful. Both I and Jito have already figured out your weaknesses. That's why Zito suddenly wants to kill you. Dash. Purple thorns formed behind Ilona's back. The thorn could not pierce the shield, but Ilona could not react right away. She was awake like she was in a nightmare. Painful events from 1,000 years ago, which she had forgotten due to Jito's mental attack, were constantly ringing in her head. The days when innocent people were slaughtered and the land they lived in was destroyed as the family's war weapon. And the days of being betrayed by the family she trusted and falling into torture and mental manipulation fill Alona's vision. Right now, she didn't take any damage thanks to the shield spread with incredible magical power, but if she continued to not react, the shield would inevitably break at some point. Jean leapt and took a seat next to Alona. "I will make a suggestion to you, sir. Fight with me now against Zito." "What does that mean all of a sudden?" The purpose of the great royal powers coming here in the first place was to subdue Jito, but somehow I ended up dealing with Zito alone. I was a bit lacking in strength to get a chance to kill him, and then you arrived. But I have to save the head of the family. If we don't kill Jito right here and now, King Ince will be destroyed. Baradin will die in pain, and you cannot protect him from that bastard alone. Demon Stone? I don't think even that terrible product, which I don't know when will be completed, will be of any help right now. Why are you talking so loudly? Aren't you two originally enemies? You're acting friendly. Thorns kept popping out from all sides of the two people. Alona paid attention to the way Jean casually removed the thorns. Timar? I think he went through a similar situation, but ugh. My head feels like it's going to explode. Alona closed her eyes tightly and grabbed her head. Come to your senses and continue to listen to me, Alona. This pain is nothing compared to the power you have. I am not the only one who will protect the head of the family. The entire family will protect it together. Most of the current leaders of Ziffel are people who experimented with mind manipulation to take advantage of Baradin. Will they really fight for Baradin even in the worst moments? You will probably have to protect him on your own. Anyway, the safety of the family is my top priority right now. If it's my ability, I can go through the abyss again and find the matriarch. Jito will not sit still and watch that happen. He said that even if I left it alone, it would have no future. And Baradin, don't worry too much. If Baradin is really fighting Kiliak, my guardian dragon will be protecting him. Murakan? Why is he the head of the family? Because he knows better than anyone else that Baradin is my best friend. Under no circumstances will Murakan kill Baradin or allow him to die. And Murakan has almost regained his prime strength. These are not words that the head of Runkendal's small household would say. However, Alona was somehow comforted by Jin's story. Baradin never once called Jean a friend, but Alona always had the feeling that he was conscious of Jean. So for now, let's subdue Jito and then go find Baradin together. I'm worried about him too. The nightmares and hallucinations were getting worse. Alona could endure as much physical pain as she wanted, but what tormented her was the guilt of the past, something she could never surpass. Alona couldn't figure out what was the right decision. Should I take the offer made by the enemy leader or start moving again to somehow rescue Baradin? Make the choice your heart tells you, Alona. If nothing else, you definitely felt it. I am not the person who would ever harm Baradin. Alona opened her eyes. My vision was still blurry due to the hallucinations. In the midst of darkness before my eyes, Jin's back was shining like a lone star. When it's dark, you have to chase the light. One memory came to mind. These were the words Timar said to himself 1,000 years ago. I don't remember why I heard those words from him, but the emotions I felt at that time were clearly conveyed. All right, I will accept your offer. Jean smiled. Great choice, Alona Ziffel. Now put your hand on my back. Hands? I don't know the exact reason either. I think if you just do that, I can share some of your pain. Some of the hallucinations you are seeing were conveyed to me as well. I think it's probably because the memories that are bothering you are related to Runkendal. Alona removed the protective shield spread out in front and approached Jean. And as soon as I saw him up close, I couldn't help but be shocked. Until just now, Jean had been handling almost all of the thorns alone while protecting Alona. Because of this, my entire body was covered in blood. As I stretched out my arm, warm blood soaked my palm and the back of my hand. And like Jean said, the fog cleared. Alona felt the hallucinations disturbing her vision fading away. Painful memories were passing over to Jean like an evil spirit. If this happens, Jean Runkendal will have a much harder time. But Jean still stood tall like an old tree. I'm fine. Compared to the sense of debt one has to the world as a returner, pain and painful memories are just moments. If Alona had the worst compatibility to catch Zito, Jean was the opposite. Can you fight properly now? Alona nodded. What can I do? Just tear him down any way you can. As you can see, he's a tough guy. Then when the right moment comes, I will take your breath away. Can you do it? Alona lightly tapped the floor with her cane. Then magical energy flowed throughout subspace, forming a huge storm. Jito's thorns, which had been forming all over the place without stopping for a moment, appeared to crumble as soon as they were swept away by the magical storm. Depressingly, that's what I do best. Zito frowned as he watched Alona's magic power tightening around him. Oh, I hate you two so much. I really hate it, Zito shouted once more. He was as shocked as if he had been mentally attacked by Ayula. I thought it was too much for people who were hostile to me to suddenly become so friendly and join forces to fight against me. It's so obvious. What the hell are you guys? Why are they suddenly joining together like the main characters in a boys' novel? Do you think I was born in pain just to end up like that? If the three of us fight, isn't it common sense to engage in a bloody three-way battle? It's noisy. Tisk dash. Crunch. Cue Alona's magic caught Jito once more and exploded. The noise of flesh and blood exploding spread out and Alona opened her eyes and raised her magic power again. The magic power instantly formed a huge sphere like the sun in the sky. It wasn't just one. There were probably more than 10 spheres blocking the sky aiming at Jito. Each time Alona swung her staff downward, one sphere fell to the ground. Ka-aza. When one sphere falls, Jito loses his body once. Even if a new body was immediately formed, it would only be twisted and torn by the attractive and repulsive forces left behind when the sphere exploded. It was the same even if I moved the location and created a body far away. A new sphere had already fallen in the place where Jito's body appeared, and even if several bodies were formed at the same time, Alona's magic was present in all of them. Even Jean had never seen a wizard who could use that much magical power. The destructive power shown by Paolato's annihilation attack in the Holy Kingdom was shocking, but even that seemed shabby compared to the nameless magic that Alona had unleashed now. Wow, is this a power that humans can wield? That would be more dangerous than mine for the royalties. You said it was noisy, right? The magic spheres turned into cubes and began to rotate. Then a vortex opened in the middle of subspace and Jito was constantly sucked into it. The formed body tried hard to escape, but its limbs were torn off and swallowed, and the entire subspace was distorted and turned into a giant dough. Even after using so much magic power, in just a few minutes Alona showed no signs of fatigue. Rather, he had a relaxed attitude as if this was just the beginning. This is what it meant to be in charge of more than half of Jeep's entire power 1,000 years ago. Alona is a wizard who can destroy continents just by standing still and swinging her staff a few times. 1,000 years ago, few people recognized her as a human being. At that time, people recognized Alona as the embodiment of disaster and destruction like the witch Halurim. Ki! Zito screamed. Since there was no point in forming a human body, he was moving throughout subspace. A huge fist was falling from the middle of the sky like a castle. The fist struck the whirlpool that Alona had spread, collapsing and scattering purple flesh in all directions. The whirlpool was also dispersing. The rotating magic cubes also slowed down like engines that had lost power. But God is God? You can't believe you broke it in such a simple way. If it weren't for our gene, I would have been left without even using it, but now that I can endure it for a while, guess I'm very bored. It's not something I can bear, but my mind is very clear. Haven't you ever thought that it's because our gene is suffering on your behalf? Very selfish. Alona burst into laughter at those words. This is what it feels like to rely on someone stronger than me. Fighting alongside and relying on someone stronger. Of course, it was a feeling that Alona had never felt before or even now 1,000 years ago. Because she was always the strongest and people always relied on her. It may seem selfish, but what about that? The person protecting me says it's okay, but what right do you have to say such nonsense? Another fist was hitting Jean and Ilona. Before her fist made contact, Ilona swung her staff upward as if she were striking with a sword. Then the magical energy surged sharply like sword energy, splitting Jito's fist in half. It did not use the cutting power unique to wine magic or light magic. Ilona was simply imitating the sword skills of the knights by condensing her magical power infinitely. Even though just by imitating it, it generates a power equivalent to an annihilating strike. Zito did not miss the momentary opportunity and formed a body behind Ilona's back and struck with his thorn axe. What do you think would happen if it was a Jito melee? Zito clearly thought that Ilona would not be able to avoid it. Since it was obviously going to be blocked by a protective shield, they concentrated their power on the thorn axe and tried to penetrate the thorns into the protective shield at once. However, the moment he swung the thorn axe, Zito suddenly felt his body becoming dull. Just like the day I faced Ulta, the god of time. This crazy. Of course, Ilona does not have the power of time that Ulta has. However, the reason Jito's movements slowed down was because of his magical power. The densely compressed magical energy near Ilona was blocking the earth like water. The thorn axe, which should have been as fast as thunder, continued to fall rather slowly. Ilona reacted leisurely and struck back the thorn axe with her staff. Runkindle's swordsmanship. Ignorant swordsmanship that uses only a blessed body without the usual forms and formulas. Ilona's close combat clearly resembled Runkindle's. The people who fought Ilona the most 1,000 years ago were all Runkindle, and naturally she imitated Runkindle's swords. Their swords were also the best. Of course, this is an impossible area for the average wizard. Even if he was an extremely skilled knight and not a wizard, he could not imitate Runkindle just by having the experience of fighting many times. However, Ilona was using extreme magical power to realize Runkindle's body. All movements and explosions that put a strain on the body are being alleviated with magical power. I never thought something like this would be possible. It's not easy even if you have a bright heart and brain power like me. In his entire life, Jean had never seen a more complex and inefficient use of magic power than this. But for Ilona it was as easy as breathing. Kondash. The staff and the thorn axe clashed. Ilona moved like a top-class Runkindle and even put pressure on Zito in reverse. The staff, which moves like a sword, is flexible yet destructive, fast and sophisticated. In the past she destroyed countless Runkindels like this. The Runkindels who barely managed to penetrate the distance had no choice but to despair at her close combat abilities. Since Jean was bearing all the pain caused by the contact, she moved much more freely than him. There is no need to conserve strength like Jean. In the first place, saving was something that was only necessary for those who lacked power. If things continue like this, I'll have a chance to easily split the sun. While I was protecting Ilona until I received the offer, I wasted more stamina than expected, but it wasn't enough to be a problem. Jean was concentrating on recovery and keeping an eye on the situation. Although Ilona appears to be overwhelming Zito now, the fight between the two could actually be said to be a meaningless war of attrition. Two beings with infinite power are only scratching each other. For example, time was still on Zito's side. The reason Ilona can fight like this is only because Jean endures all the pain. Therefore, if Jean fell, it was the end for Ilona. Once. I only have to cut it once. Ilona was also aware of that fact. If it were me in my prime 1,000 years ago, I think I would have been able to destroy Jito by myself even without Lord Jean. But it must be difficult now. If Lord Jean can't finish it, I too will be in danger. But I wasn't anxious. Even though she could feel Jin's breathing getting heavier, Ilona was confident that he would do it. He also meant it when he told Zito that Jean was stronger than him. It wasn't just the size of his strength or his fighting ability, but fundamentally Jean was an incomparably stronger person than himself. If this kind of person is Gaju's friend, Gaju will definitely find what she lost. Ah, can't you just give me some space? It's more annoying than you think? It looks like you are also a remnant of the sun god, so we should be a team? If I am the embodiment of the pain the sun god felt, then you are the embodiment of the sun god's desire for destruction. Maybe so, but I don't want to live a life like you, bound to fate, Zito. Have you ever thought about how ugly and crude you are right now? Foot puff puff. Just leave out the smell of human blood and say that. How many people have you killed so far? It seems like it's well over 1 billion. We look alike, Alona Ziffel. Even if you are lucky enough to survive today, you will ultimately contribute the most to destroying the world. At that time someone else will block me, just as Lord Jean is trying to cut you down now. At that moment Jean changed his sword. Golden energy and spiritual energy were gathering in Bradamanti. The preparations are complete. Zito was unable to properly interfere with Jean because he was conscious of Alona. This sword. Alona's eyes widened. Suddenly the light emitted from Jean colored the subspace, and as if a dam had burst, forgotten memories were flooding in like water. These are not dark memories like those brought up by Zito. What came to Alona's mind now was the shining will and faith of the people who tried to protect the world at that time. It was a memory of the moment when he decided to leave Jeep drawn by their light. This is what happens in the end. Runkendal magic sword sun rays. As Jean took a step forward to swing his sword, a huge murky shadow suddenly formed in the middle of the battlefield. This was Zito's true self. The power of splitting the sun forced the truth that Zito was hiding to be revealed. Jean swung Bradamanti with all his might towards Zito's true form. Beyond Zito's subspace, the entire hell was suddenly colored with golden energy. Even at that moment, Zito was continuing to cause Jean pain through contact with Alona. It was to create at least a small gap somehow. If the sun splits completely like this, Zito could never be safe. Damn it, I think it might have been better to fight someone like Ayula. In the first place, even most immortals cannot have this kind of power. Zito knew better than anyone else that the entire hell was briefly colored with Jin's golden energy, filling the entire land of pain with other powers instead of demonic energy. As far as Zito knew, there were no more than 3 immortals who could do such a thing after the death of the sun god. I definitely thought Jean Runkendal would be able to cut me down. But I never thought it would be like this. What on earth? Did the witch really allow a mortal to have this kind of power? However, now was not the time to be shocked. A huge golden swamp, large enough to swallow a god, was opening up. In order to get out of the swamp and survive, I had to take out all the tools and tricks I had saved all along. It's a pity, but you've given up, Jean Runkendal. I have to keep Orgel alive and look into the future. Zito's true nature quickly became clear. At the same time, demon energy exploded around him, pushing away the rushing golden energy. He was targeting Alona first, not Jean. It was judged that in order to unleash a sword like this, the resonance of Jean and Alona, who share the pain, must have been lifted. Tisk! As Zito expected, Alona immediately reacted to the mental attack and took a step back. Zito's intention was to hold off Jin's attack for a while by taking Alona hostage. However, Alona has just regained memories of her brightest days. Thanks to those memories, the dark past that emerged as a mental attack did not shake Alona as strongly as before. Zito's fist struck the ground where Alona was standing and exploded. Alona safely pulled herself out from behind Jean. As soon as she raised her head and looked ahead, Alona sighed inwardly, forgetting about the pain for a moment. A huge golden ring was wrapping around Zito. Zito was struggling to get out of the ring, and every time a purple shock wave spread outside the ring, a loud noise erupted. Jean then retrieved the sword and swung it again towards Zito, and another identical ring was formed. A total of 4 rings tied Zito like that. The rings crossed each other, completely blocking all sides of Zito. Sometimes an arm or leg would stick out of the ring. Every time, the golden energy shining nearby rushed in and gnawed at Zito's protruding body. This is different from the sun cleavage that Timar used. Alona remembered him using Sun Slash. The sword Jean was unfolding now only had the same properties, but had a completely different form from Timar's sword. Jean did not directly inherit the sun-splitting technique from him. Since we were trying to recreate a sword that we had glimpsed in the world of Keatom's paintings, it had to be different. However, in Alona's opinion, Jin's sword was not inferior to Timar's. In fact, it felt more stable. In fact, Zito continues to struggle because he cannot escape the ring. Whoa! Jean let out a heavy breath and put away his sword. Sweat and blood were constantly evaporating from my body, which was as hot as lava. It's a little scary, Do you have the strength to cut him down? Exactly. I succeeded in subduing him so he wouldn't miss, but it seems like it took a lot of stamina. It's because of me. That is wrong. If Jiang hadn't come, it wouldn't have been easy to even get this opportunity in the first place. I can use this sword just by sharing some of the pain, so it can be said to be a cheap price to pay. Jean made eye contact with Ilona. From now on, I will put all my will into cutting him down. I think this will probably be the longest sword I've ever wielded. If you look at the form alone, the sun-splitting technique performed by Timar in his prime 1,000 years ago is close to an extremely fast sword. At first, Jean also tried to cut down Jito following that method. However, the reality of the great evil called Jito that he faced in actual battle was something that could never be cut down in an instant. It was decided that it would be right to use an extremely heavy blunt sword, like the sword that Soren dropped upon himself when he returned to the Garden of Swords. This was because a ring that was not in K. Tam's drawing was intentionally formed. What you mean is that you want me to take care of all the variables that have arisen in the meantime, right? Jean nods. That's right, Ilona Ziffel. We talk pretty well. Now I feel like I've met an old friend. Once I defeat that dark monster with you, I will face the past as promised. It's a good thing to hear. It seems like there are still some memories that come to mind. These are memories of the only time I could stop hating myself. I think you can make sure our matriarch doesn't have to go through the same experience as I did. Ilona extended her fist towards Jean. Jean chuckled and lightly bumped his fist with her. Ku-ka-ah. Zito's struggles continued to intensify. However, the ring that bound him was firmly fixed and did not move an inch. Only the shock wave escaped the ring and caused explosions throughout the battlefield. Jean concentrated again and remained silent. Now all he could see was Zito. His inner self was filled with the will to cut down Jito, and his body seemed to exist solely to kill Jito. The Jin of today could easily be killed by an ordinary human. His body and inner self focused solely on Zito had no resistance to other external blows. Now it was time for Ilona to protect Jean. It felt like her mind would explode every time she inevitably came into contact with Zito's energy, but Ilona held on to her staff. Ha! Do you think I'll end up like this? Zito shouted, holding on to the ring around the center. Jean was now moving his sword. The blade just tilts downward, like a slowly sinking glacier, without even making a sound. Light flowing infinitely slowly. Jito looked up at the light that formed before his eyes following the sword's trajectory. I have no choice but to accept it, or the camp had to be destroyed before the light reached the body, to prevent him from completing the division of the sun. Karak! Zito began to push away the ring he was holding. The two hands holding the ring were constantly disintegrating and regenerating, sending purple ash flying. Little by little, the ring was moving. It seemed like it would take too long for the situation to open up enough for Zito to escape. Inside, Jin's sword will reach Jito's head first. But Zito's goal was not to get out of the ring. That's it. The intention was to open the abyss of sky that had been tightly closed again. He had been wary of the opening of the abyss, but this time he had to take advantage of it. Zito extended his arm across the gap where the ring was twisted. Ujijijik dash. Soon he clenched his fist, and the sky distorted, revealing the abyss again. Zito stubbornly pushed his arm into it. The moment his arm went into the abyss, even Zito screamed in pain. It was a painful scream that did not fit at all with the cry of pain and pleasure until now. Kahook kak. Zito seemed to be searching for something there for a while, just like a person rummaging through a box. Ilona poured magical energy towards Zito's arm, but with the will she had now, she was unable to properly inflict a substantial blow on Zito. Still, it was not possible to further amplify the magic power to increase destructive power. If that were the case, there was a high possibility that it would interfere with Jin's sword. It looks like they're trying to pull something out. That? Zito's arm was falling out of the abyss again. In his hand was a pale glowing sphere. Although it was small in size, Ilona widened her eyes as she felt the power the sphere contained. An artificial sun. An organ that was no different from the heart of the true demon realm had crossed the abyss and was placed in Jito's hands. That was Zito's last move. Gene Runkendall. This time it was really dangerous. But if this explodes, it's the end for both of you. Zito clenched his fists without thinking for a moment. At the same time, his arm dispersed into particles and light spread in all directions, and Jin's ring that entangled Jito actually became a protective shield. Most of the artificial sun's power was exploding towards Jin and Alona. Zito used a hook to withstand the explosion and burst into laughter. As soon as Jin unleashed the sun split, golden energy briefly spread throughout the Jinma realm, and this time darkness descended on the Jinma realm. Now that the sun has been destroyed, light cannot exist in the true demon realm for a while. Anyway, I just need Orgel Remilias. I was so overzealous that I almost got screwed. I was sick of it. Goodbye now, Jin. Jin gritted his teeth as he listened to Zito's distant voice mixed with heavy drinking. However, it wasn't that I felt dizzy inside due to the unexpected shock or that I couldn't complete the sun cleavage. Rather, it was decided that since victory was more certain, it was necessary not to let go of the sword. I was really nervous. But this is the final variable? Alona said, blocking the explosion in front of Jin with her magic. It was something Zito could not understand. I expected that Alona would be able to prevent the explosion of the artificial sun to some extent, but I never expected that she would be able to handle it so easily. Because she perfectly blocked the explosion, Jin was able to swing his sword without being affected in the slightest. The blade was now in front of Zito's eyes. How are you stopping this? It wasn't difficult at all. It's something that doesn't require willpower. Rather than destroying transcendent beings like you, blocking a merely powerful force. Let's just say I had a useful side. The power I have lies in being there for these people at moments like these. I forgot that fact for so long. Wah-wah. When Alona swung her staff, the power of the exploded artificial sun began to split left and right, opening a path. Jin was completing the sword's trajectory along the way. Ha-ha! Zito's vision was brightening. He felt a sharp light touch his forehead. Jin's sword energy burning with golden light was cutting through the earth as it scanned the lower part of the abyss floating in the sky. Pakak Sugigyuk. Zito's head was split in half. His dark and gigantic entity is composed of flesh, bones, and organs just like a human being. The pain that has continued since the day the sun god died in the distant past and has not rested even for a single day, even towards himself. Since he didn't have to fight with his true nature exposed like now, it didn't stand out. But because of that, Jito's body was less strong than other immortals of the same class. The weak bones hidden beneath the rock-hard skin were breaking apart. Jito's skull was already split in half, and golden sword energy surged through the gap. The brain fluid burst and evaporated at the same time. Even though I held on to the sword with my remaining arm to try to block it somehow, it was no use. My fingers were melting, and my arms were just falling apart. Meanwhile, the ring formed by Jin continued to pressure Jito. At first, he tried to use it as a shield to block the explosion of the artificial sun. But the ring contracted every time it endured the aftermath of the explosion, shaking Jito's intestines. The space was constantly distorting as the roar continued. However, the space where Jin and Alona were standing remained intact. Not even a wisp of smoke from the explosion could disturb Jin. Kuduk dash. Zito's split head fell to the floor. The immortal's body did not lose its function even though it was so messed up. He looked at the altar of pain that was being cruelly destroyed through eyes that were divided into left and right sides. I could see the broken poles and the lumps of soul and life that were hanging on them. Some were entangled in Jin's energy and turned into golden lumps while others were just disappearing. Even Jito couldn't figure out what differences there were between them that led to their divided fates. However, he was feeling indescribable discomfort. Are you saying that you can become a true king like the sun god? Who are you to share their fate? Jin didn't answer. Because I was so focused on splitting the sun I couldn't hear his voice very well, and even if I could hear it, it would have been the same. Jin also doesn't know why they are differentiated. What is it with you that you can despise pain like this? Hilurim. You must be looking here now. Please at least give me an answer. Why do I have to disappear here? Zito could not look into the abyss, because his eyes were fixed on the ground and could not move. You know how I feel, Hilurum. Didn't you say that you respect the fate of immortals born as byproducts of the sun, and that my life suffered the most? Come out. Hilurum. Come out and tell a story that I can understand. At that moment Jin's sword touched Jito's heart. Kihik. The fear of extinction was consuming him, as proven in his fight with Ayula and when he just reached into the abyss to pull out the artificial sun. Jito was not very tolerant of pain he could not control. The end is slowly in sight, Zito, Alona said, hitting away the debris that flew in front of Jin. Because the heart was being torn apart, Jito's power was also weakening. Now Alona suffered much less from contact with Zito than before. It seems like you've always relied a lot on the witch Hilurum, right? I also met her 1,000 years ago. He was a person who was far from giving the impression that one could trust and follow him. The explosion of the artificial sun no longer came near Alona. The entire subspace was collapsing in the aftermath of the explosion. All orphans must pay a fair price. Even if you stop me, the witch will eventually make it happen. The orphans will be punished. Ha. A faint sound of laughter was heard. Alona was instantly shocked by his persistence and glared at Jito's body, which was beginning to disintegrate. Jin, who didn't care at all about Zito's madness and continued to cut through the sun, felt amazing. Don't think you won. As long as witches exist, you will never be able to live a safe life. No matter what new order appears in the world, it will eventually degenerate and betray you. As soon as Jito finished speaking, the golden sword energy finally cut into his heart. My heart panting and spreading dark purple light slowly began to stop. The hard tumors in my heart exploded, spraying out painful, putrid blood. The earth shook as each drop fell to the ground. The extremely concentrated power of the god of pain was getting out of control and polluting subspace. The blood pus was more threatening than the artificial sun. Just as Alona was trying to strengthen her shield, due to the poisonous dance that rose up as Zito's flesh oxidized, Jin spoke out. Anyway, these guys always blow themselves up when it's time to die. Are you okay, Jin? It's okay. After cutting out my heart, I finally have time to talk. I was a little tired, though. Jin still maintained his dull sword. As I first expected, it seemed like it could end in a close manner. With his head and heart cut off, all that was left was to completely destroy Jito's true form so that he could not rise again. The contraction of the golden rings accelerated. Even though the rings were closest to the blood and poisonous radish, they tightened the ground while maintaining the same light as at first. And little by little, Jin's sword power was converging. Each of those rings could be said to be a type of magic made up of Jin's true energy. Therefore, Jin had to completely retrieve the ring in order to recover properly later. Of course, Zito's final struggle is to break the ring. The match was over, but Jin couldn't let it go smoothly. You are coming with me, Jin Runkendal. If you wanted to make that happen at all, you should have held hostages in advance somehow. Just like you did with Paelito. Jito's blood clots and poisonous radish were clinging to each other persistently. However, Jito's power, which lost his head and heart, could not overcome Jin's power of regeneration. Honestly, I felt a little dizzy when I twisted the ring and took out the artificial sun. Instead of pulling out the artificial sun, why not try to break at least one link? If that were the case, I wouldn't be standing like this right now. Suaya. Eventually, the dull sword that had been traversing Jito's body all along stopped. Although it fell so slowly, the trajectory of the sword did not disappear and was spreading brilliance in its place. As if going down a road, smaller rings followed the path and gathered together with the sword. Each time the ring was absorbed, Jin's body, hot as lava, became cold. 10 seconds passed. There was no longer a voice from Zito. Only the remaining tumor and the poisonous dance rising from the dark remnants of the body were staining the subspace. Jin and Alona read Zito's energy with their senses heightened for about 10 seconds. I didn't feel anything. Jito has disappeared. As the god of pain and the one who ruled the Jinma realm for the longest time, he was unable to leave any will. Wow, what a shabby end, Jean said, collapsing to the floor. The consequences of using too much sun cleavage were being conveyed belatedly. I felt like I wouldn't be able to take even a single step unless I regained some stamina. It was a lot of hard work. You finally cut him down, Sir Jean. It was definitely a much easier victory than when dealing with other transcendent beings such as Gleek the evil god or Pialito. But if Alona hadn't come, Jean wouldn't have survived. If Alona had faced Zito without Jean, she would have died without being able to show her true value at all. I don't think we cut them together. Contrary to plan, we had to fight without Muraken, and at the moment when we felt like there was no answer, Kyung appeared like a savior. Ugh! Suddenly, Alona lifted the jeans and draped them over her shoulder. You're trying to kidnap me when I'm weak. It can't be. It looks like you're so tired that your senses have become a little dull. Toxic soil is flowing on the floor. It was a joke. That dirty bastard makes people tired until the end. Bubbling. Chiik. The floor and walls of subspace were boiling like a putrid swamp. The air became toxic and hot. None of them could even make a scratch on Alona's shield and rigid body. But they were fatal to the current Jean. I feel that Jito's death is affecting the entire Jinma world. Most of the land in the Jinma realm is probably boiling like this right now. And somehow, I get the feeling that these remnants of Jito are gathering in one place. Have you already regained that much of your senses? You read it correctly. The remaining energy of Jito and the remnants of the artificial sun that were spread throughout the Jinma realm are all heading to one place. Jean and Alona intuitively thought of the same name. Celiac Ziffel. I think it's him. Unless you're a witch. As soon as I remembered his face, I felt uncomfortable. It occurred to me that perhaps even Zito, who had just died, was actually playing into his hands. As I recall, witches are not interested in these forces. Celiac Ziffel. He's probably right. Jean lightly patted Alona on the back. If it's Baradin, don't worry. He will never die until Muraken dies. And now I can't feel the guardian dragon's death at all. I probably know the power of Muraken in his prime better than you. He is also a terrifyingly strong being. If Muraken is really fighting Celiac as Zito said, the battle is still going on. I can still fight well, thanks to the fact that I have taken on most of Jianji Jito. Even if I don't even have the strength to hold a sword, I have to go save Baradin. I will take care of you and recover as much as possible until we reach the place where Jito's energy gathers. So let's go. Jinma World Tiangro. Bassett was indeed Riddleo's teacher. Despite the overwhelming difference in strength and skill, he did not give in and held out for a long time against Riddleo's. Protect Silcia at all costs, Tilias. If you can't see a way, then just take Silcia and escape with you and Missile. Before fighting Riddleo's, Bassett urged them to do so, but Tilia and Mysol did not choose to run away without him. I couldn't bear to do that. This was because both Bassett and Silcia were indispensable people to Viceps, and above all it was judged that the strength of both of them was necessary to catch Zito. Even if we lost all the other regular members, we had to save Bassett and Silcia. It was judged that only then could there be hope of killing Jito and regaining the Jinma realm. But they were defeated. Bassett collapsed on one side of the ruins, losing both arms, and was breathing heavily, and Tilias and Missile were barely able to support their trembling legs. On the other hand, Riddleo's only looked a little tired, but if he wanted to he could finish off all of the Viceps within 5 minutes. However, Riddleo's had just been looking up at the sky with blank eyes, completely entranced. The sun of this land. It was losing its light. Jito summoned the core of an artificial sun through the abyss and destroyed that core without hesitation. This was something no one here expected. Riddleo's was even cutting down his old comrades to protect the artificial sun. He was confident that the artificial sun was safe since he would not lose to the Biceps. What happened? The darkness was quickly eating away at Riddleo's vision. Tears welled up incessantly like a believer who had lost his god. If the sun disappeared, the Jinma realm would become an extremely dry wasteland. It would become a cursed land where life could not survive. Jean Runkendal cut Zito Riddleo's. Tilius said. Ridilos did not respond to his words for a long time and fixed his blank gaze on the sky. Didn't you see this place turn golden one day? That light must have brightened the entire Jinma realm for a moment even beyond the sky. And that was the power of Jin Runkund. Then, are you saying that Jito summoned the core of the artificial sun and destroyed it in his final effort? Even Paolito in his prime was defeated by Zito without even being able to use his hand properly. I thought it was absolutely impossible for Jin to cut down Jito without the help of the artificial sun, but everyone in Sunyangro could clearly feel Jito's death. Even if I couldn't witness it myself, I could tell. I guess so. It is impossible. That's impossible. We have been doing this in vain. Jin Runkundle defeated Zito without the help of Biceps or the artificial sun. But Biceps finally achieved his goal of Zito's death. You? What is left for you who betrayed us, who fought together for so many years? Ridilos could not ignore the devastation that was building up in him. The only reason he betrayed Biceps was because he did not want to reach a future in which the true demon world loses its artificial sun and is immersed in darkness. Kiliak had promised him such a future. Furthermore, he promised to make Jinma Gye into a beautiful land like it was before Jito's reign. The artificial sun you tried to stop by killing us has disappeared. Kiliak failed to keep his promise to you. No mortal can survive without the sun. You're welcome, Ridilos. We will survive even without light. This means that we ourselves will become the light and bring about the Jinma realm again. No matter how long it takes. Dump! Ridilos fell to his knees, clutching his head. To him, Tilia's claims were nonsense. Unless the sun is reborn, the Jinma realm will end Tilia's. You really don't know that? Look. It means look beneath your feet. Can't you see the ground starting to boil? Just like what Jean and Alona experienced at Zito's residence, the land of Tiangro was also bubbling. Not only here Tilia's, but the entire Jinma world will be boiling. This means that because of Jito's death and the destruction of the artificial sun, the Jinma world has now become uninhabitable for humans. You just need to find a place that doesn't boil and make a base. If there is no such place, you can build a high pillar and make a house for people to live on top of it. If there is no light, you can live by lighting a candle, and as time accumulates like that, you will stand up again. How is that different from destruction? The difference is that there is hope. Ridilos, it's not too late. Kiliak is just using you. Come back to Biceps right now. The Jinma realm needs people with the ability to endure this boiling land and create a home. Tilias truly thought so. Even though Ridilos betrayed them, blocking them and annihilating the regular members in the process, the true demon world needed a talent like Ridilos to stand up again. But Ridilos shook his head. I can't accept it. It would be better to take over the earth from now on to humans. How on earth are we supposed to live in this hell? Bullshit. There is Jean Runkundle, who even killed Zito without the power of the artificial sun. That's not all. Now, even if all the forces of hell join forces, it will be difficult to conquer even one small island of Ince. Kiliak Jeep will provide us with land to live on. Yeah, it worked out better. You live with the brilliant light of the real sun, not the artificial sun. You've lost your mind, Ridilos. Haha, how can I endure this reality without going crazy? I have to go see Kiliak Ziffel. Ridilos looked around and said, I felt a huge flow of power heading somewhere. The remnants of Jito and the artificial sun were flowing towards Dakmasong. Ridilos had a hunch that Kiliak Ziffel would possess that power. Now it was my turn to go and ask him. Kiliak, did you know that the artificial sun would turn out like this? In return for royalties, you could give us land for our demons to live on. Tilias tensed and glared at Ridilos. Fortunately, Ridilos turned around without killing the bishops. Since the artificial sun was gone anyway, the life or death of Biceps was of no concern to Ridilos. Big older brother, Lord Bassett. At Bassett's moans, Tilias and Missile approached him. The Bassett coughed up blood and let out a hissing breath. At that time, Silcia, who had led the general members outside the battlefield, also approached the group. Jito is dead. What happened to Ridilos? Lord Bassett. As soon as Silcia saw Bassett, she was scared and tried to revive him, but Bassett shook his head again. Don't waste your power on me, Silkia. But I can't live anyway. Silcia, you should evacuate the members to our headquarters from now on. The headquarters will be able to withstand the boiling ground for a while. Silkia closed her eyes tightly without trying to say something. It was right to follow Bassett's advice. With her ability, she could evacuate all of the remaining approximately 800,000 members in an instant. Tilias, please speak, brother. From now on, take me with you and chase after Rydalos. Jean Runkendal. Apparently he and his troops are also on their way to Kiliak Ziffel. It may not be in perfect condition due to the fight with Zito, but we still can't stand by and watch Kiliak gain this power. You have to see for yourself what Kiliak will do with the remaining power of Zito and the artificial sun. All right. Bassett was prepared to die. He planned to burn the remaining flame for the Jinma realm and meet his end. Whatever Kiliak Jiffel does from now on, it won't be for the benefit of Jinma world. Silkia. Yes, Lord Bassett. From now on, you are the leader of Biceps. Take care of the rest. Remember that you are a being who can become a god. Missile, if you cannot return to Tilias with me, then you will have to take good care of Silcia. Silkia and Missile nodded heavily. Let's go now, Tilias. Tilias started running with the Bassett on his back. They never looked back at Silkia and Missile. Instead, as they went, they watched countless demons who were just beginning to be freed from their brainwashing. They had been killing each other for no reason under Jito's mental control until recently. They were sobbing and lying face down in front of the corpses of their colleagues, family members, friends, and lovers they had killed. He was buried among the horribly torn corpses, unable to escape. Jinma world, where Jito's brainwashing was lifted, became a literal hell, as it was called in royal circles. The screams of those who had been brainwashed without knowing why and continued to commit terrible slaughter were echoing throughout hell. We are all sinners, Tilias. However, since everyone was innocent, those who will survive must still live. Of course, brother. Jean Runkendal. I haven't seen him in person, but he's definitely not someone who will use the Jinma realm like a chess piece and then throw it away. From now on, I will continue to reach out to Biceps even if he has no shame. It feels like a miracle that I met Jean Runkendal and formed an alliance with the Bamul coalition. It would be nice if I could be of some help to him one last time, please. I ran enduring the boiling soggy hot ground. Rydalos, who had gone crazy, was constantly leaving traces, and the two often followed the dimensional door that Rydalos used. Rydalos paid no attention to their pursuit. Eventually, after crossing 5-dimensional gates, the two were finally able to reach Dakma Castle. And the first thing that caught Tilia's and Bassett's eyes was the image of Rydalos struggling in the air with his chest pierced by Kiliak's flame spear. Kiliak, I promised you that I would make the Jinma world a proper world again. If you wanted to tell me something, Rydalos, you should have come another day. Now is the time when I have to welcome more important guests, so you shouldn't ruin this place by making noise. Ka-awak! The flame spear exploded and engulfed Rydalos. Kiliak did not pay attention for a moment to the end of Rydalos and the Bassett brothers, but instead looked at the other two people who had just arrived at Dakma Castle. Welcome, Jean Runkendal, and Sir Elona Zippel. It's been a while, Kiliak Jiffel, but I'm not very happy about it. I wouldn't have done that if I had met Sir, who would naturally have been a dead body. Jean answered and looked at the battlefield. The two energies of spirit and flame were dividing the sky of Dakma Castle. However, the flames were controlling a much larger area, and that was because Murakan was not here right now. It looked like Murakan fell in the fight with Kiliak. After reading the energy closely, Jean could feel Murakan's spirit from outside the battlefield. The spiritual energy remaining in the sky was a trace of the coming of darkness. As Jean expected, Murakan left the battlefield for a while after tying up Kiliak to protect Baradin and find Betty. Then Murakan will return soon. He must have read my energy by now. Although a bit tired, Jean and Elona Ziffel were there, and Murakan would return soon. Even if it's not perfect, it still has 3 spear-level powers. Even if Kiliak had gained great power by fusing with Shenu, it was impossible to deal with those 3. Of course, this is only when Kiliak fights properly. Kiliak was looking down at Jean and Elona with a calm face. Jean was sure that he could not have greeted them without any preparation. The remnants of Earth and artificial sun blowing from all directions were converging on Kiliak. However, Kiliak did not attribute those powers directly to himself but rather gathered them into a sphere above his head. It was pointless to gain more power anyway. He had already gained the power of the highest god, so absorbing the remains of the earth and the artificial sun would only increase the impurities in his body. Kiliak planned to use the power of Zito and the artificial sun for other purposes. And Jean was perking up because he seemed to understand the intention. Just follow the natural path. It's so funny to hear something like that come out of your mouth. Any fun? 44 years. It's a random answer that other people can't understand. However, Jean couldn't help but be surprised as soon as Kiliak mentioned the word 44 years. It took 44 years to find out that Joshua had ordered Timon Marius to curse you. I didn't even have a chance to beg like you do now. At that time, I was only 1 year old. Your insignificant 80 years cannot be a compensation for my 44 years. But I will write the book of regurgitation well. What he said while killing Kiddard Hall. Jean didn't react and just looked at Kiliak. I've been curious about you ever since I heard about you from Kiddad. Why did you say 44 years? This is the conclusion I reached in the end. Aren't you a human being who has experienced the future once? Hell, I had that thought after learning about the existence of the true demon realm. Perhaps there are evil people in hell that I have killed. Kiddard Hall seems to have taken possession of that ugly bug and resurrected it like an Runkendel. Answer my question. I was very curious. I don't think it's any of my business what Kiddad said. Still, if I were to give you an answer, I think I misheard because my senses became dull before I searched. I see. Anyway, in my opinion, there is no one in this world who is more deviant from nature than you. You make a contract with a Solderet and use its power, but the Solderet does not remain in this world. This fact alone makes you deformed. Is it true that you learned from Shenu's senses that Solderet does not exist in this world? Yes, but it's not necessarily because of that. Our Ziffel tracked down Solderet for a long time to complete the Demon Stone. But since you became a contractor, Solderet has never revealed his true identity. Perhaps he has become one with you just as I have. Or he paid something for you. Think what you will. More than that, Kiliak, you must be quite annoyed right now. It seems like you tried to lure Baradin to kill him, but you failed because you were blocked by my guardian dragon, right? Jean said, looking at Alona's expression. Alona looked much more relaxed than before. With Changxiang's senses, he read Baradin's energy from afar. As Jean assured, Baradin was really alive. It's a strange thing. I sent Murakan to find the bishops over there, but he happened to save Baradin, and the bishops are here now. It feels like the world is helping me. Jin's thoughtless words scratched Kiliak's stomach. Jin's power of existence was a much more disturbing factor than Changxiang's power. I will tell you what will happen from now on, Kiliak. You are probably planning to use the power of Jito and the artificial sun to completely destroy the Jinma world. Who? Anyway, I guess I should get to know that extraordinary brain. That's right. I just became the new owner of this land thanks to you cutting the land. But I don't need this place anymore. And the witch doesn't seem to be particularly interested. In many ways, it would be better to destroy it. That would be a better ending for the demons who were brainwashed by Jito and committed ugly things. Jean laughed as if it were funny. You don't have the confidence to fight us right now, so your only choice is to destroy the entire hell to give yourself time to escape. Even if the whole world laughs at you, you will have nothing to say. Even your plan will fail this time, Kiliak Jiffel. When Jean pulled out Sigmund, golden energy began to spread. The spiritual energy Murakan left behind resonated with that power and became stained golden. Because I won't allow it. Do you really think you have become a god after gaining the power of Shenu, Kiliak? Try exploding the remnants of Jito and the artificial sun. We will block the explosion and take your head down. Alona also raised her staff and amplified her magic power. Huge cubes of magic were floating all over the battlefield. I am Kiliak Ziffel, the highest wizard of Ziffel 1,000 years ago and the current elder of Ziffel. You will be severely punished for daring to harm the head of the family. As soon as Alona finished speaking, The sky behind the two was turning dark. It was the spiritual energy spreading from Muraken's 2 pairs of wings. Runt. Oh, is Ilona Zippel next to me? Why are you on our side? Muraken also used up a lot of his strength while protecting his allies and fighting Kiliak, but it was not enough to damage his majesty. That's right. He was on our side. You're here, Muraken. Oh, I'll hear what happened later. The kids are all safe. It was left behind by an annoying bastard called Rhaegal or something, but it's okay because I have an immortal. When the golden energy briefly spread throughout hell, I was confident that you little bastard had done well to control Jito without me. Ilona must have helped too. It's been a while, Muraken. There are so many things I want to talk to you about. Okay. I also have a lot of questions, Ilona. First of all, I have to get rid of Kiliak. Muraken also immediately recognized the situation. This means that Kiliak will use the remnants of Zito and the artificial sun to buy time and escape. If they explode all at once, it'll be tough. However, if me and Ilona prevent the explosion from spreading outside the Jinma realm and the kid enters and captures Kiliak, I think the picture will come out somehow. Jean and Ilona were thinking the same thing. Even though Jean was the most tired, he was still the strongest of the 3 in close combat, and Muraken and Ilona were much better suited to handle a large amount of explosions. They look so energetic that it would be a shame to break them like this, Kiliak said. Jean and his party could not move first. He had to move after exploding the remnants of Jito and the artificial sun so that his position would not be misaligned. Soon Kiliak made eye contact with Ilona. Ilona Ziffel, a wizard known as the greatest and strongest in Jeep history. 1,000 years ago he was the greatest wizard, and now he is the elder, but he decided to stand on Runkendal's side. It seems that there are many different sides to our lost ancestor. Let's just say I realized the truth. Truth? I hear something interesting again. What truth have you realized? I am not someone who exists simply for Jeep and the destruction it will cause. Then there would be no reason to come to hell to save my son now. Baradin is now the head of Zippel, so my ancestor came to me for Zippel. Not the head of the house. Baradin is someone I love. Even if he no longer becomes the head of the family, even if he abandons Jeep, I will always sacrifice my life for the head of the family. Someone like you wouldn't understand. Human Lord Ilona. You talk to me as if you were a person. Then let me ask you one more question. Do you remember who your parents are? Ilona's eyes widened. You don't remember either. So where were you raised? What is your first memory after becoming a self? Do you at least remember what your true self is? Nothing came to mind. It was a problem I had never thought of. As if a part of her consciousness had been blocked. Ilona had never remembered such things in her life. The magic cubes floated by Ilona were vibrating unstably. It meant that her insides were shaking. Ilona, it's bullshit. So don't worry about it. Our history buffs can tell you anything you're curious about anyway. I feel very sorry for you because you are proudly boasting that you have realized the truth even though you do not know that. Lord Ilona, from now on, I will tell you the real truth. Kiliak finished speaking and exploded the remains of the earth and artificial sun that had been collected in the sky. Jean immediately took a stance to close the distance between himself and Kiliak, and Muraken tried to prevent the explosion from spreading by deploying Dark Arrival. However, Ilona, who was supposed to move together, seemed stuck in place like a nail. If she's gone, Jean can't dig into Kiliak. Ilona, what are you doing? Ilona couldn't hear Muraken's voice. While the residue exploded and covered the group in an instant, Ilona looked at an object that Kiliak had taken out as if fascinated. A strong, irresistible attraction was biting the back of Ilona's neck. This shiny object that looks like a laurel wreath is your mother. Or you could say it's your archetype. The explosion instantly obscured Jean and Muraken. Jean and Muraken had no choice but to change their plans. If the two of them went too far into Kiliak now that Ilona had stopped, it would mean the destruction of the true demon realm. It is true that the Jinma world invaded Ince, but it was a huge tragedy caused by Kiliak's brainwashing. Jinma Gye, where there is no land, is a place where people live like royalties. It was the home of billions of demons and a world that existed underground. I couldn't stand by and watch the Jinma realm disappear. Above all, if the explosion was not properly prevented now, even allies outside the battlefield would suffer enormous damage. Not only Valeria's side but also all of In's fleets that have just arrived in Hell will be destroyed. The explosion that Kiliak exploded just now was an unprecedented explosion, at least during the history of mankind. Also, it was not a simple explosion but the magic of the flame god transformed by his power. The ultimate power that Shenu obsessed over for a long time to overwhelm other gods before creating the Fire of Destruction Source Stone. The fire was now trying to consume Jean and Murakin. Only the small space between Kiliak and Alona was unaffected by the fire. No! Kiliak slowly descended towards Alona. Alona took a step back, her face turning white. As the distance between the two got closer, Alona's hair was changing little by little. The long hair symbolizing the white-haired pureblood Ziffel was dyed golden. Uncontrollable passionate emotions swirled in my heart. Memories from 1,000 years ago that surged like sharp fragments, a terrible experiment in the dark days of longing for light, and a strong desire to quickly wear that laurel wreath on my head. Those things made Alona unable to move. The memories of the old days and the meaning of existence that I realized after meeting Jean just now were incomparably shabby compared to my instinct for that laurel wreath. Kiliak stood in front of Alona. Alona was still trying her best to resist her instincts. He tried to attack Kiliak by using his magic power and tried to move his legs to get even a little away from him. However, the magic power was unresponsive, like a power source that had been turned off, and she was already on her knees. Blank eyes, slow and stuffy breathing, Alona couldn't do anything. It's pitiful to live a life where you don't know anything about yourself. The truth you worked so hard to obtain is all lies, and the countless meanings you gave to finding yourself are all just empty obsessions. You are an unfortunate being, Alona. Don't listen to whatever Kiliak says. Occasionally Murakin's distant voice could be heard. He and Jean were already far away from the two people as they tried to contain the fire of destruction, and they continued to be pushed back with each passing second. Alona did not recognize the voice. It was just a hazy feeling, as if I was listening to the echo of the wind rushing through the cave. Kiliak knew that fact well, so he didn't mind. Rather, it was confirmation once again that the two had not given up on the true demon realm. In that case, this award ceremony will not be interrupted by Jean and Murakin. Since there were two spear stars, it might be possible to prevent the complete destruction of the true demon world, but it was not possible to save Alona. They might want to help you, but will that really help you? Alona, the reason your life is unhappy, doubtful of destruction and carnage, and always wallowing in self-destruction, is because you don't know what you are. And they can't tell you that. Kiliak brought the laurel wreath closer to Alona's head. Now her hair was shining brightly like the sun. So now it would be a good idea to take a moment to look at yourself. Soon the laurel wreath touched Alona's head. The laurel wreath moved like a snake and wound around Alona's head. Then it hovered above her head and began to spin. It was then that Alona opened her eyes again for the first time. The pupils were shattering. Fragments of the broken eye filled the white neck, making it look like a small Milky Way. At the same time, Alona began to fall into her memories. It was about 2,500 years ago that humans discovered Alona Ziffel, or a being that could be called her prototype. At that time, the name Runkendal had not yet existed, and the magicians of Zippel, who were particularly loved by the gods, had held the hegemony of the world alone for a long time. Reginald Zippel. He, the fourth-generation head of Jeep, discovers a historical site hidden underground in a kingdom of the Lutheran Federation. A land filled with the green light of life. A mysterious land that can cure any disease or injury just by being in the land as long as you are fully magical. You can't feel hungry there, and no matter how much strength you exert, you won't feel tired. As soon as Reginald felt the power of the land, he designated it as Ziffel's Holy Land. And only the head of the family and his closest associates were allowed to enter the sacred place, and that secret is still kept to this day. This is not the land created by the existing gods Bichelin. Bichelin nodded at Reginald's words. Bichelin was Melzier's contractor as an assistant to Zippel at the time. As the matriarch said, no god we know could create such a perfect land. Not only to Melzier, who made a contract with me, but also to Shunu, who we treat as our main lord. I have no intention of disparaging the gods. because we are strangely loved by the gods and rule the world. However, if you think about it another way, the fact that Zippel rules the world with the power of a contract with the gods also means that he is a slave to the gods. Escaping the control of the gods was Reginald's long-held wish. This was also the reason why he began to become obsessed with all kinds of relics and products of the past in order to find the secrets of the world. Therefore, Reginald's discovery of the sacred site beneath the kingdom was by no means a coincidence and was the result of Zippel investing the most manpower and time at the time. You cannot hear God's voice in a holy place. Gods cannot intervene in this land. Additionally, the gods never spoke of anything related to the sacred site and were often completely unaware of its existence. That fact came to Reginald like fate. If this unknown relic is utilized well, Zippel may be able to become not just a family loved by God but God itself. I think this place is a trace of some great being from the beginning. God of gods. Creator of the world. It must be a trace of such a being. It is the land of the Creator. It would be an absurd story to hear from those who have not seen this land in person. But you and I can still feel it, Bichelin. That this land is the realm of a more transcendent being. That's right, brother. Otherwise, there are too many things that cannot be explained. We will study this land and become the true rulers of the world. The Creator has led us to believe that we are the ones who can overcome the gods and make the world perfect. Conversation between Reginald and Baislin. There is no other reason why Ilona remembers their voices exactly. She was a tree that stood tall in the middle of the sacred site at the time. At the time, she did not understand human language, but she could remember it. Since I had been in solitude for an incalculable amount of time, it sounded infinitely sweet even if I didn't know the meaning. I want to talk to them. That was Ilona's first desire. Every day she waited for Reginald and Baislin to visit the shrine, and from then on the waiting turned into pain. A day or two was starting to become difficult for her, who had spent more than 1,000 or 10,000 years without any problems. Brother! Brother! Look at this, the holy water is splitting in half. What is this? Something in the holy water. Sawman? Ilona had the power to turn her longing into reality. She subconsciously looked for a form more suited to the activity than a tree, and that form resembled a human like Reginald and Bichelin who waited for her every day. Creator of tea. When she first came out of the tree, she looked like the Ilona Zippel that people now know. It was almost similar to Bichelin, who spoke more words, but his hair shone like the sun and his eyes had a small Milky Way. Creator! Reginald and Bichelin bowed down and bowed to Ilona. At that time, Ilona realized that the world she dreamed of and the world she actually encountered were different. The first human breath I felt after coming out of the tree. The smell that came from them, their appearance, the clothes they were wearing, their attitude, and their facial expressions brought about an unpleasantness that she could not even imagine. Ilona shuddered as if facing a swarming bucket of bugs. The brother and sister who were lying face down did not see Ilona's expression at that time. Ugh. He simply waved his hand once to show his disapproval. Then the magic power of the sacred place gathered, forming a sharp wind in an instant, and Bichelin was swept away without a trace. Baislin was the first to notice Ilona's change but died without even seeing her face. Baislin. Ilona was not particularly impressed by the death of the owner of such a sweet voice. I just hoped that these dirty beings would disappear before my eyes. However, once I saw something dirty, realized that I could never go back to the way it was before. So from then on, Ilona had only one wish: getting rid of all the unpleasant things in the world. What? Creator, we choose to serve you. Why are you doing this? Ilona did not respond and waved her hand again, trying to kill Reginald. However, unlike Vizelin, Reginald took a defensive stance even in the midst of despair, and at the time he was the strongest person in the royal family. He used his skills and combat experience to withstand Ilona's simple and brutal attacks and escaped. When he left the shrine and returned to his family home, Reginald had lost one arm and the matriarch's staff. The kingdom where the Holy Land was discovered was destroyed. That was Ilona's first meeting with Jeep.